1 2 mic check, 1 2 1 2. What's good, peeps? Hope everyone's having a blessed day out there, man. It's your boy Schiffer. You don't know where it is. It's jokes and banter. You know how we do. Just another day. I hope everyone's having a good one. Another day, another dollar and all that. I know a lot of you are out there working. You're doing whatever you're doing. You might not even have time right now, but we're here. We're here if you're available. All right, let me allow the joking around. We're going to do some intro music. I'm going to give you a minute to warm up. Look at the title. Yeah. Think about the title. Think about what you've got in your mind, the information that you want to share in regards to the title. Because the title is a question, but it's not a question, but it's inferring one. Yeah. It's prompting you to ask questions and to think about this subject. Big Bang versus Let There Be Light. Now, I want you to really think about which one of these makes more sense. Because I think in the conversation yesterday, I honestly feel like I've made my decision. So I'd like to hear you guys' decisions. I'd like to hear where your mind's at. So without further ado, we're going to go into some intro music. I'm going to give you some time to arrive. If you arrive and you're sat in the waiting room for a moment, don't watch nothing. It won't be forever. But right now we're doing the intro music. We're going to do the warm-up. Someone said to me, just let the intro run. Just let it run. Just don't talk over it. Just let it run. I said, all right, you know, let's try that out. We're just going to let the intro run. When the intro's done, we'll be talking again. All right, but yeah, really think about this one. Do your research before you jump on as well today. Like, don't just jump on and just be saying stuff, please. If it's avoidable, I'd like you to avoid just saying stuff, people. We want to be actually having a decent conversation. Maybe if you got any sources, any videos, anything you want to share, I can share them for you, XYZ. But yeah, I think like for some reason it seems like everyone likes them G Block vibes, innit? Everyone likes the G Block vibes. Yeah, and we can talk about G Block over here because G Block's cool. You know what I mean? It's not a thing like where man's got anything like derogatory to say about G Block. It's just that people like them vibes. So we're trying to bring them vibes back for you and, you know, give you something you can sink your teeth into. Is it? So let me do this intro music. I'll be back shortly. Don't go nowhere. I ain't even got the screen share up here, you know. Imagine that. I'm usually good with this. I'm usually ready to go. I just hit a button, bam, we're good to go. Is it? We got this. All right, so hopefully we should be within the next 10-20 minutes. We should have people here ready to talk, ready to do some discussion. But until such a time, enjoy the music, people. Bless up. Jokes and banter. Keep it.
There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way. Alpha waves.
Schiffer. Gone. Woo. Let's get it. Flip that, lash that, whip that till I'm paid. Spin that, cop that, splash out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Flip that, man lash that, man whip that till I'm paid. Then I spin that. cop that, splash out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. I got the piff, not the molly. Roll with a chick like a dolly. Look at the shape of her body. I only roll with the hotties. I'm talking quality. I'm not a star like astrology. Hustling's in my biology. Them man are talking mythology. I'm about to switch up the strategies. Put me on charge like the batteries. My niggas eating like calories. Bad man, I deal with no fallacy. Man, I ain't working for salary. I need the green like the celery. So what you say, what you telling me? If you ain't on it, then why are you belling me? Hating, then why are you playing me? I got the plug if you're feeling me. It's better you serve up a plate for me. My haters running shit blatantly. We got the block and we're making peace. Pass me the papers, I'm rolling that flavor weed. I got the certification. Turn your ideas into manifestation. I got the plug, them boys are hating because I got this rap like a pay my cuz. I'm at the dot like a patient, waiting to pick up a shipment. Now I can stock up the basement. I put a lock on the case. You can see me on the block, but nobody comes to the base. You see the look on my face when I hit that, lash that, whip that till I'm paid. Spend that, cop that, splash out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Flip that, man lash that, man whip that till I'm paid. Then I spend that, cop that, splash out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. These chicks know what I'm like, till I come right on the back. Man to get out one night, I wear the glove like a mic. You need to get with the times, fuck all these stereotypes. All of these bitches are hype. She used to fuck with them gringos, but now she's stuck in Mandingo. Broken English and patois, bitch wanna fuck with the lingo. She never thought I could sing though. See through these chicks like a window. She loves the way that I speak, way that I move in the street, down to the shoes on my feet. Chicks say they love my physique, I wasn't taking it seriously. She gave me puss, I give a D with a kick and a slap, that's a serious beat. I like them big, like a petite, make them into what I want them to be. Let's make it to college, my G. All of these bitches give knowledge to me. Done with it now, run with the team, get back on the roads, running the team. Car's gonna need that cash, like the block needs a cash inject, and the beat's gonna need that gas, but the flow gonna need that edge. We're making moves on sight, we're making moves like jet. If we were making a bet, you're gonna be writing a check. I'm going hard, gonna make sure you never forget how I hit that, lash that, whip that till I'm paid. Spend that, cop that, splashed out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Flip that, man lash that, man whip that till I'm paid. Then I spend that, cop that, splash out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Man don't rave, man just blaze. Sit down in a big man section. Gal get brave, wave, hashtag drunk, white rum session. Brethren, best you behave. Try not walk in a big man section. Like a CD get ejected. My whole team roll with protection. Them way of talking bossy, but really that's just projection. Mentally like an infection. Watch how I eat these MCs for breakfast. Big man, I got no ops, just money making operations. The beef don't never get squashed. I just put on when I go and stake 'em. I see man, but I don't watch man. No time, never watch no haters. Plus them man are working dirty, unclean, never wash like pagans. Blacks killing blacks is murder. Just look at that situation. Man running up their mouth on snap. Now my body's laying down on the pavement. Learn them books or flip them packs. Pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks, pay it all back. Now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. Learn them books or flip them packs. Pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks, pay it all back. Now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. Do what's right or go do crime. 9 to 5 or just do time. Expect from me some integrity, but these MCs got no spine. What I see from a man on road don't match what I hear online. Too many man fake it to make it. That flow they drop is so basic. Just smoke screen and props. Certain man got it twist like locks. Face it, I hate when the talent is wasted. Some of these lines are copy and pasted. They don't want to keep it real. Hannibal Lecter changing faces. Blind men leading the nation, and they don't even know the basics. The devil is so persuasive. The system needs replacing. Switch to the spiritual healing. Be careful who you're embracing. Got love for the low class people, no love for the Mason nonsense. Secret society, who's gonna take that option? Learn them books or flip them packs. Pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks, pay it all back. Now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. Learn them books or flip them packs. Pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks, pay it all back. Now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. APR stacks, pay it all back, now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. Learn them books or flip them packs, pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks, pay it all back, now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. Learn them books or flip them packs, pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks, pay it all back, now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options.
Okay, Riggs.
But who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? It's a dog-eat-dog world, progression in hand with family and friends. Learn to love, honor and care as part of the past when quarrels and disputes will end. For fuck's sake, I'm frustrated and angry at the state of my welfare. But why should I be, man? Should I be sad? As a matter of fact, I should be glad that I got a roof over my head, plenty akis and shahada, soul food and a couple of Budweiser. Car, some people ain't even got a penny, let alone or a pound or a bucket to piss. Look, call me a joke, but you laughs hardest. Moving forward, there is no time crying over spill. New beginnings, happy new year, laughter and good times. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares.
It's a mad thing. coming up, we never had things. It was all about that money in a bag, quick peas. And it gets peak when you're on the roads and you're struggling to eat. Hustling and juggling to make ends meet in the city, where the blocks are grimy, the streets are gritty, girls are pretty, but they're giving up the kitty too fast. Relationships that won't last. Watch the snakes in the grass, guns go blast. All about the papers, I didn't go class. From the low caste, but I still rose up like a fungus, growing in the darkness. Cold-blooded, heartless, looking for a target. Boxes of food getting sold at the market. Looking for a gig, it's no walk in the park. We had to grow faster, struggle from the start.
Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares.
All that black and black crime, we didn't give a fuck about niggas. It was metal to your dome, dude, show me the figures. If you don't like the game, then you should've went to school. Now you stuck on the block, gotta blast that tool. Shit's greasy, blood, believe me, it ain't easy, but we never knew different. Think there's beef and Putin the way they shooting. Streets too hot though, everybody lose it. Get it, then I blow it. I know I'm gonna make it back. LV the Crips, Da Vinci the Tracky. Don't do Versace, I find it all tacky. Don't like saltfish, but love a little acky. Done a lot of traveling, my mind's all mappy. Got jealous on the phone, she's unhappy. I talk to these bitches, but I ain't got time to link. Now off my line with your dumb stupid shit.
Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares.
Amazon online, bought my wifey trainers. Wifey's got me too. Jimmy Choo's like I'm famous. Navigation time, find a way from here to Vegas. Mexico get litty, taking pictures in bodegas. Online, tickets with no warning. Couple hours later, now I'm on a plane, I'm soaring. Got Wi-Fi on my flight, I can check when we arrive. Tell my people not to rush in case my plane don't land in time. Online like all the time, I got doorbell cams online. Look, I'm seeing DHL, I know my parcel's landing, guys. I can see it on my tracker, you can leave it round the side. I'll be back in 20 minutes, I can see my trip online. Online. I got game online. I make hits online. I got pics online. They get extra likes. Came with extra spice. And and I'm next in line. Gonna rinse some easy kicks, and I want them crepes in white. Online, I'm not the texting type. They ain't told you texting died. Man ain't on no texting vibes. My clothes online, and they're fitted right. Call of Duty, bullets fly, streaming camera, do it live. My pics are hella tight. Drop top with it white. Credit score looking healthy. All the one that did it twice. Online, I'm off the limit high. Put it on my Instagram. Swinging chain, blinging ice. Tone it down, get it right. Show them how we're living life. Cryptocurrencies online. Open doors, suicide. Online. You can buy this beat online. NFTs, let it fly. Brand new ways of getting by. Online. I got game online. I make hits online. I got pics online. They get extra likes. Came with extra spice. And I'm next in line. Gonna rinse some easy kicks, and I want them crepes in white.
I say this with boldness. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We in the last stage, yeah, revolution. You will bend over backwards or refuse the mark of the beast. The first will be last, the last will be first. Dumb and dumber, take notes. Wanna prosper in life? Well, we need to come together, stand up for our rights and be united. Soldier tiger, building bridges is the way forward. In this Mockingjay Hunger Games, young blood, get your faculties right. Betrayal, hatred and failure is for the weak-minded that follow the herd, not me. I'm the black sheep. I don't lick ass for cash money. I'm a trendsetter, no longer puffing on that Mary Jane, but drinking plenty Corona like Jaquan. Now everybody in this bitch get tipsy. Conspiracy theories, or is it reality? Many people woke but still getting gagged. This is a joke, we living in vanity. Crisis acts, there's plenty liars co-starring like Jim Carrey. But I'm a realist, fuck your Elon Musk. I refuse to be jabbed, I'm screaming freedom!
Yeah.
I'm screaming
Freedom! Yeah. Came up out the dirt, covered in the mud, but they showed me love. The people who I stay around, what was I to do? Struggled in my youth, now I'm big and grown. I got a different edge about me, trying to eat a food, aiming at the moon. Money comes and goes, yeah I know, tell me about it. Story of my life, trying to keep it real, and you know the deal. I'm talking to everybody, yeah. Judo, flip the script, put it in reverse. If you're calling dibs, bro, better be rehearsed. If you're bringing knowledge, though, better be researched. Talking too much grease might end up in a hearse. Bitches take notes, might end up in a purse. When they lose hope, might end up in the church. Bodies in boxes, grind, end up in the dirt. Jenny smokes rock, might end up on the curb. I can feel the pain, everybody hurts. If I did you wrong, well, I don't really care. Made a little change, and I'm still at work, but the pain never goes away. Came up really burns. Covered in the mud, but they showed me love. The people who I stay around, what was I to do? Struggled in my youth, now I'm big and grown. I got a different edge about me, trying to eat a food, aiming at the moon. Money comes and goes, yeah I know, tell me about it. Story of my life, trying to keep it real, and you know the deal. I'm talking to everybody.
This government agenda fucked, got my ammonia, the word didn't work for me. Just trying to make it to the next day. All I want is more pay, throw it in a pot, watch it come back, they run back, yeah. Fuck about a view, I did it for the culture. So many models, I swear to you vultures. Coming where I'm coming from, it was all fucked, trust me it was all nuts. Man, I got them real things. You know them top cats sitting there chasing the dragon while their kids watch. These mothers are disgusting. I'll be seeing them all over the hood, giving brain for some bones. Where I'm from, slugs fly on the daily, and every other day a sket has another baby. I'll be on that block, screaming that pay me. Pockets all bulging, looking all hazy. Coming where I'm coming from, body got stepped on, dudes got dropped, and mums they lost sons. It's a shame I suppose, but it's the way it goes. Fam, I guess it's just the way of the roads. The snub there, that'll knock you niggas off your feet. So watch your beat, we in the street, 100 deep, money speaks. On a crime wave, car crime pays. 2 up in Cunch for like 5 days, breezing down the motorway. Whole team with our shits looking like a motorcade. Everybody presidential, looking on a boss wave. Nigga tearing up and still calling it an off day. A off day, talking all that smoke, he ain't even spot a matchstick. Any ends, patch flip, feds chase, don't stick. From young I hit the road and start. Me K, licking cards, wifey falling out a bra. Whole gang fit her ass. Cut the talk when they come in. Got the top down, young boy gunning. So if you went and spent 5 racks on the chest, they could whip the points themselves. I'm working with the best.
Back that, flip that, reload, drop that. Run up in the shop, flip the cash flow, cop that. Big dog, YG, OG, hot cat. Busy staircases, life on the blocks. I was in the blue when they never called it blue. Greenborough 2, whole family on movements. I was in the NAM back before they were flagging. Now it's all changed, had to make some improvements. I was going bricky 2002. Town full of angels, poverty driven boosting. Chilling with the shotters them, Tottenham to Homerton, Stratford to Cannon Town. I was with a lot of them. Street code, beef code, road was kinda hotter then. I've been in the field, Enfield, ain't forgotten them. Late night, players club, with the top of them. Yardies and Nigis, double up the dollars them. Name brands, big whips, been through the lot of them. West End popping off tags with the rubber men. Big buds, high grade, loud packs, fuck up them. 36 zip locks, bagging up and chopping them. Bag that, flip that, reload, drop that. Run up in the shops with the cash flow, cop that. Big dogs, YG, OG, hot cat. Busy staircases, life on the blocks. Bag that, flip that, reload, drop that. Run up in the shops with the cash flow, cop that. Big dogs, YG, OG, hot cat. Busy staircases, life on the blocks. Yeah, don't get it twisted. You know what it is.
Keep your head up in these streets, yeah. Is there heaven for a G? Gotta keep your head up in these streets. If I die, I hope that there's a heaven for a G. I feel the pain when I lay my head and go to sleep, remembering some people we ain't never gonna see again. How can I just stand by, watching my world exploding like a landmine? And if I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. But to be real with you, back then I wouldn't have cared about. Just make the money keep coming like a landslide. No peripherals, my vision seeing blindsided. I was tripping, I was going out my damn mind. I still remember when they used to give me airtime. Oh, you should open up your ears now. If you weren't hearing me before, you're about to hear it now. Don't get in too much dirt, cause it will follow you. Just like they followed you on Instagram, it's weird now. I seen too many people go, it's in my head now. And life to me is worth more than just getting bread now. I can't go to sleep, I try and lay my head down, but I still hear your voices speaking in the background. Whoa, there's something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I can acknowledge you. Oh, Lord. It's
crystal clear now. I don't wait for situations, I'm prepared now. We've been going through some shit that I won't go into. Lost my mama, F the world like I don't care about it. Had to find a way to try and get my head around it. Get it right, despite all those who ever doubted. Different people got different things we're going through. Babies crying, Negroes dying, you might hear about it. Get that money, get the currency, the bread and stack it. If you never heard the story, you might read about it. They can see me but can't see them things I'm going through. Bad decisions get you missing, leave you dead around, forget about it. Put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. If I ever did you dirty, then I'm sorry too. Whoa, put something in the air now. I think I need to put something in the air now. I made promises I know I didn't follow through. I'm just trying to think of ways I can acknowledge you. Oh, Lord.
All right, we back. Big up 7. Done know, man. You done know. Safe family. Bless up. Everyone who's tried to jump in already, I apologize. Who is that? Clam King. I don't know who Clam King is, but if anyone was to arrive back, feel free. But we about to do this, man. It's about to go down. We about to do this big bang. Yeah, I played some big bangers for you just now, so I hope you enjoyed the bangers. But now we're about to get into this conversation now, man. In fact, before I even do that, let's just get the overlay. Let's get the logo up on the screen so you know where you're at. You know where it is. It's jokes and banter. Yeah, don't take it too seriously. Yeah, it's not one of those type of parties. But yeah, I want to know what you lot think about this whole Big Bang theory. Yeah, versus Let There Be Light and a creation story. Yeah, because remember, when we deal with Big Bang theory, we're dealing with a creation story also. Full stop. You know, like that. And some people are going to say, well, it's not a story, it's the science. No, we're dealing with someone telling you stories, but someone believes this story, innit? So I'm trying to just ascertain and understand why it is that people are inclined to believe in this nonsense that they call Big Bang, that I'm calling nonsense, because I don't believe in it. You know, like that. And then some people might be inclined to understand why, you know, we believe in this religious so-called nonsense from their standpoint. Do you understand? But I don't think religion is nonsense. So I've made my stance very clear, innit? Like, I'd like to hear some of these explanations, because as far as the Most High creating this world, I know that it wasn't created out of nothing. Do you feel where I'm coming from? But as far as Big Bang theory is concerned, the Big Bang theory is kind of creating everything out of nothing. And I just don't get that. Like, how do you create something out of nothing? If 0 plus 0 equals 0, it don't matter how many zeros you add. You could add infinite zeros. Guess what the answer gonna be? It's still gonna be 0. So, you know, for all of you guys out there that really believe in this Big Bang theory stuff, the link's in the description. There's a link in the chat. At the John B, big up yourself, brother. Urban Analysis, once again. When you lot are ready, man. But we're gonna have to really get into this today. So I think the first thing I'm gonna do, we're gonna do Big Bang theory first. We're gonna do it that way around today. Yeah, we're gonna do Big Bang theory. We're gonna learn something about it first. Yeah, and then we can discuss. Yeah, and then we can do, you know, the creation story afterwards, and then we can discuss again, and then we can do some conclusive talk afterwards. We can do some conclusions. We can even do evidence, you know, like that, because I think it's going to be very difficult for anyone to ever evidence a Big Bang. Although they say there's evidence of it, I'd like to see what evidence there is. And, you know, is that evidence more theoretical than practical, or is it more practical than theoretical? Yeah. 7 Deadly Sins says, I think the God of the planet is female. That's why I say the woman is God because nature is female, but I have no answers for the rest. And I hear that still. And a lot of people say that the earth is Mother Earth, you know, like that. A lot of people see the earth as a Mother Earth. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So, and I don't know if that's linked at all, but he's given his what's the word, idea or rendition, or you know, his taking on this whole subject for us to some extent. As far as this whole Big Bang, I'd like to hear from you about that, Seven. What do you think about Big Bang? Does Big Bang make sense to you? Is that how this mother deity got here? Yeah. When you say, I think God of the planet is female, this God of the planet that's female, did that arrive via the Big Bang? Is that how it was created? Talk to me. Like, I found a little video that we could possibly watch. It's 5 minutes long because I don't like doing these long videos. So see, there's a few on here. Yeah, apparently Stephen Hawking knew what happened before the Big Bang. Yeah, there's a video that says that. We could do that one. Yeah, there's another one that says Origins of the Universe, National Geographic. That one's only 5 minutes. Yeah. So this one here says it's the most widely accepted explanation. The most widely accepted explanation is the Big Bang Theory. Learn about this here. Okay, cool. The Big Bang, the beginning of everything, the Big Bang. How did everything get started? Has the universe a beginning, or was it here? Let me have a look at this. This one looks like it might be interesting. Just going by the title. I don't know. It could be rubbish. So, you know, don't hold me to it. So the title says, has the universe a beginning, or was it here since forever? Well, evidence suggests that there was indeed a starting point to this universe we are part of right now. But how can this be? How can something come from nothing? And what about time? We don't have all the answers yet, so let's talk about what we know. All right, that's what they've got in the description of this video. Yeah, so anyone who's listening, like, you know what the description is. We're going to get into this video, we're going to see what they got to say, and then, you know, you lot can give me your analysis after, innit? If you're here. If you're not here, I'll give you my analysis happily. You know me, man. I don't mind giving my analysis on anything. So Seven Deadly Sins says, what is a Big Bang? Science answer, because science don't have the answer. Science guesses. It's why I guess. I get you, because you could come up with your own thing called science, you know, like that, and say, well, you know, we're going to do exactly the same thing science is doing, but we've just got we're setting a better standard, but our one's called science, you know, like that. So I get you. Like, you could just do your own thing. You don't have to listen to them. You know, you could come up with your own analysis and your own way of working things out, and your own rules and your own laws. Just like, you know, science, there's laws to it and rules to it, X, Y, Z. Seven says, science came second and science don't have all the answers. Now, it's funny because this is what I was saying yesterday when we was having this conversation about science versus religion. I'm saying to the guys on the panel yesterday, religion came before science. And the same thing science does is what religion was doing from thousands of years before. When science talks about astrology, religion been dealing with astrology from thousands of years before. Is astrology a science? I'm pretty sure it is, or to some degree, it's some type of you know, you can get a degree in these things. Something you learn at university. I don't know if it's a science like that. Maybe I should look that up. I've never even thought of this before, but I'm pretty sure it is. Is astrology a science? Astrology is not a very scientific way to answer questions. Although astrologers seek to explain the natural world, they don't usually attempt to critically evaluate whether those explanations are valid. All right. So when I type in astrology, what I notice Google does is it starts talking about what's those things called, like star signs and stuff. So maybe astrology is the wrong one. But as far as like the study of planets and stars and those type of things, yeah, which is something that NASA does, I'm gonna assume whatever the hell the name for that science is, it is a science, because these people are studying these things, you know, like that. They got all the answers. But really and truthfully, when they're giving you all the answers, you know, they're saying that everything that they have an answer for comes from nothing, which I think is crazy. Yeah, I think that's nuts, because how can everything you have the answer for come from nothing? So technically you have the answer to nothing, because everything is nothing. Nothing actually exists, in my opinion, when you deal with science's explanation of existence, when you deal with science's explanation of how the universe is created. Because like I said in the beginning, yeah, if I've got 0, yeah, and I add 0 to 0, the answer's still 0. So if I've got nothing, nothing is the worded version of 0. Yeah, that's how I say 0 in words without using a number. Yeah, I just say nothing. So if I add nothing to nothing, I've got nothing. So this Big Bang Theory, to me, I don't know. Like, let's go into this video. I'll tell you what, rather than us sitting here doing a long thing and me going around the houses
verses before our own,
telling you all of my personal thoughts on it, let's listen to this video and hear what they say about the Big Bang. Yeah, and then we'll go from there to dealing with, you know, is this even possible? You know, like that. And sorry about that noise in the background there for a second. All right, here we go.
The beginning of everything, the Big Bang. The idea that the universe was suddenly born and is not infinite. Up to the middle of the 20th century, most scientists thought of the universe as infinite and ageless. Until Einstein's theory of relativity gave us a better understanding of gravity, and Edwin Hubble discovered that galaxies are moving apart from one another in a way that fits previous predictions. In 1964, by accident, cosmic background radiation was discovered, a relic of the early universe, which together with other observational evidence made the Big Bang the accepted theory in science. Since then, improved technology like the Hubble telescope has given us a pretty good picture of the Big Bang and the structure of the cosmos. Recent observations even seem to suggest that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. But how did this Big Bang work? How can something come from nothing? Let's explore what we know. We can ignore the beginning part for now. First of all, the Big Bang was not an explosion. It was all space, stretching everywhere, all at once. The universe started very, very, very small and quickly expanded to the size of a football. The universe didn't expand into anything, space was just expanding into itself. The universe cannot expand into anything because the universe has no borders. There is, by definition, no outside the universe.
All right, let's get into this now. So anyone who's listening to this right now and isn't confused, I'm going to say, please jump on the panel. Yeah, like, be ready for this a bit. Like, if you really understood what you was just told, and you think you can really, you know, get the rest of us to understand it, the ones who may not, like, I'm gonna rewind it back a bit, because I find this stuff so bewildering. I don't know how they're getting away with this. Yeah. I'm gonna play it back again because I don't even want to repeat it. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Yeah. I'm not gonna go all the way back. We're gonna go to about about here. Now listen to what the nonsense that's coming out of this guy's mouth.
Hubble discovered that galaxies are moving apart from one another in a way that fits previous predictions. In 1964, by accident, cosmic background radiation was discovered, a relic of the early universe, which together with other observational evidence made the Big Bang the accepted theory in science. Since then, improved technology like the Hubble telescope has given us a pretty good picture of the Big Bang and the structure of the cosmos. Recent observations even seem to suggest that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. But how did this Big Bang work? How can something come from nothing? Let's explore what we know. We can ignore the beginning part for now. First of all, the Big Bang was not an explosion. It was all space, stretching everywhere, all at once. The universe started very, very, very small and quickly expanded to the size of a football. The universe didn't expand into anything, space was just expanding into itself. The universe cannot expand into anything because the universe has no borders. There is, by definition, no outside the universe. The universe is all there is. In this hot, dense environment, energy manifested itself in particles that existed only for the tiniest glimpses of time. From gluons, pairs of quarks were created, which destroyed one another, perhaps after giving off more gluons. These found other short-lived quarks to interact with, forming new quark pairs and gluons again. Matter and energy were not just theoretically equivalent, it was so hot they were practically the same stuff. Somewhere around this time, matter won over antimatter. Today, we're left with almost all matter and nearly no antimatter at all. Somehow, 1,000,000,001 matter particles were formed for every 1,000,000,000 particles of antimatter. Instead of one massive ultimate force in the universe, there were now several refined versions of it acting under different rules. By now, the universe has stretched to 1,000,000,000 kilometers in diameter, which leads to a decrease in temperature. The cycle of quarks being born and converted back to energy suddenly stops. From now on, we work with what we have. Quarks begin forming new particles, hadrons, like protons and neutrons. There are many, many combinations of quarks that can form all sorts of hadrons, but only very few are reasonably stable for any length of time. Please take a moment to appreciate that by now, only 1 second has passed since the beginning of everything. The universe, which has grown to 100 billion kilometers, is now cold enough to allow most of the neutrons to decay into protons and form the first atom, hydrogen. Imagine the universe at this point as an extremely hot soup, 10 billion degrees Celsius, filled with countless particles and energy. Over the next few minutes, things cooled and settled down very fast. Atoms formed out of hadrons and electrons, making for a stable and electrically neutral environment. Some call this period the Dark Age, because there were no stars and the hydrogen gas didn't allow visible light to move around. But what's the meaning of visible light anyway, when there's nothing alive yet that could have eyes? When the hydrogen gas clumped together after millions of years and gravity put it under great pressure, stars and galaxies began to form. Their radiation dissolved the stable hydrogen gas into a plasma that still permeates the universe today and allows visible light to pass. Finally, there was light. Okay, but what about the part we didn't talk about? What happened right at the beginning? This part can be defined as the Big Bang. We don't know at all what happened here. At this point, our tools break down.
All right, I hope everyone's. This guy said, a man said, what happened right at the beginning, though? Oh my gosh. He said, this is where the Big Bang happened. At this point, our tools break down. We don't know what happened. But you notice the part that they apparently do know. Yeah. The part that where he says they know something. Yeah. He says, this is how light was formed. Yeah, take that one in again. Let me repeat that. The part that they do understand is how light was formed. Yeah, it's dealing with light. Should we go back a little bit so you can hear it again? Yeah, because you see in when you read a Bible, yeah, in the beginning, ain't that one of the first things the Most High says? Let there be light. It's not the very first thing. Yeah. It's not the very first thing said, but you know, it's
You know your bumper clot.
So I'm gonna draw
That mercy.
I'm gonna draw that one back for you.
That mercy.
Well, go on, brother.
With the big bang. One catch bang.
I'm gonna draw this back for you a little bit so you can hear what this guy's saying. Listen. And we'll check what he said as well. He said something about because there was no hydrogen or something, there wasn't no way for light to pass to anywhere or some nonsense like that. And then what would light matter anyway? No one had eyes to see it. Like, isn't that similar to what I said yesterday? If everything just ceased to exist around you, then you'd cease to exist. But it is what it is. Let me go. Let me play.
Their radiation dissolves the stable hydrogen gas into a plasma that still permeates the universe today and allows visible light to pass. Finally, there was light. Okay, but what about the part we didn't talk about? What happened right at the beginning? This part can be defined as the Big Bang. We don't know at all what happened here. At this point, our tools break down. Natural laws stop making sense. Time itself becomes wibbly-wobbly. To understand what happened here, we need a theory that unifies Einstein's relativity and quantum mechanics, something countless scientists are working on right now. But this leaves us with lots of unanswered questions. Were there universes before our own? Is this the first and only universe? What started the Big Bang, or did it just occur naturally based on laws we don't understand yet? We don't know, and maybe we never will. But what we do know is that the universe as we know it started here and gave birth to particles, galaxies, stars, the Earth, and you. Since we ourselves are made of dead stars, we are not separate from the universe. We are part of it. You could even say that we are the universe's way of experiencing itself. So let's keep on experiencing it until there are no more questions to ask.
All right. We can stop that one then now. You see it? Because when I talk about Big Bang, yeah, and when I talk about science, this, science, that, science not everything. Well, on the scientists done tell you them not know nothing. Them not know a damn. They don't know a blasted thing. But big up to everyone. Do you know what? Before I say big
all
up
I
to
gotta
everyone,
say about that is I wish upon a star to follow where you are.
All right. But before I say anything more, let me say big up to the gang. Let me say big up to the whole gang still. Even 92 Dread singing, I'm gonna big you up. Yeah, what we need to do, yeah. Like, I just want to say one thing to everyone, like, this isn't jokes and banter corner. This ain't jokes and banter channel. This ain't jokes and banter people. This ain't jokes and banter collective. This is the jokes and banter gang. So whatever goes on over here, you know what? Like, we're not an echo chamber. Me and Natty ain't got the same opinions and everything. We're gonna argue and reason and debate, and you know, we're gonna hash out some differences on some subjects, but we still the gang. We still one gang.
Yeah.
We still
one
one
block no one. Uno have a block no man, you know. Uno have a block no man.
Look, if you want to be part of the gang, like, the first thing is loyalty. And if there's loyalty, that means that, you know, everyone can speak freely, you know, and ultimately I'm not expecting no one to hide from me or to lie to me about their opinions. Let's just keep it real. And let's not, like, we can play games, but let's try and keep it 100, you know, like that. Let's put our real opinions on the table. And I think that that's why we kind of gel, like the whole gang, all of us, because all of us can share our opinions. No one ain't holding nothing over no one's head. No one ain't trying to use no information to belittle no one. It might be funny, so we might crack some joke, but that's as far as we going over here, man. So I just wanted to get that out of my system. But differently, Natty, after hearing this video about the Big Bang Theory, what are your thoughts on it? Is this something you believe in, or does the concept of a creator sound more plausible? Which one's more plausible? That's my question to you.
Well, first me want to say,
Well,
you are buying me open my paper though. You can't find dinner. And everybody pouring my drink and anybody buy my
or
dinner.
my
So I put the enemy, I picture a friend. Me love me family, but no just all of them.
all of them, do all of them.
But that's how me feel. Big up shift for dance somewhere up in me. All of my long time brother from G Black. Them come to jokes and butter to chat. Walk on, yes. Come on, fire on that. Fire on that. Yeah. You know.
You know. This is Warlord from up our yard.
Boy, yeah, man. Look, this is what I mean, man. Like, for us now, yeah, to be worrying about millions of years ago, yeah, it's pointless, yeah. It's to understand how things are working now. So cool. I think they're trying to figure out how we're working and how things are working now, because that will give you an idea, surely, to how, you know, things were working previously before, or how things may have started happening. For instance, if you get a computer, or I don't know if anyone ever had a TV or something back in the days. Now you see the TV back in the days, yeah, them things were easy to fix. See, but these plasma TV, una fix them TV there, you know. And them thing I brought, them thing I brought. So what I'm saying is, you could break it down, and you used to be able to see how them old TVs used to work, and maybe, you know what I mean, put a little cable in there, or, you know what I mean, fix it up somehow, you know what I mean. Most of the time it's a little antenna at the box. But this is what I'm trying to say, how you can see how the universe was expanding, and how it's still getting bigger, and how maybe that the sources of energy, like we're saying, yeah. So like, if you got like, let's say they use the astrological perspective with earth side, water side, fire side, and obviously air side. Now if you put them all together, you're gonna make some kind of electric. Do you know what I mean? Surely there must be some kind of electric force field. So even when you was talking about the sun thing the other day, I know what scientists are saying, but then I have heard the same thing what you were saying about the sun also being like what do you call it, like electric radiation fields, because they may use solar panel for that now. Flowers, flowers, they just open up their leaves and soak it up.
You're not too dread. You're not too dread. Me really, I enjoy the story where you tell me, you know, Papa, but really and truthfully, that no answer the question, you know. And for those who didn't understand my English, my patois, yeah, we're enjoying your story. It's a cool story, but it's not really answering the question, mate. Can you answer the question for us? Which one sounds like it makes more sense? Creator, Big Bang. These are your options.
The Big Bang.
The Big Bang stands. All right, you've chosen. All right, he's chosen. Thank you. I'm gonna let you continue now. Sorry for cutting you, but I just wanted to make sure we were clear that you've chosen the Big Bang. Everyone heard him. What was you saying now? Go on, you can finish. You can finish, brother.
Yeah, no, the Big Bang Theory does seem a little bit more what you call it, more understandable, that maybe the elements themselves are gods. Maybe, I mean, put it like this way: if you could be an element where you're water, yeah, then we talk about 100% of the earth relies on that. You know what I mean? So that would be a powerful force. Now, if that's in the atmosphere of, like, let's say the solar system, yeah, then if they link up with, like, obviously hot, and then they obviously link up with, like, you know, all these other type of things, you know what I mean? And then they start creating existence.
Are you Hindu then? Do you believe in the Hindu stuff then?
Do I believe in the Hindu?
Yeah.
Nah, why? Do they have that perspective or what?
Well, they got elephant gods, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought you said the elephants are gods.
I didn't say elephants are God. I said elements.
No, I'm playing God.
Yeah, talk about Nelly. You think this is that Nelly?
Master, the elephants are gods. The elephant them blows.
Nah, the elements, man.
I hear you still. I hear you.
The
But then
elements,
how when you say the elements are gods, how can the elements be in control of themselves? Explain that for us.
They're not, because it's chaos. Because not all of them, like let's put it like this, right? Some of these elements, or most of them, can actually bring chaos to us if they're not contained in order. So for instance, space, where it's so brought down, like empty and everything like that, like you would say that is like a chaos realm, because it's got all of these elements in there, but they can't intermingle as so much, you know what I mean? There must be something where there needs to be like almost like a big bang, where they come together and boom, and then bam, create. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't think that it's like a human being, but I reckon it's like intelligent, like the intelligent power of the sun, yeah, to give us like UV light and everything like that. So you know, that itself is a power, isn't it?
All right, let me take what you're saying for granted for a second. When you say maybe the elements are gods, do you mean primordial gods, or do you mean like for instance, some people would say that you got a creator god, then you got lesser gods. So do you see them as lesser gods? Do you see them as the primordial, the first? Talk to me.
I see them as a role, as everything that, you know, everything that exists, but the focal point of our like existence of everything else. So the matter. Yeah, that's what I would call it. I'd call it like the matter.
The matter as in, what's the matter? I don't understand. Talk to me.
As in like the matter when it can be together and bring controllers, then it can, each and one of them have an effect where they repel and come with each other, and they could create. So I say, for instance, if you've got an empty space and you've got water up there and it becomes too cold, then surely enough, you know, it's going to turn to ice, yeah, and then that ice can over time surely enough turn into, like, you know, rock in it. Then it's going to form something where it's going to be like, you know what I'm saying, and then from there it's going to get like heated up again, wind and etc, tossed, blah blah blah, and mix up, and then, you know, it could just like come alive, isn't it?
All right, but can you think of any incidents where in our time, in the last, I don't know, 1,000 years, where anyone's ever witnessed or turned ice into rock?
All right, well, not so much like as in, you know, ice into rock, but, you know, like meteorites and all them type of stuff there, they say they could just be like a next type of freaking you know, like heated up glacier rock, because obviously it's been in conditions like firmer frost conditions, and, you know, the mega heat conditions and stuff like that. So we don't know, man.
Well, when we was looking at this the other day, what I noticed is that the scientists believe that the asteroid belt that goes around the planet, they believe that these fragments are the building blocks of what make a planet. And because of Jupiter's pull or something, or gravitational pull, these blocks just haven't been able to come together to form a planet. But even if they did, that planet wouldn't be even the size of the moon. It wouldn't even be half the size of the moon. So as far as the asteroid thing, you know, them being you know, parts of planets or fragments of planets, and like someone said that. But if we look at the ancient knowledge pertaining to this, i.e. the Sumerians said there was a planet right next to us, a smaller one, and it got destroyed. And those fragments are what make up the asteroid belt. So once again, we're going into a community of people who, you know, have a religious standpoint then, or a spiritual standpoint, who were saying to us one thing, you know, there was a planet there, it got destroyed. Science is saying, no, there wasn't a planet destroyed. These could have been a planet. So it's almost like science is being tricky in saying, do you know what? We don't actually know the answer, but we're not gonna go with your answer. We're gonna give you the opposite answer and just run with that. And you know, because no one's ever gonna be able to prove it, you know, you're just gonna believe these modern day scientists over, you know, people who knew about these things long before science ever discovered it. Do you feel my point there?
Yeah, but do you use like medication and all that type of stuff? Do you go to the hospital? Was you born in a hospital? Was your children born in a hospital? Did you rely on modern day science to, you know, bring your child through in the world? Yeah, we do.
Did modern day science rely on the medicine man, the herbalist, and what they would call the pseudoscience to become what it is today?
Yeah, just like they relied on the man who had the stone, the flint, the bow, the arrow, the sword, the shield, the lance, then the gunpowder, then the cannons, and then now nuclear power. Yeah, that's called evolution.
But then everything comes from religion, and religion is evolution.
Well, religion was part of a way of life, effectively, that you could see that, you know, it just was a way of controlling people.
Well, technically, by your standard, it's a way of evolving.
Yeah, but religion has evolved as well. Clearly, you can see, because some of the way things that I would be doing myself right now, I'd be like hanged just for certain rings. Like, they'd think I was a witch.
Possibly, if you was doing certain types of practices, occult practices, or anything like that, then yeah, or any kind of anything that wasn't directly from the church was seen as pagan. So anything that was in that realm could have been classed as witchcraft too, and all sorts of wizardry. So I agree with you on that. I just think that ultimately everything that, you know, the science, you know, attempts to, you know, the big questions, the ones that can't be answered. Every time science attempts to answer one of these questions, like the creation story, it always goes back to a religious standpoint, or they always borrow from religion and act like they're telling us something new. Just like that guy said in that video, we said, what they do know is at the beginning of the universe, one of the first things that was formed, from what he said, is light. Yeah, all of these procedures was happening, all of this expanding was happening, and then all of a sudden there was light. And guess what? If I go into a Bible, yeah, there's a couple of verses, and then the Most High says, what? Let there be light. So it's like, to me, when are people going to wake up and start to realize that science ain't telling you nothing new? You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing.
Yeah, well,
like science.
That's what. Yeah, but
Go
that's what I'm trying to say to you. Like, me personally, I don't think we'll ever know how, you know, like, we began, but I think we can definitely get an idea by knowing how we're like moving as we are now in this time and this day and age, like how we're moving forward.
But how are we going to get an idea about something that we don't have any clue about?
Because then there will be no point in having this conversation, because anything you say, we could just say doesn't matter because somebody else has made it up, and we've just chosen to adopt somebody else's definition.
I hear you.
Even the language, we might.
I
So
hear you.
we have to. There is something common, I think, that we all do kind of trust. So, you know, i.e., like, you know, the footballer's got his football thing, but yet he's still got to go to work and leave all his football stuff at home. You know, like the guy who's going to the pub or going out and blah blah blah, all these things that we do in our own spare time, behind closed doors and everything like that. But the society thing, yeah, that keeps us moving is the next chapter, bro, because that's where you see certain man just getting along with a next certain man, yeah, and you see them just all on this what do you call it, money thing.
Don't you think science is a bit like Chinese whispers, though? If it's only copying the things that religion have already spoken about and trying to give its own rendition on them?
I think only if religious people want to use science to their argument. Yeah, I think if science is important for you, then if religion's important for you, then science surely doesn't really, you know, have examples or can question your beliefs. So yeah, man, I don't know, bro. I just see certain shit on the earth, right? And you know what I'm saying, like we're obviously in charge of the earth. Like we're obviously the top of the food chain, and it's quite hard, yeah, to accept another man being in charge of another man, innit? Because you're always gonna want to prove that other man that like you're better than him. But the ordinary, what you call it, like 9 to 5 guy, he's just competing with all the other 9 to 5 people. Forget about science, bro. Because you see, when you're like at the top of science, you invent and you make people follow you. And when you're talking about science, you have your name written in books or put in a statue because you've done something that, you know, has questioned everything else that exists and, you know, fits in with society and has brought a new explanation to life that, you know, is obviously of use to society. So that's all I'm saying now. Nowadays, you don't have prophets. The prophets are finished. There are no more. The book is, you know, all these holy books and everything like that, they're finished. And I say finished as in the ways that there's nothing else to add to them. But there's a lot more to add to the science world. And there's a lot more that people are now starting to trust in the science world rather than the spiritual world of the holy books, i.e. like the Bibles. So even if you think you're a big man, you think you're a rapper and all that type of stuff there, man, yeah, cool, you can make a legacy in another part of that Illuminati sector, but you're not high up in the pyramid. Because there's another guy higher than you, and he's called the record label. And he's gonna make sure once you're dead, he's got all the rights to your name. Yeah, your name will live on, but your name ain't gonna be making no more money. You know what I mean? But you see, when it comes to like scientists and all this type of stuff there, you become important. You become like a godlike because you start setting new rules and new regulations on the earth. So there's no point in you using Saturn, Venus, or anything like that. If you're a holy person, there's no point in using modern day ways of life. There's no point in, you know what I'm saying? There's no point in saying that a device is evil, and then yet you're going to use a device. There's just no point, because you're part of that scene, innit? So yeah, bro, I think from light, I think you can start creating. But if you hear what he's saying in that video, there's not just, you know what I mean? There wasn't just light, there was other things.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro. I think you obviously you've got your standpoint in it, and you're going to stand by your standpoint no matter what I say. But I think you would be hard pressed to explain to me how you can add nothing to nothing and get something.
All right, then put it this way, yeah. If I was to draw, I don't know, a dot man, yeah. Now you ain't got a fucking clue what that is, right? But the minute, like, let's say I put it down on a piece of paper, right, and I claim that to be that, yeah. You can now accept it or you cannot accept it. But I'm saying, you know, from out of nowhere, this has appeared.
What do you mean? What has appeared? I'm confused. Talk to me.
So from out of nowhere, yeah, I can make up a name or something, yeah, like a dope man or a dog man or a spin hook or I don't know, some silly name, yeah. I can then draw it on a piece of paper, put a name on it, and tell you what it is. It's just like music, bro. Like music doesn't just come from out of nowhere, does it? What are you saying?
Yeah, sorry about that, Dread man. My phone was just ringing. I had to take a phone call. But I think this is the issue that everyone's gonna have who takes the stance of the Big Bang over Let There Be Light. Yeah, because everyone knows, no matter what calculator you're using, yeah, it does not matter what calculator you use. It don't matter what apparatus you're using. It don't matter what machinery you're using. If you start with nothing and you add nothing to nothing, yeah, you're going to finish with nothing. Now, nothing doesn't mean that you can't see it. Because there's plenty of things that we can't see that we know are there. Yeah, like gases. Yeah. But adding nothing to nothing makes nothing. So how can this Big Bang Theory make more sense than a creation story? It just can't, in my opinion, because there's nothing there. There wouldn't be nothing here. And no matter how much they explain it, no matter how many ways they spin it, you know, the nothing was an expanse of energy or whatever the hell it was that guy said, yeah, it's still nothing. You know where I'm coming from? Like, what's going on there? And if it's nothing, then that means everything else is nothing, because nothing can only create nothing. Yeah, I'll get my calculator out right now, and I'll do. Let me clear it. 0 times 0 times 0 times 0 times 0 times 0, add 0. But yeah, that's about all we can do. Add and multiply to get a bigger number, in it. So we're just gonna keep adding. Times 0, add 0, times 0, add 0. Now, no matter how many times I push it, once I hit that equals button, it says 0. They say sometimes you gotta be cruel to be kind, you know. And I'm not really a wicked guy like that, but yeah, wicked man about today, brother. Yeah. Them the story for dead. Cause how you forget something from nothing. Nobody can make sense of it. Nobody can see this happen. No one can't show me an experiment where you got something from nothing. Nobody
That's because
can
some
do it,
things are too old, Shafat. That's because some things are too old.
Yeah, but not. Listen, brother, if it was possible to get something from nothing, i.e., for example, if it was possible to add 0 to 0 and get a number, get something, anything, someone would have done it.
So let me ask you something. So, Bridget, why was there no mobile phones in Moses' times?
We don't know there was no mobile phones.
What do you mean, bro? What you trying to say, that they wrote all them stories in there and they can't mention about a mobile phone?
They didn't need to mention about a mobile phone because they said quite clearly. Listen. They said they quite clearly had that technology at the time.
An Ark of a Covenant, yeah, but they can't mention anything about a mobile phone. Do you want me to tell you why? Because man was not clued up yet for that yet.
All right, but what you're doing is you're making an argument and not letting me answer your question. So can I answer you? Yeah. It says, "Canst thou send lightnings that they go and say unto thee, here we are?" Can you send any kind of electrical signal to someone else which can say, here I am? Yes, you can. So we don't know if they had mobile phone, because we know they describe something that sounds like phone technology, but we just ain't seen we haven't actually seen the physical evidence. I ain't got a mobile phone that's ancient.
But that could be lightning. That could be lightning, like from the sky, though.
No, but lightning doesn't talk.
It makes a noise, though.
But it doesn't talk.
They said sound. So where does it say talk? Where does it say talk?
Canst thou send lightnings? So can you send lightnings? Not can lightning come from the cloud. Canst thou send lightnings that they may go and say unto thee, here we are? So you're sending these lightnings, and those lightnings can say to someone else, I am here. Just like when you watch them Star Trek programs and they got that little communicator thing, and you know they're trying to find someone, and the guy answers the little communicator, and now they know where he is. They can even track the communicator.
Okay. What about
just like you can
what about aeroplanes? What about aeroplanes?
Even that we don't know. We don't know that they didn't have aeroplanes. Look, listen. If I go on, if you look on the walls of Samaria, for instance, yeah, let's just go and look at there for a second, yeah. In fact, let's see if we can get any pictures. But long story short, you're gonna see pictures that look like airplane, they look like helicopter. So we don't know if it actually is, but there's a very large likelihood. Even things like when you're going to Hindu stuff and you're talking about Vermanas, and then you're talking about, like we said, the elephant god. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it, but the original depictions are a spaceman, cousin, a spacecraft. So back in the day, like way before science came up with an aeroplane, or any of these type of things, sorry, or any type of flight vehicle, there were vehicles, you know, that were designed, shaped this way, you know. But we have to go into some
But do you want me to tell you why?
some
Do you want me
Hindu
to tell you
stuff.
why that doesn't make sense? Do you want me to tell you why that doesn't make
Go on.
sense? When did we get mobile phones?
I don't know, 90s,
Well, when
80s, 70s, probably about 70s.
Right. Okay. So what you saying, that they were holding out on the technology?
Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So you reckon that electricity was the what was the almighty power that they had then? Yeah.
I reckon that what was what?
That electricity was like the almighty power to have then.
No, I don't think it was electricity was the almighty power to have. I think that electricity was definitely used by ancient societies, though, because we can find that I can't remember what they're called. There's some kind of battery, yeah.
So
in
did
the
they have
Middle East.
electric lawnmowers?
I don't know.
Well, how are these people so like, you know, they had mobile phones, but they can't draw like lawnmowers?
I don't know, cause I have no idea. That's a question I can't answer you, but I can tell you that the Baghdad battery is 2,200 years old. Yeah, and it's a clay jar found near Baghdad in Iraq, and has been described as the oldest known electric battery in existence, and it has nodes. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put this up on your screen for you, so you can see it for yourself, that before science discovered the battery, or before Western science discovered the battery, you know, other parts of the world, they already had these things, cuz. So who am I to say that they didn't have more? Who am I to say that this is where it ended? You know, like that, and this was the limit of their expertise and knowledge? I don't really know, because I can't go back there. But for some reason, the scientists, they like to lie and get away with it. They act like they invented everything, but they didn't invent nothing. And there you go. There's the proof.
Baghdad.
Right. It's on your screen, the Baghdad battery. Because how are you going to deal with that one? How are you going to deal with that one?
Well, we deal with that like how the ancient Egyptians had a similar device as well. They found in the clay pots with the copper rod, some next gold dust or some shit, and obviously they had alkaline and all that. So I mean, you've even got to look at that box that Moses made, laid
and
with
you got
gold.
to look at the And you got to look at the fact that your scientists lie. Look, your scientists say Alessandro Volta. This is the guy who apparently invented the battery. It was discovered by another Italian named Alessandro Volta, whom the battery was named after in 1800. Then in 1868, a Frenchman called Georges Leclanche invented the Leclanche cell. This was the origin of today's dry battery, but it could be inconvenient to use as its ammonium chloride solution would spill over. Yeah. So this is when you're talking about battery, this is the guy who invented the battery. They say it was invented in 1800, but hold up, wait a second. This was invented 2,000 years before, Kazi.
Yeah, but was it working when they found it? Was it working?
Of course it works. Why do you think they're calling it a battery? They know it works.
No, does it work? Did it say they made it work?
Of course they made it work. You want me to pull up a bit that says they made it work?
Yeah, of the Baghdad battery, yeah, that they made it. The one that they found, yeah. Not making one, the one that they found.
All right, here we go. How did the Baghdad battery work? The inner workings of the Baghdad battery. Fill the jar with an acidic liquid such as vinegar or fermented grape juice, and you have yourself a battery capable of generating a small current. The acidic liquid permits a flow of electrons from the copper tube to the iron rod when the two metal terminals are connected.
Right. That's
come
just
on,
a
man.
description of that's just a description of how it works.
Well, did
That's
it
called a
work?
description. I want them to say that they made it work. Like the ones that they found, did they make it work? Did it light up and come to life?
Why is that relevant?
I'll tell you why it's relevant, because the guy who actually made the battery made it work. Yeah, this is just an assumption.
No, it's not.
Of course it is, because it's not, bro. You can't find something like you can find a weird skeleton, yeah, and call it a fucking mermaid because it's got like a body of a, you know what I mean? But yeah, it could just be a fucking beluga whale or something like that. G, like it's got to be alive, yeah, and you got to have proof that it's alive and everything to actually claim it. Yeah, you can't dig something up. It's just a speculation.
Okay.
But I'm not denying it. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying that, yeah.
If it has all the features, if it has all the features of what a battery has, yeah, then it has all the capabilities of doing what a battery does. I don't need to know if they made it work or not from that perspective. But if you need to know, then we can go into that. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look it up because you want to know.
So
I don't believe anything. I know. I don't believe anything. No, I'm not believing nothing the scientists are saying, because I know how batteries work, and I know that a battery needs 2 nodes to work, just like it said on there. It's got nodes. Like, come on, man.
Okay,
I know that.
Did you learn that? Where does
some
that
type of
in the Bible?
I know it needs some type of acidic substance also to make it work.
And you learned that from scientists.
Listen, not being funny, yeah. Okay, maybe I did learn it from scientists, but the scientists learned it from Baghdad. So I didn't really learn it from the scientists, did I? Because Baghdad battery was around 2,000 years before your scientists. So your scientists are the ones who are borrowing, not me.
Okay,
if anything,
what were the Baghdad? Were they Christians in Baghdad at the time?
At the time, I would say that they were what's the thing called? A Shemitic people.
Interesting. And they would obviously had
found in 1938 by a German archaeologist. The Baghdad battery could be 2,000 years old and consists of a clay jar, a copper cylinder, and an iron rod. If filled with a weak acid-like vinegar, the combination produces around 1 volt. So there you have it. Yes, it works. Any more questions?
Yeah, you're just reading out scientific facts.
That's what it says. It says it works. Look, it says that it works. You asked if it works, so I typed that in. Does it work? Now we found yes, it works. It works, cuz. So obviously now we've got past the fact of whether it works or not, and now you know that it does work.
So the one that they found, it works. They made it work.
They filled it with, obviously, it says, if filled with weak acid-like vinegar, the combination produces around 1 volt. So obviously that's the thing they've tested it with, vinegar.
If found.
If filled.
Yeah, but they didn't say we filled it.
Well, how would you know that it would do something when filled with something unless you tested it?
I'll tell you how I'd know, because I'd make my own one. I'd make my own one again and add stuff into it.
No, bro. I think you're just making a false argument now. It's been filled with vinegar. They've tested it. Otherwise, they couldn't give you false information.
Where's the video then? Where's the video? Surely they must have videoed it. This is just speculation, man. What about that thing they found?
You're saying it's just speculation. Listen, do I need to go that deep for you to accept this? Is that what? Do I need to go that deep?
What about the first calculator?
Bro, let's not do that. Let's stick on calculator. Now let's stick on this one first, because you see, this is the thing where I've noticed this on other channels as well. People can't hold their arguments. So what they do is they run away.
Look what he
And
says. Possibly
obviously,
used for electro. Possibly, not fact. Possibly used for electro plating. Possibly.
okay.
And the claims. That's what I'm trying to say. So
No, you read that
what
wrong.
are you saying,
You
bro?
read that wrong. You read that wrong. I don't
No,
know what
bro,
you're reading.
bro, they're not gonna get, bro.
Do you know what
Whatever,
electroplating? Do you know what he was talking about with electroplating? It's relating to other things that it could have
Yes,
connected.
because the same thing
We're
that you're
talking about-
describing from science, because obviously you done science at school, yeah.
Everyone did science at school, I think, to some extent.
Debunking. Look,
Well, you can try and debunk it, but I think you're gonna have a hard time. So I'm waiting for the debunking now. I'm waiting
I
for you,
reckon
but
it was for
so
wine. I
far-
reckon it was for wine. It could have been for wine.
I got you, but right now your arguments seeming really shaky. You've given us no evidence. Every single piece of evidence I've shown you proves, for one, that it has all the features of a battery. Yeah, for one. Yeah.
That don't look
Nah.
bread in that. Nah, look that no bread
Here we
battery
go.
to me,
Here
bread.
we go. Here we go.
That look like wine
Has
in a
all-
jar.
Has all the features of a battery. Yeah, can you see
They're
the
peculiar,
electrical
tough.
node? Has all the features of a battery, cuz. Now, if it has all the features of a battery, your argument's already shaky. If
Try
the
putting that-
scientist,
Try
sorry,
putting
if
that
the
in your torch. Hey, bro, try
if
put that
the-
in your
if
car.
it's only producing 1 volt. But long
You think
story
that
short,
gonna work in your car?
if the scientists are already telling you, yeah, that this thing is a battery, yeah, and they're telling you that it has, you know, all the features of a battery, then you know what is
Yeah.
your problem? Because you believe in science.
Well, there you go. So obviously, I know you're getting really passionate about it. So thank you very much for proving that science absolutely makes your religion look
No, science copies religion.
foolish. Now
fact-
copy, Bridget.
In
Now
fact,
copy that.
you know what? I'm gonna be
Bridget,
honest with you.
Bridget,
I'm gonna be honest with you. Science was actually.
Bridget.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. One second.
Bridget. Man,
Science was.
man talk to bush, you know. You know,
Alright,
light.
I hear
Them
you.
have touch.
I hear you, but you have to understand science was made for retarded people, because most people didn't have brains big enough to deal with the real aspects of
So
what's going on in the world.
why are you
So what
talking
they
about
did
the
was-
Baghdad battery?
This is what
as
they
a way
did.
to
This is
explain
what they did.
science? Why
This
don't-
is what they.
why
This is
don't
what
you
they did.
explain
This is
the
what they
God
did.
way?
This is what they did. This is what they did. You see, way
then-
back in. You see, way back in them days, thousands of years ago, we already had all the answers, because people was more spiritual. So we already had all the answers. But we realized that there's a lot of retarded people in the world, and you know, they don't have the brain capacity to be able to fathom and understand in the spiritual aspects of what's going on, what we're dealing with. So what happened was the world got taken over by the retarded people, and now retarded people run the world. So what they do is they realize that they're so retarded that they'll never actually be able to figure anything out, because everything's already been done. They'll never actually invent anything. But what they did was they fooled the normal people like yourselves, you know, into believing in their nonsense, which they call science, and told you we invented this and we done this. They didn't do nothing. You lot were just dumb enough to believe them. That's where it is.
Okay. But what
Let's
about
be honest. Come on, cuz. Listen.
What about talking donkey?
Why can't you face up to this argument? Why do you have to divert? Look, cuz, listen. This is This is 2,000 years before your science discovers a battery, but you're still gonna follow the. Hold on. Listen, you believe in your scientists discovering something that was already made, which is more detrimental. I'd say that, to be fair. Come on, bro. People believe in Santa Claus. There's people that believe in Santa Claus, cuz. I get that.
Even though
people believe in
no a carpenter, you know, and Jesus a carpenter, all them things there,
brother.
Even-
Uno believe say a man. Uno
Jesus a
believe,
carpenter. What to your
brother. Uno I believe say a man. I gotta come down for your chimney.
Even
Pause.
Jesus have to work for
Brother.
keep me copper.
Brother,
Jesus
uno
a say, Lord,
believe.
Jesus a say, Lord Father, when you make me have a turn carpenter, you know. Uno a
Brother.
laugh.
brother.
Jesus,
believe
Jesus,
say
I
a
make him own
man,
cross. Jesus have
brother.
to fix him own cross. Him a carpenter.
Brother, you only believe say a man I got come for bring you present. No man never give me no present yet. Me no want the present from the man.
Well,
You
like
can't take the
Jesus,
present
no
if you want.
frankincense and myrrh. What you want?
You can't take,
Frankincense and
brother.
myrrh.
You can take them present if you want because you like this Christmas thing by the
Who
sun.
come
But
down? Who
brother,
come down to see when you're born?
brother,
3 wise man.
brother, me not deal with no Christmas foolishness, brother. Me I deal with the
Eh?
real facts, the
Who come
real
when you're
things.
born? Who come visit you? 3 wise man.
Brother, when you look on your screen, you can see a real battery.
Them look
Yeah,
on Shepherd and say,
you can see the real
frankincense and
thing.
myrrh.
Yeah. Come on, man. There's a point
Eh?
of just conceding, though. There's a point to just conceding because you see where it is. Yeah, it looks bad on the scientific community now because
It don't
the
look bad.
scientific
Stop
community.
talking
You
about
know what
it
it is?
then.
The
don't
scientific
care.
community, yeah, the scientific community, yeah, what it is, yeah, is you don't hold yourself to the same standards that you hold everyone else. So it's
Right,
okay
okay.
for you, it's okay for your science to copy from religion, and it's not
Right.
okay the other way around. It's okay for your science to not only copy from religion, just rewrite something they wrote, either in the opposite context or just blatant stealing. And then, you know, we can prove to you your science stole this from religious, so-called religious people, so-called Shemitic people. We can prove it, but you don't want to have none of it because, do you know what? You've been brainwashed. I realize that's what it is. Most people are brainwashed by the science, and that's how it's going to stay. And I'm going to let you lot remain brainwashed because the devil has his tricks, man. I'm not here to prepare and save everyone like that. You know, like that. But come on, bro. You saw the battery with your own 2 eyes, and all you done is
Me not
you've
see
just
nothing. Me not
mocked
see
it.
nothing but what you put on my screen.
Look, Eve, if you look on the screen, yeah, I'm trying to show this brother. Yeah, big up Eve, by the way, sis. Yeah. May I try to show the brother? Said 2,000 years before the Europeans said they might invent battery. Yeah, so 2,000 years before anyone in Europe knew what a battery was. Yeah, we can find in the Middle East what they now call Baghdad, where Shemitic people come from. We can find battery. But him believes that science invent everything. Yeah, we can go in. Look, we can.
That's so. See, you have to watch out for people like Schiffer. They believe in talking donkey. You want to end up in madhouse. And Jacob are wrestle with God. Schiffer, come. Bring more stories to us, Schiffer, man. I'm enjoying these stories, man. Schiffer are the real road dog.
So hear me, I say no, Eve. Yeah, the man say that the battery is fake. I said, hold on, the scientist that you believe in, brother, the scientist I tell you say the battery not fake, but him still no one believe it. The man asked me a question, him say, them have airplane in a them ancient world where them religious people find them story, you know. So long story short, for the people who don't understand how I said that, do they have airplanes and, you know, helicopters and all of this technology back in those days where, you know, these people, these religious people are getting their story from? Someone said, yo, brother, look on the wall. Look on the engraving. What it look like? Is what that look like to you, brother? That look like airplane.
That look like picnic I drop on the wall.
Brethren, you can't see the airplane. You see it? You see helicopter. You see airplane.
But they didn't have them. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying they were stupid people. That's an idea, Schiffer. That's what I was trying to say. That's something that came out from nothing. But they didn't have them. We think. What you think? What him name? Moses a riding tank when him asked run from getting cut from Pharaoh. Moses on foot.
Brethren, look what Wikipedia says. The helicopter hieroglyph is a name given to a part of an Egyptian hieroglyph. So all them have a helicopter hieroglyph, brother. Explain that blouse and skirt. Explain that fast now.
You want me to explain that to you?
Explain that fast now, brother.
Do you
Explain
want me to
fast.
explain it to you? Do you want me to explain it to you? Because you got clever people called scientists, yeah? You got clever people called scientists, yeah? Who are
Right now,
doing
right.
these type of things behind closed doors, Shiffer. That's why.
Alright.
And giving
But
you
them
and
about-
giving you people the other stuff to read.
Yeah, but brother, if them have a helicopter hieroglyph, that means them have the concept of helicopter from 3,000 odd years ago, brother. So how somebody can invent a concept that already exists, brother? How them for that?
Well, obviously somebody's taken that, yeah, and thought about it. Now, obviously somebody's thought about it, but the Egyptians didn't make aeroplane, did they? Where's the
Well, it's on
Egyptian
the
aeroplane?
wall. There's an aeroplane right
It's
there. You
on
can
the
see in the
wall, but
picture.
it's not in the air, brethren. It's on the wall, but it's not flying in the air, brethren.
Brethren, what may I
That
say
car
now?
soon
Hear me I say
come.
now.
That car,
Hear me I
that
say,
car
brother.
soon
Hear me I say.
come.
Hold on, brother,
That
brother,
car
brother, brother.
19.
Hold on. Brother,
Now
hold on,
BC,
hold on, hold on. Hold on. Just
before
relax here a
BC
second.
or AC.
Me have a question for you, brother. Yeah? Tell me where them having at Area 51 now, brother.
DOS.
Them have just dust? It's just dust in Area 51.
DOS.
All right. So we have got the foolishness now. Brother, let me tell you something. Yeah. You want to believe in the white man's lies. If you want the white man to beat you with the stick for the rest of your life, me can't stop you now. But me, I try to help you, brother. You can't make the white man beat you with the stick for the rest of your life. Brother, them lie to you. Them tell you one bag of lies and tell you so them
Brethren,
invent.
me not gonna lie to you,
They
brethren.
never make nothing. They
Brethren,
never
me
make
not gonna
nothing,
lie to you,
brother.
but you is
They
more
never make
dangerous
it.
than the white boy, you know. You is
Brother,
more
them
dangerous
can't
than
make
the
it.
white man.
Brother, me I tell you, so them never invent
Brethren,
it.
me
Me
not
just
gonna
show
lie
you
to
the
you, brethren, but
battery.
you is more dangerous than the white man, you know.
Brother, me
You
just
is
show you the battery.
dangerous, brethren.
Brother, me
You
just
bring
me,
a
me
fart
just
panda.
show you the battery, brother. Me just show you the battery. And them never invent it, but them tell you so them invent it. So who more dangerous? A pure lie them I tell. When I deal with. Me tell you so them never invent nothing. Me can show you the helicopter, me can show you the airplane, me can show you anything you want to say. Me can show you ancient computer. Me can show you the ancient version. Them never invent nothing, brother. What we are gonna do? What them know about mechanism? Them just learn about that from we. Them learn about that from Africa. Them learn about it from the Middle East. You know it. So when we come in at this thing proper, we have to say, well on, them never invent nothing. A one bag of lies them invent. And if it's one bag of lies where them invent, that means that the religion is real. And it's one bag of lies, them I tell you to keep you away from it. Them I try to trick you. Trust me, brother. The tricks, them I try to trick you.
Don't let them fool you.
It's true.
Oh, no.
It's trick them I try to trick you. Come on, man. Look, come on, Daddy, man. You can see it there. Can you see the helicopter though? Seriously. Look on your screen. You can't see the airplane.
The
You can't see
plane
it.
land. It's the plane land.
Airline.
On the Cali weed, where they get it
Where
from.
you get it from?
The plane
The
land.
plane land.
Yes, the plane
It's the
land.
plane land.
So I left the plane and me pay it. Listen, Bridget, you see that
The
there?
plane land.
Apart from
Egypt
that.
plane land. Me here say nothing like the situation. The plane land. Egyptian plane land. You like that
Listen,
one?
not plane land. Not plane land. And me think is that is just your imagination.
What? Don't make me laugh. Look right here, look. I'll get this one up for you. Look what it says here. Look. This ain't me saying this now, you know. Look, this says bee or wasp. That's a fish, according to this. That's a helicopter. Yeah. That is a tank, according to this. That's a plane and another plane. So there's even more than one plane. I didn't even notice that one. But the point I'm making is, yeah, if someone else can make this assertion, the first people who saw it could have made the same assertions. The same way when they talk about Hitler, you looking at flipping ancient Hindu text or whatever it is, Sanskrit texts and rare and coming up with all new technologies. I think it's all related, bro. I think it's all the same thing. I think this is our ancient peoples, our ancient societies. Yeah, they had technology that they learned from the Anunnakis, from the aliens, whatever else. And I also believe that when we talk about these things, that's what we're referring to when we refer to angels, demons, and yeah, everything's real. It's all true. The whole thing's true, but they don't want you to believe it. They want you to
fire up a bun.
They want you to believe their lies. They want you to believe their lies, because a one bag of tell lie vision them a deal with. One bag of tell lies.
Nobody move. Nobody get hurt. Hey, nobody move. Nobody get hurt. I'm gonna come down up a brock up her hands skirt.
So Eve says she's a strong believer in science, but she also thinks there were and are other natural elements of energy. So I hear that, and maybe a bit later on you can jump on with us and give us a bit more in-depth explanation of that. But I think at this point I'm kind of done, unless Natty's got anything else that he wants to present to this argument.
Yeah, like I mean, even if you think about like even with the seasons are represent something, and the seasons when we think that the seasons are gone, when we think winter's gone, it don't really done in certain places. It takes time to wither out and time to leave. So when you got all this hot and cold and everything like that, it affects, like in the winter time, things die. A lot of things die. You know what I mean? Winter time is a time for things to like refresh. Then we wait for the spring. We wait for the birth of things. We waiting for that rejuvenation of wealth of life to really start opening up. And then after that we have the summer, and during them times it's vital to get as much of that as you can, because then you're gonna have them dark days again. So yeah, man, I'm a big believer on that type of stuff there, bro.
All right, well, unless there's something else you'd like to present in your argument, I'd just like to say that I feel honestly that the evidence I've produced, I'm not surprised you're the only person here, because I think everyone else, they've probably gone away to have a long think about this before approaching with their point of view, if it is one that aligns with the Big Bang Theory, because I think it's just like, to me, it looks silly at this point. It looks silly at this point. Big up Jen Wallace, especially in the sense of, like I said, these ancient people who we call the ones who wrote the religious books then, or the spiritual texts, they seem to know more about this world than these scientists of today, which I find very strange, also very quite worrying. Not only that, we seem to find all of the technology that you seem to think is so special today, to some extent, in these ancient books, whether it be the idea of the technology, the concept of the technology, pictures of the technology, whatever it may be, from airplanes to helicopters to mobile phone to, communication devices, however you want to look at it. All of these things are implicated in these ancient texts. So I think the issue that I have then is that, if all of these things have already been implicated, already been illustrated, already been written in stone, then how can someone else invent it? That don't make sense.
Okay.
You didn't invent nothing.
Okay.
You didn't invent nothing.
Yes, pick up the man them.
Not the damn thing. Walk on, Shucks. Walk
Okay.
on.
Now when you flip it over to the alien side, yeah. That's what I was trying to explain the other night of, okay, let's say for instance, yeah, we know the world is going to end, right? And let's say the world is going to end because we keep on getting overpopulated. We don't want to die, we want to live. So we try to eat as much as we can, we try to, have as much children as we can, be as happy as we can, do what we like, yeah. But as we all know, yeah, that if our friends are living over in America and they're doing one thing, and we're over here doing another thing and everything like that, we're not gonna we're not going to really get to know each other. You get what I'm trying to say? So we're going to obviously try to defend the way how we want to defend. We're going to want to have, let's say, for instance, let's say our beliefs, yeah? So, okay, so all around the world, you've got evidence of, you know, pyramids, yeah, people building pyramids, and then underneath the pyramids, you've got evidence of tunnels and everything like that. And then also you've got evidence of beings, yeah,
and spiritual teachings, and we got evidence of spiritual teachings all over the world. Ancient ones. We don't have any evidence of the Big Bang Theory all over the world, though. That's very recent. And, you know, it's a concept that only these modern day scientists seem to follow. And it's a concept that, like I've tried to explain today, it can't make sense. If you, well, this is the thing, Islam might want to co-sign it, but I'd imagine that some of Islam ain't going to want to co-sign it because it can't make sense for this reason. If I add 0 to 0, I've still got nothing. So if your Big Bang Theory is nothing, creating something,
but that's out of our depth.
It can't
That's
make
out of
sense.
our depth, though, yeah. But with
well, then why did they come up with it then?
No,
why did they come up with it?
No, I'm talking about with the alien stuff. When you're talking about that, I could be naive because look at the technology we've got now. We can say that it doesn't get given to us for like 10 years, maybe because it's being used on us. Yeah, and then it gets to a point where obviously they may need us to start, you know, using it. Do you get what I mean? As sources of ways of, you know, like control. So yeah, man, like if you look at it like that way, yeah, we could be run by another species.
All right, hold up. One sec. We got Jem Wallace in the building. So Jem Wallace said it wasn't nothing. The Big Bang was literally that something. Now, Jem Wallace, let me explain something to you. We just watched the video. We can go back and watch it again, but the guy is very clear in the video. He says the universe started expanding from nothing. And what we're calling a Big Bang isn't really a Big Bang. We're calling it's the actual expanding of the universe. He said, as far as the actual Big Bang, the first instance, the very first thing that happened, he said the scientists cannot work that out. He said that's the point where their tools break down. Yeah, so we watched the video. We all got the rundown.
No, come on. No. You've taken that argument because I don't know why, to be honest. But the science these days, that's not their standpoint. Remember, science is always shifting. They're always trying to find, you know, new evidence, new hypotheses, etc., etc. They don't claim to have all the answers, unlike religion. The newest one we spoke about it the other day is that they believe it was the end of one universe, and this is the whole point. This is why I'm saying, where do you interject God if science is saying this is the end of another universe, or how do you explain it? Because you can't say that, you know, there was nothing and then there was a Big Bang, because science is not saying that. That's not what they're saying. But that's a religious argument where they like to inject God, because it fits their narrative perfect. Because the Big Bang theory has been around so long, they get to say now, oh, well, you know, you don't know what happened before, so guess what? That must be God. You're basically admitting that there's a God. But science has taken a new stance. And they're saying it was the ending of another universe. So basically, all you've seen is something perpetual, and it still doesn't lead you to be able to inject God there.
Pause. Yeah, you said it's the ending of another universe. Hold up. If I go into the Bible, the original text where the Bible is being taken out of, the Sumerian text, guess what our universe is? Guess what our world is?
You're saying Sumerian is Christian.
It's the end of that it's the end of that universe as we know it.
Hang on. First, let me just ask you, just so we're clear.
It's the beginning of a newly structured universe under the deity that comes into our universe from where we don't know. Yeah. So what you're talking about is still doing exactly the same thing. All science does is it keeps copying little bits more out of religious texts and then conflating it as science. And
listen, anyone that's taking my stance is not bound by science. Anyone that's taking my stance is privy to be able to take information from all different places. We can take information from archaeology, you know, carbon testing, you name it. anthropologist, whatever. We can take information from anywhere. I'm not bound to anywhere. I'm not like a Jehovah's Witness or a SDA. I'm nothing like that. So I can take information from wherever I want. So I'm going to be more equipped to obviously tackle anything because of the vast information that's available to me. So when you say things like Sumerian, all that information, that's not information that necessarily I think you got the right to even draw from. Because if you're coming from a Christian standpoint, you have to stick with that. You can't tell me Sumerian when Christianity began 2,000 years ago. You know, Islam 1,400 years ago. What are we doing?
Now what,
You get what I'm saying?
What you're
like,
doing, now what
all
you're
of these
doing
civilizations 13,000 years ago, that's not part of Christianity.
Pause. Now, I'm saying to you, yeah, what you said categorically is a massive error for this reason. Christianity only began, 1,000 odd years after the Bible. The Bible was around long before Christianity. So if you want to get into it like that, we can, but then we have to understand where the Bible actually comes from. The 72.
But that wasn't what I said. That wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument at all.
No, it was. You
yeah,
said
my argument. You can't take information that's outside of the Bible. That's my argument. You're not privy to that information.
The Bible. I actually can.
How?
Because
anything outside the Bible is science.
If a scientist says something, I can listen to what they say and I can tell them whether it sounds real or unrealistic. And I'm saying to you, the Big Bang Theory sounds madly unrealistic for this reason. For one, that it seeks to copy religion's argument and make some conflated argument with it. For two, these ancient people who wrote these religious arguments or spiritual arguments, they seem to know a lot more about our universe and a lot more about technology, everything, than what we even know now.
Okay.
So once I get into that,
can I ask you a question?
One second, just one more thing, and then I'll answer your question. Once I get into that side of it now, I can say to you that you're saying the Big Bang Theory has been updated, all of these things, all of this wonderful stuff. But I'm telling you that the Big Bang Theory is still creating nothing into something, which doesn't make no sense. Show me the one that doesn't. Show me one that doesn't.
It's exactly what I just said. Yeah, it's perpetual energy. Yeah. Which is a law that all scientists accept. Energy cannot be, destroyed or created. It's perpetual. So therefore, they have come to the conclusion. Sorry, what were you saying to me?
How is it testable?
How is it tested? Okay, when you die,
explanation. I want to know how you can test and what test you can use to prove a Big Bang happened.
Okay, I can prove it to you. No. Don't change the question. I said.
I want to know how
you can only ask me what I said. You can't.
What is the test called that they use to prove the existence of a Big Bang? That's my question.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What is the test? They've obviously observed through telescopes, and they can obviously see the beginning. Because you have to remember all light. And the way it hits the telescope, you can tell how how old it is. So when you're getting information like 13 billion years and all of these numbers here, whether you want to believe it or not, it kind of lets them paint a picture. But I'm not saying that necessarily they are correct, but you're telling me your version of events. But so I wanted to ask you, a man that or a God that can speak things into existence, why does he need to rest on the seventh day?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
I mean, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Doesn't matter why he did anything.
It's very relevant because you're asking me to prove the Big Bang. So I'm asking you for your creation story. Let's scrutinize your creation story. It's the exact same thing.
I'm not asking you to prove. I'm saying to you which is more plausible, which one sounds more realistic. Now I'm saying to you that the Big
hypothesis sound more realistic. It does.
Saying to you,
sounds a lot more realistic.
And I'm saying to you, the Big Bang Theory sounds unrealistic for these reasons. It has no realism to it. Yeah, it says, I'm going to say this: a theory can never be proven. For one, yeah. And the only way you can come up with a theory and call it a scientific theory is, like you said, whether something has to be testable or something is observable. Yeah. So you have to be able to test something or observe something. But I'm going to be honest with you, observing something is not good enough. Because guess what? If I observe someone going to Sainsbury's every week, that don't mean they're going to go to Sainsbury's every week. 7 weeks from now, they could just alter and say, I'm going to Aldi. You know, like that. So the point I'm making is this. Observation is not good enough. When you're dealing with your big bang, that's all your scientists are doing, observing. They can't test anything. There is no provable test. So to that effect, you shouldn't be telling people something's real that you can't test. You shouldn't be doing that. That's called lying to people. Now, some people are silly.
Let me ask you something, yeah?
1 second.
Like what?
Some people are silly enough to accept this observation side of science, yeah? But I think observation is where, you know, that's where the devil deceived you. Yeah, because he's telling you
let me prove to you observation science, yeah? How was the Gregorian calendar created?
I don't know.
Okay, by observing, the cosmos, they created a calendar, yeah? How do you think they knew about leap years? And leap year, it's not just, what is it, every 4 years? It's not just every 4 years. They've also calculated by every 100 and every 1,000, they make adjustments to account for the leap year. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like for them to have all of this information, yeah? These are Christians we're talking about now, yeah? Let's not get it twisted, yeah?
You just said that they...
Or should I say, no, or let me say Catholics. They're actually Catholic.
Before we race ahead, before we race ahead, you said they have to adjust their calendar for leap years, right?
Yeah.
So that means
because 365, yeah, because it's an extra 4 hours or whatever it is. It's like what do you mean it's not even accurate? If you want to, but it's created by Christians and you're saying it's not even accurate. Where does that leave you? Like I would personally say it's third. Listen, I would personally say you should have 13 months and 28 days. That's the calendar I believe you should have, yeah? But this calendar that we have now and is working now, it is what it is. But no, everybody knows a year is not 365 on the dot. Everyone knows that. That's common knowledge. So what do? Because there's no straight lines in nature. So what do? We try to obviously do the best we can so it can work for us. Yeah? That's how it works. You got to remember, like, you know, things that we don't understand, you're never going to be able to put straight lines and have it totally perfect. This is nature. Surely as a religious man, as a spiritual man, you should understand that.
But maybe this is why the ancients knew so much more than we did, in my belief. Because the fact of the matter is, our calendar is not even accurate enough. It don't even start at the right time. They didn't even get the dates right. They didn't even get the seasons right. So when we have our year, the seasons don't fall at the right times. We're getting sometimes sun in winter, you know, raining and snowing, flipping summer, and stupidness because they messed up. And once we understand that they messed up, it means they didn't know in the first place, cuz. So all that does is prove me right.
Listen, I beg you.
Right. I don't know if it's, you got bad reception still, but you have cut out quite bad. So I thought I was trying to wait to see if you'd cut back in.
But what you're saying that was made. Oh, I don't know what stance you're taking.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying this. That the people who come up with your Big Bang Theory, if anyone believes in it, for the audience, this is now, they're liars. They're telling you that this is a theory they've come up with by observing something. They ain't observing nothing but a Bible. I'm telling you, I'm not arguing no more. I'm done arguing.
That's absolutely false. Absolutely false.
Listen, their argument not only mirrors what we're going to find in a Bible, also, how would you know there was
you're saying you can find a Big Bang in the Bible?
No.
What are you actually saying? Are you saying they're gonna? So what are they gonna find mirrored in the Bible?
Let me finish, because you're not gonna understand. Let me finish. Yeah, I'm saying to you that the Big Bang Theory just copies what's in the Bible and gives a new rendition of it. Yeah, first and foremost. Then I'm saying that as far as the scientists are concerned, the only thing they are observing is that the universe, they say it's expanding. They can't even prove that it's expanding, but they say that it is because of what they're observing. But they don't know if what they're observing means something else. They can't absolutely prove that, first and foremost. Second and foremost, none of these experiments are testable. So any information they're giving you is a lie.
Complete
test
multiple fallacies.
So if I can test something and I can prove it, then it's not a lie. If I can't test something and I can't prove it, then it is a lie.
Okay. Almost, you know, all scientific experiments are tested and peer reviewed. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like the peer review is so harsh, like the scrutiny is so immense with you know, are you claiming that science don't have peer review? Do you want to look into how much, you know, scientific papers and studies are scrutinized? They all have to be tested. That's the whole point. Yeah, unless you're making,
what is the test?
Unless you're making a hypothesis, or a theory, and you know it's a theory, it's in the name, theory.
All right. So
yeah, anytime it's theoretical, you use whatever information you're armed with to base your theory. Yeah, but at this stage, it's still theoretical. And if you need me to say it clearly, it could be absolute bullshit. Could be absolute bullshit. Absolutely theoretical. Your theory could be completely wrong. Yeah, the same way. I swear I said this the other day. Like Stephen Hawkins, yeah, he won whatever that award is, yeah, by undoing his own work. So he took a stance on, I don't remember exactly what it was now, yeah, and then he found out some other information, and then it changed everything, and he won a prize on that. But he was undoing his own work. And I told you before about the mechanical error with their telescope when they thought about Planet X. They thought there was a whole nother planet. They thought there was a whole nother planet, and they got that wrong. There's so many things that have been wrong.
You see the issue we're going to have here, yeah? You see the real issue we're going to have here, yeah? Is look at the question on the screen. Test and prove God right now. Now, we've tried and tested God many times. God has been proven so many times. I'll tell you how many times God's been proven. I'll tell you how many times, yeah, and then you can, if you think never, then cool. But I'm gonna tell you that I can prove to you God has been tested many times, and if you think never, that's entirely up to you. But I'm gonna say this: every single time people go to the war and they win the war in the name of the Most High, that's God being tried, tested, and proven. Every single time a miracle happens, every single time someone prays for something and that thing comes true without them having any control over the situation. Not the situations they're in control of anyway. Yeah. Now, what I'm saying to you is we have all of this proof of the Most High. Now, that's the test, you know, to pray and the Most High to solve a problem that's unsolvable, that is outside of your control. Yeah. That's the test for you to go to war in the name of the Most High. And the people who went to war in that name, they won. Yeah. Now, I'm saying to you, what is the test for the Big Bang? What's the test for it?
Okay, so when Israelis and Palestinians are fighting, they both believe in God, yeah, and they're, you know, the Gaza Strip, they're blowing it to pieces, you know, like landmines and, you know, all of these drone attacks, and they both believe in God. I think you could even say they believe in the same God. So how could the same God fail one nation and make the other nation prevail? In the name of God.
That's an easy one. So one nation don't really follow the Most High, and the other one really does. And one nation.
Well, Israel seems to be winning them. So I don't get that.
One second. And one nation, yeah, may be dealing with the devil, yeah, and the devil may have power and dominion on this planet to some extent. And until Revelation, the Most High ain't gonna do nothing to unsettle the balance. He's going to let the balance remain. So to that effect, you know, there's two arguments I can make there. Now, as far as your Big Bang Theory, what test are you using to prove this exists?
let me tell you something. Yeah, I think I said it 3, 4 times already now. Yeah, from time you're asking me, to justify a theory, it's a bit like telling someone that's taking their driving license, all right, sit and read this theory book, yeah, and then show me, your pass certificate. And the person gonna say, yeah, but I haven't, hasn't been tested yet. I'm just doing the theory. I'm just reading the theory.
Thank you.
Do you
That's all
understand?
I wanted. Thank
It's
you.
like
That's all I wanted. That's all
yeah,
I wanted. Now you've
yeah.
admitted.
So
Now you've
the
admitted that.
So no. Hang on.
Now you've admitted
So
that.
I want
Now
to
you've
know now, where is the practical? Unless you are Moses or one of them man who's actually had interaction, where is the practical with God? Yeah, since you're scrutinizing me on theory, where is the practical with God?
Listen, not being funny, yeah.
Attainable,
Listen, I'm gonna
tested,
be honest with you.
that we can get now. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't need to answer that question because I already did. But I'm gonna say this. Technically, Jen Wallace is in the chat saying to me, "Test and prove God right now." But she seems to believe in Big Bang.
Big up Jen Wallace.
But anyone who believes in Big Bang Theory, why haven't you said this to your scientists before you started believing?
Why do you put people in a category? No, hang on. Why do you put people in a category to say I have to believe in the Big Bang Theory because I don't necessarily believe? Listen, for me the problem's not God in itself. It's the scripture. It's sticking to the scripture.
For you. That question weren't for you. That question's for the listeners. Listen to the question again, listeners. Yeah, for anyone out there who believes
don't matter. Rhetorically answered.
For anyone out there who believes in Big Bang Theory, why have you not made them test and prove it? Anyone out there, anyone in the chat, Jen Wallace, anyone who believes it. If you believe it, Sham, then please give me an answer. But if you don't believe it,
that's because it's called a theory.
All right,
it's something that
exactly
that.
But you're gonna accept it though.
Believe, but it's something that makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. I'm skeptical.
All right, so you're no different to religious people.
It fits in my world.
Makes more sense than resting on the seventh day. Yeah.
So you're no different to religious people. Then you want something to believe in. You want something to believe in.
I don't close my eyes and talk to people. When I close my eyes, I don't hear someone talking to me. I don't stand there with my eyes closed talking to anyone. I just get on with my day.
Am I on? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. 1 second though, Jen. Yeah. You see what we're gonna do here right
loud
now?
And clear.
I'm gonna go silent and I'm gonna let Jen Wallace speak because I'll be honest, I won this argument so easily. I didn't even need to fight a battle this time. But when you lot can explain to me what it is that is the test you're using, what can verify science. 1 second.
Okay, give me 2 minutes and I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the answer. I'm gonna tell you the answer.
1 second. Listen to the question first. The test you're using that can verify science above religion, because guess what? We can test and prove the Big Bang Theory. The same way you're expecting us to test and prove the existence of the Most High. That's what I'm saying. If you expect for religious people to test and prove the existence of the Most High, you have to be able to test and prove the existence of your creation. I'm going on mute and I'm listening, and you can hear the passion now, innit? Because you know what? You see today.
Jen, do you want to take that or?
Yeah, because I'm at work. I only got a couple minutes. So the literal test.
You only need 2 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So the literal test that they use to collect evidence for the Big Bang Theory is measuring cosmic radiation waves. So what they did was they took a measurement between our galaxy and a near galaxy, and they calculated the distance. And then they used physics to calculate the rate of that second galaxy moving away from our galaxy, right? And then they used, believe it's I don't know if it's other physics, but what they did was they measured the cosmic radiation waves that were traveling from our galaxy to the next galaxy. So in a combination of physics, measurements, mathematics, and thermodynamics, they can determine that our galaxy started from a singularity. So there is literally tests There's literally tons of papers that you could look up with all kinds of scientific shit that I
Yes.
don't understand, right? But you know what? There's nothing. There's
Yeah.
nothing. There's no proof to say that God
Yeah.
zapped us into existence from nothing, literally.
Yeah. But that's
So
can I say, can I just add to when can I you know, when you're saying about radiation and waves and everything, he's probably gonna say to you, oh, but how can we prove that? How can we prove that? Even though he's probably
because you
standing
can
at home
detect
warming up a
them.
microwave pizza right now. No, I know, because we got microwaves and we got all of these different things that, you
Right.
know, have radiation waves. And this is what I'm
And
saying. So
that's
he'll
proof
happily
because
warm
we've
up
been
his
able to
microwave pizza,
duplicate.
but he won't
Right. We've
accept
been
it.
able to
Yeah.
duplicate cosmic microwaves and contain it into a box that will heat up your sandwich. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, there's a lot. But yeah, I got to
Yeah.
get back
And
to
can I
work. So
say
let's go
something
back
else?
to the
Can I add to
chat.
that
But
also
Shifter,
as well?
you wallet, Shifter, you wallet.
Go on,
Don't do that.
have a great day.
Hold on,
Have a great day. Yeah.
Hey, big up
Yeah, he
Jen
wilding.
Wallace. Big up. And
Hang
I am
on.
wilding. I am wilding.
Let's bury this hatchet. Also, as well, isn't it ironic that NASA created the MRI machine and microwaves and all of these things? So we got things in real life, yeah, that we can test and all the rest of it now, yeah. Yeah, we can vibrate water molecules at a certain you know, level to warm up food and to do all of these things. We can see inside your body with MRI. And they are now telling you that they're using this same technology to look into space. But yet
Yeah, you did cut out for a second there. Yeah, you cut out again. But no, I'm
still
hearing you
people
guys.
don't want to believe it.
I'm
You
hearing
gotta
you
say
guys.
this is willful.
Yeah.
Take a second, breathe.
Yeah, pause. But I'm hearing you guys' argument, innit? And like I said,
Can
I'll go on
I
mute,
raise my point?
Yeah.
and I'm gonna let urban analysis go next. But Sham, I don't know if your signal's bad, but you're cutting in and out.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna let you lot speak. I'm coming back when my signal's good. Don't worry. We got time.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Go on, Urban.
Fire away,
Yeah,
man. Everyone's had their chance.
I think I don't know where I am or if I only just come back on. I was on a delivery. Yeah, I thought that basically they're looking into they look for a telescope. They're looking through telescopes. Yeah, basically, the further you're looking into the galaxy, you're actually looking into the past because it takes a certain amount of time for the light
Correct.
to reach the Earth. So when you're looking up and you're seeing these stars, you're actually seeing
100% correct. Yes.
From like however many millions of years ago there.
Pause. Wait a second. Yeah, because we did this yesterday, and I remember this. I remember this in the back of my mind like it was yesterday. Yeah, in my mind's eye, I can see the video.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Now they was talking about. Hold on. They was talking
the past.
about.
Yes.
They was talking about the radio waves. Yeah. They move at light speed, right? Just like phone signals, they move at light speed, right? How long does it take for a phone signal to reach your phone?
I don't know.
It's instant.
No, it's not.
Well, how long is it? You tell me.
It's always
I can't confirm that.
It's behind. Have you never watched? Have you never watched that? Have you never had a Sham? You're cutting in and out. Have you never had a couple of TVs on in different rooms and they're different synchronity?
No.
Have you ever done that? You ever had a TV running on the same channel in 3 different rooms in your house, and each one's getting it at a different time?
Yeah, I know. I'll get you where one's like lagging behind.
Yeah, and that's because it's not all at the same speed. It's the same with phones. I've had it. I can't think off the top of my head of an example, but I know that I've been in a situation where you say, yeah. So if me and you're in the same house and we're speaking to each other via a phone, you notice the delay, and you're standing close to each other, so there shouldn't even really be a delay, but there is because it has to go wherever it goes and then come all the way down.
To a radio tower.
So what I do. The thing is, yeah, it's like for laymen, yeah, it's easy to discard things that we don't understand. It's easy to not believe things that we don't understand because we're not professionals in the field of what we're trying to understand or discuss. So I know that I was working with my friend for a little while, and he's in telecommunications. I did like learn a little bit about telecommunications, like VoIP, voice over internet protocol. I forget what the other one was called. And there's like pathways across the world, and there's only certain networks own certain pathways, and the other networks rent the pathways off of other networks. And there's cheaper networks and there's more expensive networks.
I've got a better question.
Cheaper because I use it.
I got a better question. Does the sun come up in the morning?
Well, that's kind of like an illusion.
All right. Why is that?
It
Because
doesn't actually come up.
Is that because the planet's spinning?
Yes.
All right. So technically, the light don't take no time to get here. It's just the planet still taking time to spin.
And I'll test, but as a layman talking of logic that I understand, I'll test a bit of both. I'll tell you, it takes the time for the. I mean, I think the heat we're experiencing at the minute, the last couple of days, and I think it's bad to get hotter, is because of a solar flare, which is basically the sun emitted a bit of extra energy that we're going to experience. It's hard to understand it. I do try and listen to a lot of. I mean, that's why I like these streams, because you're talking and learning from people that can articulate themselves in a way that we understand, like in a common way. Whereas you listen to like experts and it kind of gets a bit boring because you don't understand. They're talking in a way that you can't really relate to. It's a bit hard to get into it and take it in.
I'll be honest here, Herbs. I'll be honest here. I've got a flipping. I've got to do an important call quickly, yeah, and I need to go down the shop quickly. So I'm listening to you lot, yeah. I'm gonna jump on the phone anyway, but I'm listening. I'm waiting for a good explanation for me to accept Big Bang Theory above creation story. I'm not looking for an argument to say. I'm not looking for an argument to say that the creation story. You know what? I can bring you the absolute proof and show it to you because we ain't got a time machine. I already said this. I'm not looking for the Big Bang Theory. Do you know what? I can take you back in a time machine and show you the Big Bang Theory happening, but I'm expecting you to show me something that guarantees me that this is the answer, because that's what science is about. Science is about guarantees. It's about testing things and proving them.
Listen,
so if we can't prove
I don't think you listen to what they...
Yeah, well, if we can't prove it, the bottom line is if we can't prove it, it doesn't exist in science. So why is science telling you things they can't prove? Because
we've just told you things have been proven.
All right, so listen, yeah, I was Mike. I'm just about to go through like a really small tunnel in Enfield on the M25. It's really small, but it might cut out. Right, so I was listening to that same guy I was telling you about yesterday, that Mitchell guy. On Joe Rogan this morning. Oh fuck! I hope it don't cut out. I'm gonna put my foot down and try and get through as quickly as I
watched it, by the way. I watched that.
Oh, you watched it? Yeah.
I did. Yeah.
Do you remember the bit where he was saying? So I heard it again today. The bit where he was saying that about technology that they know will work, but they don't actually. So it's science fiction at the moment, but going by the laws of physics, it does actually work. They just don't have the technology to do it yet.
Yeah.
And he was referring to using black holes for energy.
Like, yeah, of course, like warp drive and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good.
Yeah, there's loads of ones, and also he was talking about.
Are you suggesting that science will come up with a technology?
Yeah, wait, hold on.
Are you suggesting that science is going to come up with a technology for measuring the Big Bang Theory? Talk to me.
Well, they already have, but using the laws of physics, they can prove the Big Bang. But my thing is this: I believe.
Whoa. They can prove it. They can prove it. They can.
You'll find God. How about that?
They can prove that it happened. Where is this information?
Yes.
Show us tell us where it is, because I'd like to see this. We're down for some proof today. We're up for some proof. Can you tell us where this proof is?
I'll tell you what.
You did.
In a minute, I'm pulling up to another delivery. Yeah, so I've got to jump off. In between that time, I'm going to get the link and I'm going to come back and I'm
Didn't
going to
listen to what he said. He just
for you to
told
follow.
you. He just told you that viewing.
Sham, man, you're not doing us any
things,
justice with that
you're
signal, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd just like to see the proof
from back in the
myself.
day.
I'd
I
like to
imagine him doing. I imagine him doing the
Yeah.
robot dance, like what's his name, Crouch, when he's talking like that. And you're like,
Come on. Look, I just like to see it for myself. Yeah. Jen, you can send me something, but you see, if what you send me doesn't show me how it's testable and irrefutable, then
But
unfortunately,
listen,
we're gonna be back
is
to
it bad until it gets better?
I'm gonna bring it for you. Don't worry, I've got it. It's my gift to you. It's a Friday offering. I'm going to sacrifice 5 minutes of my time as an offering to the great Schiffer.
You know what? I really hope that your information absolutely proves the Big Bang Theory and proves without any shadow of doubt, beyond any shadow of doubt, that there's no other explanation for how the universe began and for how the world was created, X, Y, Z. If it doesn't, but if it doesn't, then I'm going to need you at that point to accept that it doesn't and to accept that the Big Bang Theory is a lie.
But can I just give you my? Let me just give you my thing. One thing, yeah. I believe in the Big Bang, yeah. But the thing for me where science falls down is what caused the Big Bang and what was before the Big Bang. That's where, for me, creation
Thank you.
comes into it.
All right. So therefore, like I said, that's the point where I'm saying this thing has to be measurable and testable. You have to be able to go back to the actual event and measure the event or test the event or test an event that's exactly the same. Not one similar, one that's the same. And if that's not possible...
The thing is, though, Shift, the person who I'm going to play, it's like people can come up with evidence, but then people decide whether they want these people to be credible or not. People come out, no, he works for the government. He's part of the big conspiracy. He's getting paid. Like, so if you're not willing to accept what the expert's saying, then you're not going to accept it as a fact anyway. So it's like one of them ones, isn't it? It's like whether or not you accept that the person that you're listening to is telling the truth. Because
trying to make sense.
The instrument that they're using to prove it, we're never going to be able to get access to use that fucking instrument. So we have to take them on face value, innit? And it's whether or not they're willing to accept that.
Do you accept what I said earlier, though, in the sense of what we know about the Big Bang Theory, what we actually suppose what the scientists are observing is in relation to the universe expanding and into relation to light being formed in the universe, because light is the first thing they talk about being formed, from all of these whatever essences was exploding out of this Big Bang.
Light was a reaction of an explosion.
All right. So now, if light is the first thing being formed, if I go into a Bible, you have a few passages, and then guess what happens? Guess what's formed? You have a few lines and then light. So can you understand me saying that that's a direct copy, but all you've done is just put different words into it? It's almost like rewriting the Bible. And when I listen to this science stuff, that's what it sounds like.
The thing is, the Bible's giving you a primitive explanation, whereas science is going into depth with that explanation. But it is kind of the same thing. I agree. Yeah.
All right, so Natty Two Dread, can you explain to me why you had a problem with me saying this earlier? If Herbs can understand it, and he takes the stance of agreeing with the Big Bang, why is it impossible to get you there?
All right, so what you're basically saying that all these books are, all these religious books are educational science books then?
I'm saying there's science to them. I'm not saying this for the purpose of just education. I'm saying they're still spiritual books, but a lot of stuff in them has got scientific undertones, or what you would call scientific, we call religious. Does that make sense? So when you say science, I say religious.
Or what you'd call for their time a horse and carriage, a chariot, we'd call now like a mini.
Maybe, possibly, but like I said, what you called science in technology, I call the workings of the Most High or the workings of demons, one way or another. And I think most technology, according to you know, the scriptures is going to come under the category of the workings of demons. Most technology, unfortunately.
With science, science is the investigation of nature, isn't it? Really, it's an investigation of what. It's an investigation into why. It's an investigation into why things are the way that they are in the world that we live in.
Yeah, depending on what type of science, but obviously, you know, when you say nature, most people are going to define that as plants and air and wind and elements. So obviously, if we're doing technology,
everything within the universe, you know.
Yeah.
But listen,
And
I've
that's
got to
what
jump off a
science.
sec. But when I come back, I'm going to bring the evidence with me.
Yeah, please do. But I think I agree with Herbs on that one. You know, science is just trying to answer questions about things in the world we didn't necessarily understand before. And I think religion does exactly the same thing, which is why I'm saying this from yesterday. Like, what is the necessity for science if we have something that already does that? And is it doing it better by telling us there was a big bang, but we can't prove it?
Okay.
We don't have any evidence.
Yeah, that's fine. And then yet you're expecting us to feel something or believe in something that you seem to feel and believe in, but we have no idea what you're talking about.
What do you mean? I don't understand that.
So you believe in God, yeah? You believe there is a God.
In the Most High. I believe there's a Most High creator.
You believe in the Most High creator, right? And you believe in all the stories that he does in the Bible, yeah?
That it does in the Bible.
Right, okay. So through the Bible, there is always, let's say, I would call it a scientist, yeah? You would call it a prophet. Some would call it a droid. Some would call it a soothsayer. Some would call it a chieftain. Someone will call it like dark magic, blah blah blah, alchemist. But let's just say, for your part, let's say it's called a prophet. Now, the prophet has the direct message from God. Okay. Now it could be science. Yeah. Now, they are governed by what he says through the divine message from someone else. So I can't go directly to God to find out the message myself. There has to be somebody else. Okay. Now, just the same way as you're saying through science is that somebody else through science figures something out, works something out, and then it makes sense because it plays a part in my life because I actually use science in my life. So that's the reason why I choose to use a scientist version or an intelligent person.
But do you use morals in your life? Because religion's about morals. So do you use morals in your life?
Yeah, but I mean, also it taught you how to beat your slave in the Bible. So what are the morals on beating your slave?
No, but let's just answer the question. Do you use morals in your life?
Yes, I do.
All right. So if you use morals in your life, then you use religion in your life. Because all morality comes from a religious or spiritual standpoint. There is no morality without it. It doesn't exist in this world, in this realm.
Well, when you speak like that, to be honest, I was brought up on Christian what do you call it? Christian
from a
ways,
Christian standpoint, yeah. So you said this yesterday as well. So yeah.
And then obviously that got abolished by the time I was like 10, maybe even 8, I think. And then my family kind of was just more roots spirituality that way. And then basically, you know what? I just finished it, innit?
I hear you, and I'm not gonna, get you to explain why or when or how. I'm just gonna say, to some extent, I don't believe that the explanation science gives us is any better than the one we get from religion. So how can someone then put science above religion? That's the question I'm really asking.
Yeah, no, I understand you, because there's the laws of God through man, and then there's the laws of the land through scientists and special people with specialist techniques that have obviously been practiced from days through other societies. So you can't just say like the Aztec people, what they were doing compared to what the Viking people were doing, compared to what the Australian people were doing, compared to what the Kiwi man was doing, compared to what the Filipino man was doing, because they were all doing different things. They all had their own different practices.
To an extent, you're right, but to an extent we can, yeah, because we have to understand this, yeah. For instance, I'll give you an example, yeah. If you go into Mesoamerica, where you find Aztecs, Mayans, and that type of stuff, guess what? They had running water, yeah. Just like if you go into a Bible, it's going to talk about having running water, yeah, for dealing with certain types of cleanliness, yeah, when dealing with medical procedures, X, Y, Z. It's very specific. Now, anywhere I go in the world, yeah, historically, at those times that had running water, I'd say that those people are connected, because not everyone had running water. In fact, most places didn't have running water. In fact, most of them would have been washing their hands in some type of river, or, you know, if they did have water, you know, outside of that, they'd be washing their hand in a bowl and doing silly things that would have spread disease, which is why you had things like the Black Death, the plague of England, because, you know, they didn't know how to wash their hands properly. They were still washing their hands in bowls. This is why they had a lot more infertility and childbirth, like we saw in the video yesterday, because people just weren't clean. They were just living dirty. They were living dirty, let's be honest.
Different places, but then we can also
go.
You know, but we can also look at the fact that all these places did have these things, but certain places didn't have these things. So that just goes to show you that different times, different places, and different practices that people believed in.
Yeah, but what we'll find is all of the places that had running water, yeah, have some type of spiritual teaching. All the places that didn't have running water, we'd call them pagan or no spiritual teaching. So can you explain that?
Yeah, but not all places was like that. I mean, be specific.
I mean, everywhere on the planet, yeah, that had running water 3,000 years ago,
as life
is a place where we get our spiritual teachings from. Now, all the places that didn't have running water are places that we don't get our modern day spiritual teachings from. In fact, any spiritual teachings that come from those places, we call them pagan.
Okay, so name somewhere where there's no water and people live there.
We're just talking about running water right now, so we're not talking about no water. We're talking about running water.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Running out of the tap? Like water.
That's right, running out of the tap. Yeah, water running out of a tap.
Yeah, but if I've got to go to the stream and get my water, it doesn't make me a pagan. Doesn't that not make me more spiritual?
No, but the water don't necessarily have to be running out of a tap. The water could be poured on your hands out of some kind of vessel, but it has to be running. It can't be still. You can't be washing your hands in still waters. Yeah, and anyone who is washing their hands in still waters, what we find is that's not where we're getting our spiritual teachings from. But anyone who's washing their hands in running waters, we find that's where we are getting our spiritual teachings from. Anyone who had anyone who had the most relevant technology of the time, either whether it be the Egyptians, Sumerians, all of these great societies that, you know, were the empires of old, all of them is where we get these teachings that are prevalent today, the religious teachings that we got today, the spiritual side of us. Yeah. But all of the ones that, you know, that don't deal with that, they didn't have such technologies.
But there are other religions in the world though, Shifa.
No, the point I'm making is, Natty, all the religious people is where you get all the technology, where you get all the discoveries, where you get everything that you're calling science. Outside of the religious people, you don't have no science, you don't have no technology, you don't have nothing. These scientists are imitators, is what I'm saying to you. And the majority of the scientists are also religious. So what it proves is that religion trumps. One second, because I'm gonna cut out. Then you can talk as much as you like. I'm saying it proves that religion trumps science. Science is secondary. Science is the baby. Science is the baby sister.
Cool. So let me just run this by.
Science ain't on that level, cuz it's not on the level.
Cool. Cool. So because there's so many spiritual places around the world, okay, that
No, the
means that
spiritual people came up with all the technology, is what I'm saying.
okay,
Everything you
so
know
there's
of and love today,
spiritual
everything that you take for granted and you call it science is actually religious.
right. So okay, so are you saying that there's more than one God around the world then?
No, I'm saying everything you call science is actually come out of religion.
Okay, so let's say for instance, right, the Victorians used to drill people's heads, you know, to like release migraines back in their days and stuff like that. They used to clamp people's jaws with mad stuff
No.
around for dentists. So are we saying that's because of religious people practices why we knew how to do this? Is that what you're saying? Cool. All right then. Are you saying
To
because
be religion.
are you saying because the Brazilian man knows how to get ants, yeah,
What,
and
what do you
clamp
say?
the ants and clamp the ants in a wound and then rip off the body? Are you saying that's because you know God produced that, said for us to do that? What about leeches, maggots? Is that because you know in certain places this is why God said to do that? The spiritual teaching of not eating pork, was that a spiritual teaching for certain places to allow to eat pork and not? Because you just like basically said that if all these different places, the Aztecs, like you said, no, you said the Aztecs weren't the Christians. Okay. So therefore they had their own ways, they had their own teaching, they had their own God. And guess what? They're not around no more. All of that stuff that was written on there that's not around no more. There is no fire dragon, there is no hula whatever waka waka god or anything like that. That doesn't exist anymore. And we're the ones looking at them in awe, trying to work out who they are, what they are, and why they done this. So what are you going to turn to? Does it give you any information in the Bible about the Aztec people? I don't think it does. Does it give you any information about the fucking Aborigines? I don't think it does. It gives you information that suits people around the area and the time and the date. That's what it suits. And anyone else that was trying to be connected or involved with it. So, just like how science works, is just like how spirituality works. It works for you. You can make up your own. You can make up your own thing. You can go and discover. Nothing's stopping you from discovering. Like they say, you believe in God will help those if they don't help themselves. Yeah, I believe that if I don't help myself, I won't get something. So I don't know.
Yeah. You know, with the whole, like, I know I cut out before. I don't know if I should wait because I'm probably gonna cut out again. But I'm literally gonna be home in 15 minutes. That's why I'm not too fussed either way. But big up Natalie. Hope you're all right. Hope everything's good with you.
Yeah, big up yourself, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to break down the whole proving thing, and because like just wildly throwing out claims that science is not proving anything, that's completely wrong. That's the opposite to actually what goes on.
Yeah,
Like religion just holds a belief. That's all they do. It's just
that's
a
it.
belief, a belief. There's nothing more. It's so loose that when he's saying things like Father Christmas, it's the same thing. It's the
Huh.
same amount of evidence and scrutiny as Father Christmas as you have for there being a God. I guess you could kind of say, okay, it makes sense for there to maybe be some sort of greater power. But this is why so many people don't use the word God, and they say things like higher energy or the most high or whatever they choose to say. But for an actual biblical version where the world was created in 7 days, I think that's, that's when you got to say to yourself, you claim that that's a stronger version of events to believe than what science has. I don't understand that. I think that's a tragic mistake to be making. And to fall into this whole paradigm where everything is in my book, and to be making claims like all science comes from religion, not one single thing. I'd say you can count on one hand maybe the things that religion has taught science. One hand. Yeah. And if you're going to tell me things like, oh, but what about all the Muslims who mapped out the star systems and all of that? I would say to you, first of all, when it comes to the Moors, it's a big lie to say that the Moors were all Muslim. That's another big lie that's used to get black people to join Islam. All Moors were definitely not Muslim. A lot of Moors actually held on to African spiritual belief systems, and some of them weren't religious at all. Yeah, so let's get that right. So when we're talking about achievements being made, science tops religion all day long, and then when we start to look at the changes that have been made in these religious books, and the complete mistakes, and the books that have been left out, we start to see a very incomplete version of events, and we start to see a narrative which has obviously been painted by humans. And I also wonder, to use the Bible as a reference point, when we know that the Bible, Christian people don't believe the Bible is written by God. At least Muslim people say that, it's from God. Christian people just believe that humans wrote it whilst they were inspired by the Holy Spirit. So you tell me why I should trust someone who was inspired. To see the version of events. I think I'm probably going to cut out soon. So
Yeah, man. It's one just big mix up, G. It's all mix and mash.
same. Yeah, you're coming here saying that we have to take your book literal, and then you're coming here saying that nothing in science is proven. The biggest point which I wanted to say, when Jen was breaking down the whole exactly, I know Jen, I know the Quran says that. The Quran makes mistakes as well, I know that. I was gonna say, when she says to you about the radio waves, this is why I had to make a bit of a joke about you using a microwave, or you probably had family members, or even yourself, you've been in an MRI machine. Don't you find it a coincidence that these things were created by the same people that are giving you the version of events as far as the Big Bang and stuff like that? Isn't it ironic if you go and do your research and find out who created all of these things? Specifically, microwaves and all of these other things, and how they came into existence. When you start to find out what they were actually trying to do before they discovered these things. And then now we're telling you that they're using the same technology. I mean, just think of a microwave. They're able to control it completely. You can set the heat. You can set all of these things. Like, they've learned how to control it. Yeah. So why will you not believe that the same technology is used to obviously to view things and to get an understanding of how the cosmos works? I don't see how you can sit there and say there is no proof, when there is proof here on Earth of the technology. You can test it in your own home. Yeah. It's vibrating water molecules. Yeah. That's the form of radiation that is being used in your own home. But when we tell you it's in a telescope, yeah, you've got a problem with it. So I think specifically what to obviously like take away from this. Okay, let's have a look what's happening here. I think 1 sec, let's see. Okay. All right, I see you there. I didn't realize. 1 sec, let me sort it. Okay, then
Yeah,
we've got Mr.
just call me the
Schiffer Don
evidence
here.
bringer. There's probably loads of places where you can find the same thing being
You know,
said.
you messed up big time there, though. You know, you made yourself look guilty there, innit? You know what you just did there. You see what it is, yeah. You see if you
Yes,
don't
go
answer
on.
questions. You see if you don't answer the question put in front of you,
For
yeah.
me, you
But then
cut
you
out, but I've got the dodgiest reception ever until I get back. So
can you hear me
I
now?
don't know, but I don't know if the other
Can you hear
guys
me
heard
now?
you. I can hear you. Yeah,
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm saying
Yes, sir.
if you
Yes,
don't,
sir.
if you're asked a question, yeah, and then you don't answer, you never answer that question, but you come with 50 of your own questions, it makes you look disingenuous.
Put your seatbelt on.
Because not one of you have answered the question. Everyone who says that they believe in Big Bang Theory, yeah, not one person has said to me what the provable, testable test is for proving with beyond shadow of doubt that the
Okay.
Big Bang
Let me
Theory
let me
happened.
tell you
I'll
then.
just provide
Let me
you a
tell
video.
you.
Look in the private chat. I just posted a video where it goes through.
No, I
No,
want to
no,
look at
no,
the
I don't want
private
a
chat.
video.
Got the
No,
private chat.
hold
Let me
on.
put you in
Listen.
problem.
1 second. I'll
Private
play your
chat.
video when I get home, yeah? You see, when I get home, I'll play your videos, yeah? But I'm saying to you, tell me the name of the test. If you can't tell me the name of the test, you shouldn't believe in it. And what you're doing is you're not, 1 second, let me finish my sentence. You're not just lying to me, you're lying to yourselves. And what you're
No, the
doing is you're
claim was
showing
never
that.
made.
1 second. Listen, hear this is the gauntlet, yeah, that I'm proposing to you believers of the Big Bang. So actually listen, otherwise you're going to make another terrible mistake and you're going to make the show look like no one knows what they're talking about. Now I'm saying to you, tell me the name of the test that proves beyond any shadow of doubt, not the observation, the test. And if you don't have
So
a
why are
test
you
that
not calling it
proves
the
it,
Big Bang Theory?
1 second. No, it is a Big Bang. I said theory, but I'm saying to you, if you don't have a provable
guy's
test,
mad, you know.
then you have to. 1 second. If you don't have a provable test, you have to accept your theory is no greater than someone believing in the Most High.
Well, I just brought the
It
evidence.
is, and I can. Do you want me to tell
Okay,
you
cool.
why? See, there's people. There's so many people dying to tell you why.
No, I want you to
It's
tell
like
me
it's
the
not
name of the
like
test.
you're saying people are running from the question. Like there's two people here that are fighting to tell you who can tell you
Tell me the
first. Why?
name of the test. Tell me the
No,
name of the
because your
test.
will,
That's what I want to hear.
no. Why?
What is the
No,
name of the
we said
test?
this 1,000,001 times. Said this 1,000,001 times. You're asking us to prove a theory. No one is making the claim. You
No,
just
I don't
want us
want you
to
to
make the
prove it.
claim
No, I
because
don't want
you
you to
know
prove it. I
it's
want you to.
unprovable
No, I
with
don't want you to
attainable
prove it.
evidence.
I
Yeah?
don't want you to
With
prove
the
your
kind of
theory.
evidence you're okay. Well, listen.
Listen,
The
I
kind
don't
of
want you to
evidence
prove your
you're asking
theory.
for, the
Yeah,
kind of
I don't
evidence
want
you're
you to
asking
prove
for,
it.
we're not going to be able to provide. You're not going to
Thank
be
you. So now
satisfied.
that, thank
You're
you.
not going
So
to be satisfied.
your belief is no different to anyone believing in the Most High. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to
Yes, it
get to.
is. Yes, it
Now we
is.
got
Yes,
there.
it is.
Now we got there.
No, that's
No,
not
it isn't.
correct. No, we haven't
Do you know
got
what?
there.
You're right.
We have to rewind.
You're
Yeah?
right to one
We
extent.
haven't
It's
got
not
there.
the same. It's not the same because guess what? Yours has less legs to stand on. It's been around less
No, it's got
time.
more legs.
Yeah. It's got less legs to stand on for two reasons. It's been around less time. The people who came up with it have no way of testing it. So it's got less
What are you
legs to
talking about? The
stand on.
Sumerians.
Argument
The
done.
Sumerians had
Argument
science.
done.
The Sumerians had science,
Put it this
and
way. The
yeah, go on.
science, the science is a centipede. The science is a centipede, and religion is an amputee. When we're talking about legs.
Yeah, exactly. An amputee. Yeah, I fully agree. You know, like blue badge holder.
When it comes to legs,
Blue badge holder.
when it comes
Yeah.
to having legs, religion is Oscar Pistorius.
Simple.
That's still
Oscar
not giving
Pistorius
me
running
the
on
test.
blades. Running on
That's
blades,
still
man.
Hey,
Yeah.
listen, that ain't the name of a test, lads. That ain't the name of a bloody test, all right? All right, now
Yeah,
we
because you're not
test
gonna
religion.
get one.
Look, I can give you the test for religion, no? I can give you the test for religion, but your thing ain't testable.
You can't.
So it's lower
You
level.
can't.
Because
No,
religion's
no, no,
testable,
no, no.
that makes your thing lower level, cuz. Of course, it's testable.
Yeah, but religion is
You know,
faith, isn't
you
it?
know what
You
I
can't
like. You
prove
know what
it.
I like about. You know what I like
Exactly.
about religious people. Yeah, religious people
Go.
bring the handful of things that they think is evidence, but they disregard the hundreds of
Yeah.
things that get proven.
You see the laugh? It's a nervous laugh. Because you might know if him
Hey.
laugh, it'll ease up the situation. See?
That was funny though. He done well. That was a good argument though. Do you know what? If you bring a good argument, yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna say, yeah, that is a good argument. I'm gonna say, do you know what? From the religious standpoint,
good
yeah, I've said it. Listen, I'm not going to argue with you and say that my religion is anything more than a belief. I'm going to say to you that there are ways of testing my religion now, and testing my faith, and testing the resolve of the Most High, and seeing if there is anything out there. There are ways
We
of
not
testing.
even have Jesus them bones. We can't find
No, we-
Jesus bones, but we
We
find
do it every
Ramesses
day.
bones.
I did it this morning, cuz I prayed this morning. You pray. It's
Would
prayer.
you willing-
Prayer is one of the tests.
Shiffer, would you be willing, yeah,
The man said
to
prayer.
sacrifice
The man
yourself
said prayer.
like Jesus
is-
did,
is
yeah,
a-
to prove
is
that the
evidence
Most High
of
It's
faith.
one. Yeah, that's one
he might
test.
push
That's
the
one test you
goalpost
can do.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
1 minute.
one test you can do, brother. You can do our
So if I
prayers,
make a-
and when you
make a
pray,
prayer, so if I do the test, right, we're gonna do the test now. Yeah, let's do the test. Right,
Good,
we're gonna run it live
good.
on here. We're gonna run the test.
Alright.
Almighty Creator, please put
Yeah.
£1 million in my bank.
Shut your
Let
bomb,
me just check my. Let me just check my bank. Let me just check my bank account.
Money for you, boy. You have to give money
Yeah.
to. You have to send money
What?
to the church, boy.
Bank says no. Bank says test
Alright.
not viable.
All right, but it doesn't work like that. Prayer doesn't work like that. Like now, remember what I said to you earlier. Remember, hold on, 1 second, hold on. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Hold up 1 second, because I said this earlier. So anyone who wants to rewind it back, you can rewind it back, and you can hear it back for yourself. I said when you pray. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Natty. 1 second. I said when you pray for something that is outside of your control. Yeah, that is impossible to change, but you can change because you could get £1 million yourself. You can go and earn £1 million. You could rob a bank. There are many ways you could get.
Why would I
Yeah, but
pray
here
for
I-
something that I can
Go.
achieve? Well, I'd just achieve it, wouldn't I?
All right, so therefore, £1 million is achievable for you. Exactly. Now, what I'm saying to you is, say like a family member got cancer. Yeah. Now, doctors can't do nothing with cancer, depending on what stage it's in. Or one of your family members got AIDS. Doctors can't do nothing with AIDS, but then you pray and then they get cured.
Wow.
That's when you're going to know the power of the Most High.
If that was
That's
the
when you're
case,
going to
no
know the
one would
power
die
of the
of
Most
cancer.
High.
If that was the
But
case,
how can
no
you,
one
what
would
do you mean
die
by
of
they can't go
cancer.
into cancer and AIDS?
Pardon me?
What do you mean they can't go into cancer and AIDS? Of course they can. You can cure cancer.
No, they can't cure it. You can't cure cancer and you can't cure AIDS. You can remove a cancer, yeah, depending on what stage it's in. Yeah, and as far as AIDS is concerned, you can medicate someone to make AIDS more manageable, but you cannot cure it. It will never be gone.
Yeah, but also prayer can't do nothing to cancer either. So
Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
So why did
Yes, it can.
why do people die then?
Why did innocent
No,
children
Pardon me?
die?
no one would die.
All right, one at a
Yeah,
time. One at a time. Who wants to speak first?
So why did
Both
innocent
saying the
children
same
die?
thing
Cancer?
anyway.
All right, so I'll answer the innocent children one first. Why did innocent children die of cancer? Because they got cancer and it was terminal. That's why.
Yeah,
What
but
if you pray? What if you pray for them?
yeah,
If you pray for them, it don't mean you're going to get a miracle. Not everyone's going to get a miracle.
so how
Miracles are for the few, not the many. Not the many.
1 minute. Yeah? So you do 10 tests and one patient survives, and then you say, "Oh, that was a miracle."
yeah,
No. It's not 10 tests. It's not 10 tests. It's the patient decides, you know what, I'm not going through your radiotherapy. I'm not going through any of your treatments, yeah? Because I think they're worse than me just suffering with the cancer. Then they just pray and the cancer goes away. They didn't need a doctor. They just needed prayer. This happens. I know someone it's happened to. Listen, I know someone it's happened to. I know someone who has prayed on, their cancer going away and it went away. I know someone this has happened to. I don't need to. No, I don't need to prove that one.
You do.
I don't need to prove that one. No, do you know
It's not
why? Do you know why?
Jumbo then.
Hold on one
It's not
second.
Jumbo.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't need to prove that one. Yeah, for one, because that's someone's personal business, and for two, if you don't want to
Yeah, then
believe
you
it, you
can't
don't
bring it
have
up
to.
then. You can't bring it. If you're not willing
I
to
can.
But you're
prove it, you
asking us
can't bring it to the table. It's irrelevant.
I can. I can.
you
I
you're
can
asking
prove
us
it.
Worthless.
Don't worry, that's not the only person. There's more people online who will testify to
Bring one
this. So
then.
we'll just get the
Bring
proof.
one.
We'll get the proof. When I get in, I'm not in my house right now. I'm in my car. Yeah, I said I've gone out. I'm on a different profile if you can't see. So I ain't going to be able to share no proof with you right now. But I will when I get home, same way you're going to share yours when you get home, Herbs. How about that?
That old chestnut. I'm providing one.
Yeah, that old chestnut there, mate. Aye. How about that one there?
Mine's in the private chat. If
Wait,
anyone
these
can
bloody
share it,
Christians,
it's
they're
done.
full of stories, ain't they, Herbs? Would you
Yeah,
expect
what?
They're full of
Yeah,
stuff.
what?
Once upon a time, it all
Yeah.
started way back when. Fuck
Yay
yeah.
and B. Don't forget Yay and B.
No. Once
Yeah.
upon a time, hold on. Once upon a time is not religious. That's science fiction. That's science fiction, cuz.
That's
When you go in
imagination,
the
actually.
all right, when you go in the science fiction section of the library, you're gonna find them once upon a times, cuz.
No, that's
You're
gonna
gonna
be
find
in
a lot
the.
of them.
That's gonna be in the. That's gonna be in the fairy tales with the Bible.
Yeah. Come on. Come on.
Okay,
But the Bible wouldn't go in the fairy tale section, it would go in the theology section.
I just come off the wrong fucking turn off.
Because at the end of the day, like I think the difference is between our arguments is I accept that mine is a belief, but you don't accept yours is a belief when you're dealing with Big Bang Theory. You
It's a
accept
theory.
it as a theory,
Well, the fact,
and you think that a
that it's called
theory is something more than a belief.
the fact that the theory is in the name does go to show that it is a belief, though, isn't it?
Thank you. And that's the whole point I'm making. They act like the theory is more than a belief. And that was my whole argument. So, like, you see, when I said this before, I said, you know what, I win and I didn't even throw a punch. It was that easy because I knew that so many people was going to take the stance of, no, it's not just a theory is not the same as a belief. Many people.
You're missing the point. I brought the evidence.
I got you, and we'll look at it when I get in because I'll put it up on the screen. But I'm just saying that most people won't. About 10 minutes, but most people, they're not going to accept that a theory is a belief, just like someone believing in God. They won't accept it. But the moment you lot do accept that your theory is a belief, like believing in God, then unfortunately it puts you on the back foot because it means that science is second to religion. But that's why you lot don't want to accept it.
Let me just stop you there one sec. What they can prove 100%, yeah, is a singularity where it started from, yeah. But the Big
Most
Bang
High
part, the Big Bang part of it is the theory, but the rest of it can be proven.
Is the Most High a singularity? Is the Most High a singularity?
Is the what?
Is the Most High a singularity?
Well, that's debatable, isn't it? That's debatable.
Is the Most High singular?
Science can't prove before the singularity, and religion can't prove.
If I say to you, there's only one God and you will worship no other God but me, am I talking about singular or am I talking about multiple?
Yeah, you're talking about singular, but now you're dancing.
Thank you. There we go. And this is what I mean. Science is dancing because science tries to get technical and thinks it can use tricky wording to escape the truth. No, singular is the Most High. Yeah, there's one true God, one true creator, one. Yeah, it's about the oneness, the singularity. Listen to how retarded these scientists are. They would never escape me. They would never escape me because I'm too bright. I work things out. I listen and I say, hold on. If you keep copying the Bible, I'm going to catch you at some point. And that's exactly what they do. So everything has to be singular. Just like when you watch The Matrix, everything's about the one, isn't it? The singularity, the one.
You can't bring films, man. Come on, man. Come on.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just using it as a reference, as a cross-reference to say, you know, when we're dealing with science, remember, The Matrix is a film about a scientific thing. It's not about a religion, it's scientific.
Yeah, but
it's fictional. It is fictional, but it's science fictional. Yeah? And what they focus on is always a singularity when it comes to science and science fiction. It's always to do with a singularity. I think about it like this. Yeah? When you're in these science films, yeah, you're either like you've got the Terminator, yeah? It focuses on a singularity, a particular day in human history where they create something called the flipping Terminator, Skynet,
any story,
singularity.
any story, whether it's science fiction, Bible, no matter what it is, any story is obviously going to refer to a singular.
Focus on the singular. Oh, right. Why though? But why? Which one comes first? When we got into the Bible was doing that long before any of these movies, any science fiction, any scientists. They just copycat, cause they copy us.
There's stories that predate.
What do you mean?
Like Sumerian texts. There's a lot of the stuff in the Bible that's in Sumerian texts that predates Christianity.
That's right, and that's why when you talk to any of the real Christians, they're going to tell you that what you're reading in the Bible is translation and transliteration of ancient Sumerian texts, not Egyptian, Sumerian texts. I could even go as deep as saying that the Egyptians did the same.
Right.
I could even go as deep as doing that.
When I first jumped on last week, I mentioned to you Göbekli Tepe. Did you look it up?
Göbekli Tepe, I know about that, where the star map is.
I don't know about the star map, but it's so basically I looked it up and I got it wrong. Yeah, I said
they got a stone circle there, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah. I said
there's a stone circle.
I said that it was a civilization that predated Sumeria. I was wrong.
No, there isn't. You're right. We did pick that up though.
It predates Sumeria as a civilization, but it wasn't a civilization. It was a religious
site
of worship. Yeah, it's a religious site.
When you say place of worship,
13,000 years side. 13,000 years old.
When you say that, I can tell you now there's a star map underneath that place. Yeah, a star map of our universe. Yeah, the oldest one on the planet. Yeah, I can also tell you that there's a stone circle there. They call these circles Henge. You know, like you got Stonehenge. They got a stone circle similar to Stonehenge. In fact, it even looks similar. Yeah, and that's how they.
Stonehenge is just a calendar, though.
That's right, but also you can use Stonehenge if you use a particular tool. I can't remember the name of it. It's a stick with a little a piece of string with a ball on it. They use that tool to tell the time at Stonehenge and at all of these henges around the world. So that's how they worked out that all the henges was connected, because you can use the same tool at each one. So, you know, when we're talking about, like I said, the Bible coming out of something more Mesopotamian, you know, I don't think there's any way of refuting that, because the Christians, that's what they're going to attest to. When we go back into any of the old texts and all the old stories, they're all going to look very similar.
Yeah, but then it discredits the mainstream story of Christianity, though, doesn't it?
I get you to some extent, maybe, but not really, because, like I said, a lot of these stories,
Jesus wouldn't exist.
No. I mean, in the sense of a lot of these stories that were translated historically, they weren't translated properly. Because remember, it's only in the last 500 years that Europeans have got proper languages. Yeah, because these languages were copied from another language, and they were incomplete. They were incomplete language, bro. They were incomplete languages. Let's be honest. Even Arabic.
Do you know how they deciphered what happened in all these things in Egypt and around the world?
Well, how they decipher, the Rosetta Stone is how they deciphered a lot of these ancient languages. Yeah.
So before then, there was no way of the modern deciphering it.
All right, but what we're saying is now, if you look at, for instance, like what's happening in Egypt now, they don't call it Egypt no more. They call it Kemet, and a lot of the stories they're redefining them because they're saying that Rosetta Stone weren't good enough. The scholars who do the research,
Well, they're saying that they're calling it. Even the scholars are calling it Kemet. I don't know. I'll have to give you the benefit of the doubt.
The scholars who done the research on Egypt, originally got things wrong. They got stories wrong. They got names wrong. They got all sorts of things wrong. Hence why we're calling it Kemet now. We're not calling it Egypt because no one ain't got no burnt faces. So once we understand that these, these newer languages were not really able to fully decipher what was going on. So we're still learning now. We still, like a lot of what they're saying, it says on the walls of Egypt or what it says on the walls of Samaria, they're not absolutely sure that that's 100% what it says. They're giving you their best rough estimate. You know, they're giving you their best descriptive language. that they've got, but they haven't got the perfect one. Some of those words don't translate properly, full stop, and all of these kind of things. So, you know, to say that the Bible's not real, now, I think what we're going to have to understand is that the people who translated the Bible originally into Greek, they would have been speaking down explanation than going with the explanation of someone who doesn't speak the language. You know, the same way, if I wanted to understand, you know, some French slang, I'd ask a French person, what does that mean? I'm not going to ask someone who's not French, who's going to do exactly the same thing I do, go by a dictionary, because the dictionary
Yeah, you say that, Shifa, but then you listen to King James and he's living all the way up in Scotland, so.
And then if we're going to go, the Rosetta Stone, like, it can't, I'll be honest with you, from what I translate into, because or anything like that, it's not like it's got every single language and a codex called the Rosetta, or an index called the Rosetta Stone. It don't work like that. Do you feel where I'm coming from? They'll use the Rosetta Stone to refer language that's around the same age.
Yo,
Yes. Mic
well,
check.
Sham, you got admin, yeah?
Yeah, I've managed to do it now.
Alright, cool.
Natty's supposed to have it,
Kill.
but I don't know what he's doing.
You know them. You know them country boys are. You know them country boys are like, man. That technology and things like that, man.
Yeah.
They used to chew. They used to chewing. They used to chewing carrots and stuff, innit?
And straws and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. You know. Yeah.
You know, but you know, thingy, what we're actually saying, like with this whole Schiffer situation, like he's all over the gaff. Like, how is he getting away with this? Like, the man's bobbing and weaving, like I don't know.
See, the thing I like about Schiffer, yeah, to talk to, yeah, is he is fixed in his position.
He is,
of
isn't it?
religion.
I know what you
So-
mean. He is.
So it's good to challenge him. You know what I mean? He does do a
Yeah.
few little somersaults and backflips here and there. You know, what I mean?
Yeah.
A few side steps, but he
Like a backward
essentially
gymnast. Yeah.
keeps to his religion. But
He sticks
at
to
the end
it.
of the end of the day, it's all there's nothing can be proven.
Did the
It's
man
the
say I do
mystery of the world,
side steps and backflips? Yeah. I like that
Bobbing
one. I
and
did like that
weaving.
one. Yeah, man. I enjoyed that. Come on, man. But from my standpoint, I've got to fight my corner in it. So anyone who ain't got my standpoint, that's what the verses is about. So then we can kind of ascertain who really has the best argument.
But essentially, it's a battle of beliefs, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, and ultimately, I think that's the context of the conversation I was trying to get to. That what we're having here is a battle of beliefs. We're not having a battle of knowledge when we start talking about creation. And 9 times out of 10, that's the argument that when we start talking about God. When we start talking about God, that's what you're really arguing with when you say, "Well, you can't show me God, you can't show me creation." Then.
But the thing is, though, all you prove to me, the way I see, the way I perceive what you say, all you prove to me is that the person that wrote the Bible had scientific knowledge.
Well, you could call it scientific according to the practice called science today, but at the time, there was no such thing called science. Do you feel where I'm coming from? So all of these things are spiritual, and that's where I'm going with it. And I'm saying that those people who were more spiritual had access to greater information than what we've got now, which don't make no sense.
Okay, and I'm gonna go even further, and I'm gonna say that, and there is evidence to back it up. Kind of, it's like another, just like religion and science, it's another theoretical fact sort of thing. It's like it can't be 100% proven, but it's like accepted as a fact by believers. Is the part that psychedelics have played in it? Have you heard of the stoned ape theory?
Was that the stoned ape theory?
The stoned ape, yeah. So basically, the reason we was able to evolve from apes, like mentally, was because we was eating psychedelics. Like we was eating food, and we started eating food that was that caused psychedelic effects, and then that was encouraging like thought processes, sort of.
It was the biggest breakthrough, in fact.
Things like DMT and ayahuasca and things like that. So
but don't the spiritual people say that these things help open up your third eye? They use ayahuasca to go on a spirit walk. So all of these things are still linked to spiritual. So I get when you're saying it backs up the argument 100%.
But that's the reason that I'm going to be trying it, is because I want to know whether it is a buzz or it is something more. Because I know what a buzz is, isn't it? A buzz, isn't it? So when I try it,
No, you know what? It's not.
It's a buzz or not.
If you ain't tried it, I can confirm to you, yeah, it's not a buzz. Like literally, like basically, like, let's say you was out doing your deliveries or whatever, yeah, and you was to like jump on certain things, you wouldn't even know anything's happened. It's like weed or cannabis, whatever you want to call it. It's like 10 times more powerful. You're like, raw, man's high kind of thing. That's a buzz.
But weed, if you eat it, is psychedelic. I've tripped off of like strong fucking cakes that we made when we were kids before. I've tripped off of it.
But what happened? What happened?
Colors more vibrant, like a wavy sort of.
Exactly.
Things wasn't like as physical. Like a wall wasn't as solid. It was like more like a.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. Remember, I've done it, innit? So I know exactly what you're talking about. But what I'm saying
I've done
is
LSD, I've done
me,
LSD, I've done ecstasy. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
I can relate a lot of the stuff that I listen to in regards to DMT and stuff. I can relate to from LSD.
Okay, but don't you think to a certain extent that it wasn't that immense, or do you think like your experience was absolute? Because look, from like what I've sort of seen from it, the only way you can kind of get information is if you go on it and then you just kick back, you just close your eyes or you just focus. It's like if you're just
Yeah, I mean,
rushing around, or if you're in a rave,
the thing
I don't find that it, like you find
for
anything.
me, no, and I was listening to a guy talk about this the other day, and he was saying the thing is when you're taking these type of drugs in a social setting, your pride kicks in, and you kind of fight it because you don't want to look like the weaker one among your peers. Whereas when you're doing it in a ritual setting, you're letting go. So it's a completely different experience.
Yeah.
Which again I haven't done it yet in a ritual setting. I will be this year. Like I was saying yesterday, on the 30th, I'll be doing Cambo, which is it's not really psychedelic. It's more like purging, but it's preparation for the psychedelics. But I have done LSD and I've tripped off ecstasy like loads of fucking times. But the thing with me is, I was taking them drugs when I was like 15 to 18. After 18, I didn't
not
really touch
mature,
that.
really,
I didn't really
innit?
touch. Yes.
Yeah,
So
I get
whereas
that.
now I'm like 39. Do you know what I mean? So I'm ready to go. Don't get me wrong. I'm shitting myself a little bit. I'm even shitting myself
Yeah.
about this fucking Cambo. You're going.
Have
I'm
you
going
done
there to be
mushrooms?
sick. I'm microdosing mushrooms at the minute, but you don't really get a buzz off them. I've been taking them for
Yeah,
about
but this is the
3
thing.
weeks now.
Why microdose? It's like I've never really. Okay, I know the benefits and the science
Because you're not
behind
meant to
it,
be getting
but it's
high.
a bit like, yeah, exactly. You
You're
don't really
not
get
meant to be
buzzing
getting
at
high.
all.
I mean, when I first started looking into it and I ordered them, I thought that it was. I thought that basically you was taking a tiny amount and you was gonna feel a slight buzz, like the uplifting feeling, like the coming up feeling, but then you never reached any higher than the actual coming
All
up
right,
feeling.
I'm back.
So like you
back.
was like happy.
Hey,
Yeah.
Herbs, is this the video that you put in the private chat? Yeah.
Yeah, 3 minutes 20 seconds in. It's on a TV show, but
Brian Cox, yeah.
what he's saying
name.
is probably what he's actually saying. You can probably find in all other places, but that's the place where I heard it. What he was saying.
3 minutes 20 seconds in, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go from 3 minutes 10 then. Can everyone see that on the screen? Yeah, let's go. Let's see what he's
Yeah, I
got
can
to
see
say.
it.
Ben Carson, by the way, is also the person who suggested the Holocaust might have been stopped if Jewish people had guns. He also said the Big Bang Theory is a fairy tale pushed by highfalutin scientists.
TV show?
You think he's got a point?
No,
there.
he's not.
You can see it. Right. So think about the way astronomy works. Right. So you look at the Andromeda galaxy. 2 million light years away. That means you're seeing it as it was 2 million years in the past. There's a light 2 million years to get there. So you could ask the question, how far away do you have to look to see the origin of the universe? And you can pretty much see, we can see the afterglow of the Big Bang. It's called the cosmic microwave background radiation. It was discovered in the 1960s. It is the afterglow of the Big Bang. So it is, you cannot claim that there wasn't a Big Bang because...
All right. Now, I'm not even going to be funny about this, but Herbs, like, if we're going to have proof, yeah, I asked for very specific proof. I asked for some kind of test that can test and verify.
He just told you what test it. He just told you what test they do.
You see the test that he's talking about. You see the test he's talking about, broski. Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, it's not practical. It's an observation.
How is it?
So unfortunately, you see these
How is it not-
observations.
How is it
You
not
see these.
practical?
It's not practical,
How-
guys. You looking
Listen,
at something, don't tell me what it is.
Listen. They understand how light works on the earth. Yeah, that's how they know how light works. Yeah, it's not like they're just saying, oh, you know, there was this light and we're just going to call it that and it must have been a bang. They understand the physics, the laws, the science behind how light works. So when they're looking at light in the universe, they understand how it works. We don't understand that because we're just like some fucking simple buds, like fucking laymen. So this is what I'm saying. Unless you actually understand and are educated in that field, it's easy to disregard the evidence that's being produced in front of you. And the evidence he gives is through visual aids. They can look through into the universe, and essentially, from what they know of light, it's light traveling towards us. So they can look back and see how long it's took that light to reach us, and they can find it to a singular point. And the rest of the evidence was what he called the afterglow.
All right, what you're saying now, you see what you're saying now, I go and take it with a pinch of salt and say, you say it, me not really believe in it, but me can hear it.
The man's pulled out evidence and you won't disregard it.
Now,
So
the reason I don't believe in it, because really and truthfully, the man I talk about where I observe with visual aids. Now, anybody who have aids, what me know about, them people are sick. They might need help. But the man I use aids. He might use aids to tell me, say, him look on something and because him see something,
but the thing is, the aid that they're looking for, which is a microscope, which is basically just a fucking magnifying glass, you can go to where they've looked through and you can view it for yourself. What can you show me to view to show me God?
Miracles.
Yeah, I bet, man. For fuck.
You like that one, didn't it? Hey, listen.
Man said straight, get out of here, man.
Yeah, you can, but this is the thing. You can say straight, get out of here, but I can say the same. This is what I mean. Like, our arguments are no different to each other, because you see, when I say to you miracles, they're very different. If I showed you a miracle, you'd probably try and tell me some type of scientific explanation for it. If you show me something you've looked at and say to me that's the end of the galaxy, I'm going to say to you there's no way of verifying that's the end of the galaxy. Argument done, isn't it?
What, by your eyes, by seeing it through your eyes? We're giving you something visual, and
whatever
you don't want to accept it. You don't have nothing close.
No. Listen to the analogy. Whatever you're looking at, how do you verify that is the end of the galaxy without someone sending something?
Look, you're ignoring every single fact that's given to you.
I'm not ignoring anything. I'm saying, how do you listen to the quick? Go on.
Yeah, because of the investigations that they've done to gain the knowledge on what they know about light from the Earth. Tests you can go and do yourself on the Earth. Things like rainbows. Like they understand how light works. Things like lasers.
I understand
it.
All right. Now that part
that's how they test.
Yeah.
Yes.
That part of your argument I understood.
They're using the knowledge. They're using the knowledge of what they know of light.
Yeah.
To understand the light that they're seeing when they're looking through their visual aids.
Do you know what I want to do?
That's how they prove it.
I want to play what this guy said again. So we just to make sure I'm clear that I didn't make a mistake on what he said.
You stopped it before he finished.
I'm gonna play it again.
Pay it to TV show.
You think he's got a point?
No, he doesn't have a point. You can see it. Right, so think about the way astronomy works. Right. So you look at the Andromeda galaxy. 2 million light years away. That means you're seeing it as it was 2 million years in the past. The light.
There is an echo.
So you could ask the question: well, how far away do you have to look to see the origin of the universe? And you can pretty much see, we can see the afterglow of the Big Bang. It's called the cosmic microwave background radiation. It was discovered in the 1960s. It is the afterglow of the Big Bang. So it is, you cannot claim that there wasn't a Big Bang because you can see it.
Mic drop. I'm done. That's it. Mic drop.
Yeah, visuals.
You can see it. You can see it.
All right, now.
Some is going to tell me it in the fucking in the building they call the church. You can see it.
Now that that's finished,
whilst touching children.
What I'm going to say to you is, you see what this is like to me? Do you want me to tell you what this is like to me? I've never gone to a magic show and watched a magician.
Catholic thing that.
Have you ever seen that? A magic show with a magician, yeah? and they do some kind of trick that everyone believes that just it's too real. But because you don't understand the trickery that's being used on you, to you it now is real. The magic.
I said this before I come with the evidence. I said that the thing is, the people that are providing the evidence, people want to discredit. But he's
He didn't provide
the evidence. I said
listen,
this.
I'll be honest with you. Technically, he didn't provide any evidence. He provided a statement. Yeah. Now, secondly to that, I'm going to say this to you, my brother. Yeah. This guy is saying to you that without a shadow of doubt, you can look through some kind of visual aid, microscope, telescope, whatever it is you're talking about, and you can see the end of the galaxy. Yeah, you can see the end of the universe, or whatever he's referring to when he says you can see the end of it. Yeah. Now, once we can get into that argument, I can say to you, if you've never been there, you don't know that that's the end. You don't even know if it has an end, but you're telling me you can see the end. Now, that argument alone,
they're not saying it has a beginning or end. That's not what they're saying.
No, but I'm saying that argument alone is enough to create the doubt.
Shifa, let me point something out, right? Now, you've got a party on Saturday night, yeah? Now you wanna bake this cake for your party. That this cake's never been made before. No baker has ever made it. No cake maker has ever made this cake before. But using what you know, what you understand, knowledge has been there for how many years of baking cakes. You know that you can bake the cake with the information that's already been proven, because you can make the cake. You know, like they say, the proof is in the pudding. Yeah, like, so you use baking to bake this cake that's never been baked before, and you knew it was going to be able to happen because you know that you can bake a cake. Do you get it?
Yes. Do you get it, Shiva? He's basically saying that theoretically you've already done things. So now, theoretically, you can apply the same method, same thinking, and apply it anywhere. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, scientifically.
Not necessarily, because, like, for instance, you see, like electricity. Yeah, I can evaluate how electricity behaves. Yeah. But then electricity underwater behaves differently to electricity in a different environment. So I can't evaluate.
What do you mean? Water's just a conductor. Water is just a conductor.
I know you're saying this, but I'm just saying the electricity don't behave exactly the same in water as it does in other environments. In the air, then, or on the ground, however you want to explain it. Now, what I'm saying to you is, now that I know this, I don't know what it's like at the end of the universe. I don't know what. All I know is what I'm seeing through a visual aid, but that's not showing me the enlarged picture. I don't know what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is colors and light.
So in that case, please tell me how you can be so religious. If you're that guy that you scrutinize things so hard, you apply such vigorous tests to anything that you see around you. Please tell me how then you can have a belief.
Oh, see, the thing is, my belief isn't science. If my belief was science, and I just believed in science and I didn't see it as the be all and end all, I saw it as, take it with a pinch of salt. Some of it might be allegory, X, Y, Z, then I wouldn't have a problem with science. But because science is seen as the be all and end all, and people believe that, the Big Bang actually happened. They believe this, like, to me, the nonsense that science says versus what's actually already been written, which is literally more or less exactly the same thing, but they've just done their own variation of it. Like, to me, it's like science is like, it's an oxymoron to me. Science is literally, it's a living oxymoron, because it's not necessary. Religion already does what science does, but you call this science.
First of all, you're zooming in on science, yeah? And we're talking about astrophysics. We're talking about space and the cosmos. This would fall under the category of astrophysics, okay? So do you have a problem with just science? Tell me the levels of you know, investigation
You know
which
what?
you
You know
don't
what I'd have a problem
approve
with.
of.
You know what I'd have a problem with.
You know,
see,
like I keep saying to
see,
you, is it geography you
no,
dislike?
no,
Is
no,
it
no, no. Listen,
history?
listen,
Is
listen.
it
Let me
where
put
does
it
it,
in
you
words
know?
you're gonna understand. Let me put it in words you're gonna understand. If religious people came out and said that this is a fact, yeah, I'd have a problem with it. When science people
Okay.
keep coming out and saying things are facts that are not facts, I got a problem with it.
So
But
when they
no one
call it
else seems to have
theory,
problem.
where did you draw the conclusion there was a fact when they call it a theory?
Well, this is the thing now. Like, obviously, we know it's a theory, but we can play that video back again, yeah, because this guy claims to know. When you know something, it's now becomes a fact. If you don't know, yeah, just like I said, when this guy says he's looking at the end of the universe, he's guaranteeing you, he's telling you he knows, but he doesn't know, and that's why it's a lie.
Okay,
And then once we can
according to
once we
his
understand it,
instruments,
so
that's what he's doing. According to his instruments and his
don't matter.
measuring devices, he
Don't matter.
is
He's still lying.
looking at the end of the universe.
No,
So
he doesn't
this is
know
what
what
I'm
he's
saying
looking.
to you. Can you show me? Well, yeah, he is. So can you show me where religion, where I can go and observe God? You know,
Look,
can you show me
he
where I can do
doesn't
that?
look, not being funny, yeah, but he literally does not know what he's looking at because no one can go there and verify it. I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say it, but you're just not gonna get over that
Okay.
hurdle. If it listen,
So let
one
me.
second,
Okay.
one second, before you go again, let's listen to what I'm gonna say to you. If you want to get over that hurdle, yeah, then what you have to accept is whatever proof I want to use for the Most High then. And if you're going to accept whatever proof I use and not argue with it, regardless of whether you can go there and look at it or verify it or not, then cool, then it's not a double standard. But if you're not going to do that, but you're going to do that with science, when you can't go to the end of the universe and verify that you're looking at a Big Bang, you can't go to the end of the universe and verify that you're not looking at a lighthouse with a beacon. You can't verify nothing. So to that effect, if you're going to act like that's any level of evidence, yeah, other than you observing something that you don't actually know what it is, then to me, science is the biggest liar in the world. Science is the devil. Science is the demon. Yeah, and that's why when you do any kind of scientific experiment to something, when you start altering things in nature, they start to become demonic. But I'm gonna let you go.
Okay.
because
So
I know
who?
you-
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
So
you got your
just
thing.
on your point, who created the devil?
The Most High created the devil.
Okay. So the Most High created science. Thank you.
No,
And on that note,
the Most High
obviously,
created
and on
everything.
that note,
The Most High
yeah.
created everything,
Okay.
including the
Yeah, and
demons.
science and astrophysics. Yeah.
All of that.
So let's
All
just
of
be
that.
clear. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just be clear. Obviously, science and all of these other studies, they all kind of merge. And when you keep saying science, it's not just one branch that they will use. Like scientists, for instance, yeah. I'll give you an example. So take like Jupiter. They know that Europa has got water on it. Yeah, it's covered in ice, but underneath the ice, they have obviously come to the conclusion that there is water underneath it, and they know this because they have sent I forgot the name. Was it the Cassidy mission or whatever? Doesn't matter what the mission was called, but they have sent. You can go check this. There's a few places that have oceans. Yeah, it's not just planet Earth. Or do you believe that planet Earth is the only place with an ocean, for instance? Can I just ask
This
you?
is
That's
what
your
I
stance.
believe. This is what I believe. I believe the Most High is some type of wizard or scientist or however you define a person who can, utilize the elements and utilize things and make stuff out of things. Yeah. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this: what we're dealing with when we're dealing with the Most High is we're dealing with things that are organic.
I believe
Yeah?
in angels.
We're dealing with organic technology. When we're dealing with
Everything I see, I had a dream.
when we're dealing with human beings version of technology, it's no longer organic. So now once we realize that, we can now see the demonology in it. That's what the devil's about. That's why I say all of this information is demonic, a lot of it. Like, that's the facts.
Who Who wrote demonology?
Okay.
Who wrote the demonology?
Don't matter.
It does.
It's all demon related, mate. It's all demon related.
Yeah, but who
Whether it's
wrote the book about
demonology,
demonology?
The
whether
man
it's
that created the
demons,
man that created
whether
everything,
it's
probably.
listen,
The
not
man
being
that
funny,
created
yeah,
the
it don't
Bible,
matter.
King James, the book
Don't
of
matter.
demonology.
Don't matter.
How it goes.
The
What we doing out
demons,
here?
the demons separated themselves. The devil's got his own throne. So what are we doing out here? Like
I ain't got
what we're
three.
doing is now we're throwing slurs because we realize our backs against the wall and our
No.
evolution
I haven't thrown slurs. No.
Natty is.
Listen,
Natty
I'm
is,
gonna
'cause
listen.
obviously-
I fully remembered where we deviated. I specifically asked you, do you have a problem with other places except for planet Earth having oceans? Yeah, and you've answered. You've had your chance to answer. I don't know. People can make what they want, but it was your answer.
I didn't see the
So
I didn't see the
basically,
relevance, but go on.
okay. Exactly. You don't see the relevance because
I
it
don't.
makes the
Yeah.
Bible. It will make the Bible small. Because when you start to understand what's really going on around us, you'll start to realize that there's no need to be reading that text. There's literally no need. So they have obviously now discovered that there's plenty.
That's an
Yes.
oxymoron, though. That's an oxymoron, though, because if you
Okay,
think
but
about it
they
like
have
this,
now
if you think
discovered
about
that
it like
there's
this,
many different. Shifa, you like to go. It's like, let me land the point. It's like they have discovered now that there's many different oceans. Okay, so there's as we speak right now, there's a mission to Europa. Yeah, that's a moon. Okay, and like I said to you, like underneath, they know for a fact that there's obviously an ocean there. So they're planning to send a device, yeah, to obviously probe the surface, and they are looking for single cell organisms because they understand that where there's water, there's usually life. This is something which we have learned on Earth and we're applying, in other places. It seems to me that you are confined to planet Earth. And it also seems that you're not willing to accept anything that happens in the sky. You're not willing to accept the sun, the moon, none of it. And I don't understand why there's such resentment to things which are natural. And even if I was a believer, a firm sort of believer in the same God that you believe in the same religious books, I would still concede to the fact that there's so many things in space, that we cannot deny. Yeah, because
But
we have
not
the
just
technology, and let me get the firmest point. We've got the technology here on Earth, and we're applying the same logic in space. Now,
can we be
I
a bit more
accept that it's
concise?
not always correct.
Can we be a bit more concise with these points, though? Because obviously, otherwise, no one's going to be able to.
No. You know what it is. We can't be. We can't be, because it's like, this is why when he's saying things to you like a man wrestle with God and stuff, you don't think that's precise. But it's kind of like,
No.
I don't know in how many ways.
With your point, what is the actual point you're making? Can we just be a bit more concise with the point, so then we can?
Okay, let me break my point in such a simple way, yeah, so you can understand it fully. I'm trying to say, when you're saying that there's no proof, I am showing you. Den Wallace has come on here. She gave you an example. Man like Herbs gave you a different example, and you turn around and say, oh, that there's no proof and we can't show me the test. They've shown you the test continuously.
No,
and you
they
keep
show me an
ignoring the
observation.
test. Yeah, they have.
No.
They haven't
Sorry,
shown you an observation.
Let's just be clear about
Do you want me to
this,
show
no?
you how they prove the test? They have not. They've shown you a test.
One second. Now, let's be honest now. He bought a video, Herbs, yeah, which says proof of Big Bang, whatever, yeah? And it had a guy on a talk show talking about we can look through a telescope or whatever and we can see the end of the universe. That's an observation. Now, I understand that you think that that's a test, yeah? But that's not a physical test. What that is called someone looking at something who can't really tell me what they're looking at, but they're telling me they can tell me what they're looking at. Now, unfortunately, that's called lying. And this is why it's called theory. What they do is they have a different way of saying lying in science to everything else. So science can get away with murder. This is what it is. Now, at the end of the day, now
No.
I hear that you've got an observational test, yeah, an observational test, yeah.
No.
But I'm saying to you, without doing a physical test, which would be sending someone there, unfortunately, you cannot guarantee me that that's the end of the galaxy or what I'm looking at.
Okay, so basically, like I said to you once again, when you're asking for proof, the proof that we're giving you, we're showing you that tests that we can perform here on Earth, like a microwave. This is the technology that she's talking about when she said radiation. Yeah. Or there's even, I remember seeing they turned on a light. It was like in whatever city it was in America, and they could view the light. And they noticed that when they were standing far away, the light would hit them in like a split second after they turned it on. So they can measure the speed of light in a very extremely basic way. Do you understand? But it's like all of these things they have performed. I even went into to detail about showing you how they proved that if you travel at the speed of light, you will not age. I showed you that, you know, they have tested raw organic material. Yeah, they accelerate the particle, yeah, at a great speed, and by doing this, the particle is not decaying, therefore proving that if you're traveling at that speed, you will not age. You like time for you will stand still. So even all the lights you see in the sky, yeah, to a photon, yeah, the same moment the photon was born, it's the same moment you're seeing it. Do you understand? So even if the light has been traveling 13 billion years, to that light, to the actual light, to the photon, for him or for her, whatever you want to call it, to simplify it, time has not moved one bit. So therefore, we start to understand, okay, time is relative. Do you understand?
All right. So what you're
Time
saying
is
is, hold on.
relative.
What
It's
you're
not.
saying is, yeah, hold on 1 second. What you're saying to me is then, yeah, you're saying to me, if I got a person and made them move at the speed of
Yeah.
light, yeah, constantly, they'd never age.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
How can you
That's
prove that?
correct.
Where is the what is the
I've just come on,
what's the
come on. No,
what,
no, 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 no. I'm
where
not
is the
doing it. I'm
practical
not doing it.
where
I've just
one
said
second,
it to
one
you. I've done
second,
a whole
one second.
show where I'm
Hold on,
monologuing about
one
that,
second,
about
one second,
no, no,
one
no,
second,
because you're asking
one
me the same
second.
question I've answered.
No. Listen, what I'm asking you is this: where is the practical test with a physical person or a physical being?
The Hadron Collider is what they're using it for.
No, with a
Yeah, that you
physical
keep
being,
mentioning so much.
not an atom, not a molecule, with a physical
Boy,
being.
in Gonsen, you're mad, you know.
Even a piece
They
of vegetation.
they
Where
used
is the
they
test?
used organic material,
What
real
organic
life,
material did they
earth
use?
bound. Come on, man. That's silly. If you don't want to believe, just say you don't want to believe.
I'm
It
just
doesn't bother
asking.
me. It
What
doesn't
was the
bother me
organic
because I
material?
don't fully believe in it. I
You know
don't
what? You
fully
see,
co-sign
no,
it. I'm just
you
telling
see
you
when you,
that
you see
the
when you
theory
say
that they
they
put
used.
forward.
No, but listen.
You know,
You see when you say they used organic material, what type of organic material definitely would matter? That's why I asked. What type of organic material did they
what
use?
type of organic material?
Yeah.
Okay, so they used a real life organic material that can decay. Therefore, it was living. It's the same when you get food in your house. Yeah, the way they make food, the shelf life. Everyone think, oh, preservative. So they must put something in. No.
Is
To
this
make
a
your
video
food
or
last
something?
long,
Is
hang
this a
on,
video
hang on,
or
hang on, hang on. To make
web page so we can
what
just
do you
get
mean
it
it's
up
a
in it?
video?
I don't know. Then we can just get it up in
What
it
I'm
because
saying.
obviously whatever you're talking, where does it come from? And then we can just get it up, and then we can all have a look at it, innit?
Yeah, I can probably dig it out. Of course I can. But the thing is, it's like for me, it's not going
But
to
if
be
you don't
hard
dig
for
it
you to
out,
just Google.
what is
Yeah,
it?
but it's not going to be
What I'm
hard for you to
Googling?
just Google. It's
What should I Google?
listen. Let's just make it clear, innit? Like basically, if you're moving at the speed of light, you will not age. This is and science have come to this conclusion by accelerating, like I keep saying, I've said this maybe a million times, accelerating a particle, and they're like, raw, when we move this particle at this speed, the thing don't age. But this is something that should dead within a couple of days or whatever, and it's not dying because it's moving at this great speed. So we know that moving something at this speed, yeah, or even moving it at the speed of light, it stands still. It stands. This is what I'm saying. The speed of light It's definitely mystical. It's definitely godlike, if you like. I don't have a problem with that. You understand? There's definitely some magic there. Yeah. I don't think it's fully understood, but we know from practical tests here on Earth, yeah, what it produces. We know the results. Yeah. With real evidence, real proof. I mean, you're not gonna try to tell me
Yeah,
that
that man.
nothing on Earth we can't prove. Because there's many things on Earth which we can prove. So this whole argument about we can't prove anything is false. We can prove many things. Yeah. And some of the things are even applied in space. Yeah. As far as you have you know, GPS satellites and all the rest of it now. I mean, how are they there? Did you know, for instance, that a GPS or a satellite, whatever you want to call it now, yeah, has to be placed in a certain part of Earth's orbit so the time in that machine will mimic the time here on Earth? Because if it was placed, you know, just slightly different, it wouldn't match the time. You know, obviously that's just a side note, but I'm trying to say to you, you know, like you should be proud of how far humans have come. Humans have come extremely far. We've achieved so many things, so many great things. And for you to just sit there and say there's no test, there's no proof, there is so many tests and there's so many proofs. How many people's lives have been saved by MRI machines and all of these things? And you're discrediting the same technology when it's used by NASA
That
or
you're
these
using.
people. Listen, let me just say this, yeah. First of all, I'm not the kind of person, and this is what I hope you would join me in this mindset. I hope you would actually join me in this mindset. I don't co-sign to everything NASA says. Even after everything I'm saying, I slightly believe that the moon landing could be fake. After everything I'm telling you, do you understand? It's a bit like I don't fully hold on to every single thing, but I'm saying to you, some things they can definitely prove.
Let's slow down for a second.
This is the difference.
You've made it. We've heard your point. You've made a good few points, to be fair. But I just want to get at you.
I've just made one point.
I want to get at you. Well, you're making one point, but many smaller points within it. I want to say that what you're talking about, yeah, that you said to me to type in on Google, would you age slower if you were moving at the speed of light? Now, I'm going to say to you, I'm reading a so-called MIT technology review right now that is telling me that they're not sure, but they think so. Now, if you're not sure, but you think so, then technically you don't know. Now, secondly to this, I'm going to say to you, broski, yeah, I'm going to say, you know, none of these things are things where, for instance, an astronaut apparently went to the moon or went to the International Space Station. Yeah, he didn't come back from the International Space Station looking like he was 20 years younger than all of his friends.
Did we say he traveled at the speed of light?
I'm not saying that he did.
No. We're not saying that. Hang on. No. But then you can't make that statement.
I can.
Okay, no problem. But then we have to address that statement.
You don't understand why. When I'm finished, you're not even going to want to address it no more. I guarantee you. So just hold the horses. Yeah. Now, what I'm saying to you is, yeah, you got two different forms of time dilation. Yeah. You got time dilation as far as traveling at the speed of light. Then you got time dilation as in a result of gravitational effects where a person's on a complete different planet.
We can go there as well.
So 1 second. Because of these gravitational effects on a different planet or a different location in the cosmos, what's going to happen is your aging process will be different in comparison to where you were originally. Now, once we've got all of this, One second. Once we've got all of this nonsense on the table, what we're going to have to do is, firstly, Firstly, what we're going to do is we're going to have to prove Einstein's theory of special relativity, which teaches us about motion through space. And alterations in the flow of time. We're gonna have to prove that, and if we can't prove it, then what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to get our robes on and go to the science church and pray on Sundays. That's what we're gonna have to do. And we
Okay,
got to
let me put it to you like this.
We believers, B. We believe it. Come on.
That's it,
What
but
we do?
listen,
You have to prove it. You know,
Okay.
brother. Yeah, brother. You have to prove
You
that.
can't prove no blood clot thing. You take your religious book? No.
You go and prepare, brethren.
Hey, yeah. So look, it's like this is the way it was explained. Yeah, this is not my explanation. It's someone else's explanation. Okay. All right. We can be. Let's take a location. Yeah. Let's say Speaker's Corner. Yeah. Even though it's got no relevance these days, but still, let's say I've been
No
there.
relativity. No
You've
relativity.
been there. Listen. I've been there. You have been there, but we might not have been there at the same time. Therefore, we weren't in the same place. So this is a very basic explanation to get people to understand that time, yeah, and space, and that's why they say space-time is connected. That you can't take them apart because we might have been in the same place, but if we weren't in the same time, we weren't in the same. Does that make sense? So they are connected, and also as well, they have also discovered that depending on gravity, even here on Earth, people who live at high altitude, yeah, have been affected because of the pull of gravity.
What do you mean?
So I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want to do with that information, but that's something that you can't ignore.
How does high altitude?
Do you get what I'm saying?
How does that affect people?
Well, first of all, it's got to do with the air. It's got to do with different things. It's got to do with the gravitational pull. Blah 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 blah. So, I mean, what are you saying? Is this God? Did he do this, or where does it say in Genesis that God done this?
Yeah, but all these neutrons and protons. What?
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I asked a very specific question. Does high altitude affect the body? Because you brought it up in it. I'm not trying to like make.
Okay, I'll give you a short explanation. I've got it
up.
You
So
see?
I'll just read it out. It says many people who
Okay.
ascend to moderate or high altitudes experience the effects of acute altitude sickness. Symptoms of this sickness typically begin 6 to 48 hours after altitude exposure begins and include headache, nausea, lethargy, dizziness, and disturbed sleep. So if you're living at high altitude, it's going to have more effects on your breathing, I would say, from what I've just read, than anything else. I don't think that's going to have anything to do with you aging different or anything like that. But if you could show us a
Brother,
study.
I'm telling you, gravity affects you greatly. Like whether you want to accept it or whether you don't want to accept it, I don't know what you want me to do with it. But obviously, they have discovered the same way I'm telling you, time is relative. Yeah, you're talking about Einstein's theory of relativity or special relativity. Einstein's theory of relativity came first, by the way, and then after long after Einstein was dead, yeah, they discovered that, oh shit, certain things that he was saying, etc., etc. Then the other theory, special.
They don't accept gravity for it being part of, an elementary force or physics or anything like that. They want to believe that he's got the whole world in his hand. That's what it is.
Natty, can I tell you something, my brother? Like literally, you see, like I was watching, Pinero's Mind. He done a little show the other day. Yeah, that man talk about sugar daddy. I may scratch my head and me say, rotted. Him chat about sugar daddy, and here I am, special relativity, a science this and a science that. You see, every blood clot there's it a science thing, and Bible. You see, it's like no man. It's like if it's two different ideologies.
People need but for survive.
You know what? Listen, Natty like these subjects here, brother. Him love these subjects here, so me have to rehash the subject where the people and hold on, urban analysis. Him like these type of subject here, brother. What heap of people like it?
No, we like it in pieces. It's like a chocolate cake, my brethren. Not too much, just little pieces.
Hear me, I say no.
Me feel like me gone dead soon.
Look, wanna have a timer. We have a timer. We have to set a timing for prove the theory of relativity and space time. Yeah, the special relativity, not just relativity, special relativity.
Bridging it up, that's so much me want to take me now.
Once we understand, so we can prove the theory of special relativity and space time, and somebody. So if a man is upon Mars,
Yeah.
and a man live on Mars.
Okay.
Him could have lived to
Okay, Shiva.
300 or 500 better because him a got age slow.
Listen,
But if you live on Earth,
Brethren,
if you live on Earth, it might make a 90 if you're lucky.
he might make a 90. Yes.
You better find it fast because
Okay, if him eat ital and him live good, maybe. But look, all I'm saying is we're gonna chop this up. We're gonna go for it. This is the kind of thing, yeah. But maybe like the next time, I want to talk about certain people popping off their pom pom to earn P, because obviously, like this is the kind of vibe that, yeah. This is the kind of vibe what certain man are on, yeah, to kind of like bring information. And my man even had a woman on his show who has lived it, who has lived the thing, a fucking eyewitness there, like bringing all the information. How's that for test and proof? Actually, you live it.
Yeah, that's easy for us though, man. We could do all of that. But you see this one here, these are the hard questions right now. We're dealing with some of the harder ones.
Yes.
And I think it's important
Yeah.
because a lot of the audience, a lot of the people at home, you're going to have people that sway to both sides of this argument. Yeah. And I think that, you know, sometimes it's good to discuss things because I may have missed something, you may have missed something, they may have missed something.
Benjamin,
That's going to change your mind today. That's going to make you see things a bit clearer today. You might even be the person that gives us the answer. You might be the scientist that comes up with the answer one day. So it's important for us as people, as a humanity, to at least have the conversation. I don't think science is important. I think the conversation is important. And this is why I think science is actually an oxymoron. I don't think the word science should even exist. But people have got so comfortable with science and so comfortable with the scientific community and the people who are heads of it pushing their agendas. And, you know, because they're so comfortable, they find it hard to let go of things they're comfortable with. Just like religion. They find it like, how you going to get religious people to let go of religion?
Stop, Bridget. Why you not pick up your Bible and put down your phone?
Bridget, hear me, I said no. The Bible tell you off the next one. The Bible
tell you off Genesis pan him phone. He might have Corinthians and him phone.
And hear something now. The Bible tell on the next phone. Brother, before on have phone, the Bible tell you off the next phone.
Oh, no, you know them have tablet for
brother, the Bible tell you off the next phone.
That's what he's gonna say. That's what he's gonna say. You want me to pull up the scripture for you? From Moses.
Brother, you want me to pull up the scripture again for you? You want me to pull it?
Okay.
Moses said,
"Me a Samsung tablet."
Work.
Brother, they never have Samsung. Brother. Samsung never live yet. Samsung never born yet. He never born yet.
Lad, something not right.
This
tablet lad they give me can't get it to work.
Listen, brother, them have technology from
till him get vexed and smash it on the ground. He said, God,
we know it. We know
what the thing is though. You know the way to
want this done.
That is one of them brothers. Yes. That is one of them brothers. Yeah. You say
we want them.
You know, like when they found out that you know, like when they found out that the pyramids emit wireless energy. That is one of them brothers that he's like, oh, but why?
Shippy wireless noise. What you talk about?
He would have said the wireless energy useless. Yeah. Why them have wireless energy if they never have no device? That's the type of brother that he is. But the rest of us know. Like, come on, man. If them have, brother, if the Egyptian them, the Kemet them have wireless energy, brother. Where them are doing it? Explain that to them now. Tell me where them do with it. Tell me where them have it for. Where them have it for.
For the Roman.
Hold on. I have a better one. Hold on, Sham. Remember the one earlier? I have a better one. If the ancient Mesopotamia and them did have battery. Hold on. Them have battery with no.
The Baghdad battery you chat about?
And connect Baghdad battery with connector.
Suffer for some wicked juju, you know.
Yeah? Where them have battery for? Yo, brother, is where them have battery for? Explain that.
Virginia, for go drink some holy water.
Explain that, yo, brother.
Go catch some holy water, cool down.
Why did they have batteries?
You know what? I listened to your whole thing about the whole Baghdad battery. Yeah, I heard both of your arguments. Yeah. Obviously, it's like a normal battery is filled with acid. So, you know, to think that citrus acid, like I'm talking organic citrus acid, could produce a spark, that's kind of where they're going with that. And that's the breakdown. And then whatever
No.
stance you lot take, you lot take kind of thing.
Produces. No, it tells you how much energy it produces. It's very specific. It said like
yeah, but
one. I think it was.
You see how you're saying that?
1 volt or something like that.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You see how you're saying about 1 volt, yeah? You know, like basically like electric car, it doesn't have one big battery that holds all this power. It's got loads of batteries that have been wired. So what you do when you start connecting them now, yeah, like put it this way, like if you're jump starting a car, yeah, you will put both of the leads. I'm not even going to confuse you a lot, yeah. But just understand that it's loads of batteries connected up. Yeah.
Sure. That battery, what he's talking about, this is how I'll explain it, yeah, is how we'll explain it with the gravity, right? Because they understand what gravity is, yeah.
Yes.
Now they understand how the Big Bang works, right? Now I asked him if they took one of them same battery there and do the experiment, he said, no, they make assumption. Well,
yes. I never. No. Sham. What you see? What he's doing? You see what Natty does? He's one of these people who hears what he wants to hear. Sham, listen. Listen. When we read it out earlier, yeah. No, brother. Listen.
But listen to the whole blood clot thing.
Listen, bro, we read it earlier. You're not going to get away with this today, Natty, because we saw it on the screen. It's too late. You can't do that now, bro. It said very specifically that when certain juices are added to it, it gives off a particular amount, a particular number of energy, which means for someone to know that, they would have had to test it. Because when they found it, they had no juices in it. I'm talking about, like, not being funny, but what we're doing is we're playing games, isn't it? We're playing semantics now where we don't need to. Let's just keep it real. 100, they know the thing works, isn't it? That's why they're telling you how much energy it generates. If they didn't know it worked, they couldn't tell you how much energy it generates. So I don't even need to play semantics. I'm just going to say what we have to do is at that point, just move forward, isn't it? Let's move forward and explain to me.
Bro, I'm not a scientist, yeah? I'm not a scientist. I'm just going by what scientists are saying. And you're not a scientist, you're a Christian. So obviously, whatever you're saying about this is not valid, isn't it?
But Christian is greater than scientist. That's the level
we'll keep
up.
That there. Well, good for you. We'll stick by that, innit? And make sure.
Why you think them have Catholic school? They have scientist school, they them have Catholic school, brother. We are that word. Yeah, brother.
Science and university. Science and university grade.
Brother, science is just a degree. Science is just a thing. Yeah? Them not have a science school, brother. Them have Catholic school in those blouse and skirt. What do you know? Sure. I knew something like that one there, but it's true though. Come on, guys. Am I lying though?
Yeah, I think it's more just like the delivery. I like the delivery.
when you find them, when you turn up in a apron, you
can't see them
with the big bang is really. You know where the big bang is when you give that last thrust to your woman and you go boom.
Me know, yes, that me talk about, and you see battery. Me think about all different battery. A battery where brethren them come along and you seen, yes, it's a different battery me chat about. Completely.
Big bangers when you're banging.
Even
your
Big
woman.
Bang. Yes. You know, like when your woman's telling you, hang on a minute, like you made my period come early. What did you do to me? I'm saying, what? That's the greatest compliment I ever had. What did you just say? I made your period come early. I said, you know what? Say no more. You feel like a king for a week after hearing them kind of statement there.
Listen,
you see what I'm saying?
Flatness and just read.
Yeah.
Flatness and just read. You see where they're on the screen? You see Baghdad battery?
Yeah, what about your Baghdad battery? We don't use them anymore. What's your point?
Look on the battery. Hold on. Look on the battery.
We don't use them anymore. What's your point?
Yeah.
Brother, wait a bit.
Arabized thing.
Where the man have in hand? Where the man have a connect to the battery? Explain. Where am I in hand? He might test it. He might test us on it.
That's not really
modern day. Hold on. He might modern day electrical tester test the battery. blood clot. I went to this boy.
That's not it, bro.
I went to the.
Yeah, live.
Yo, Sham. I went to certain boy. I went to them. I went to them. I went to them. I went to them. Hey, come on. You know that. Come on, Sham, man. Like, you're being silly now. Come on. It's testing.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. I heard the whole argument. I don't know why I have to be a casting judge. Like I have to throw one man under the bus and do that. I heard the whole argument back and forth. I was listening to the whole thing. So obviously I've got my own opinion, but you know.
You know what? The thing is though. The thing is though.
Me no know that.
Where name and
we can't look at the screen. We can't look at the screen.
Man like Jesus was a carpenter, yeah. So therefore, these people exist. Scientists exist in them days.
Chippy.
All type of people exist, yeah. So I don't care about this, bro. We don't use that anymore. What's that relevant now? It's so irrelevant.
The man say we not use that anymore. You can't see the modern day tester in the man and where you say them not use that no more.
Yeah, but you can't put that in, yeah, but we don't use them anymore. So what's that showing you? We use the next thing. And who made that?
Brother, me not use no next thing. The thing just gets smaller. What you need to do is just relax on this one here and just hold this L. Just hold this L. Let me take off the West Indian accent.
All right, you know what? Yeah, I know when it's a losing battle, yeah, and I'm losing, yeah, on this one because it is so silly. I can't compete with it, so I can't compete with it, bro.
No, but that one is an L though, because he's got the testers on there. That one is an L. But obviously, I know what you were saying. You were saying, how do we know that it works? Well, now we know because they can test it with a modern day tester. Modern day, cuz what we doing here, fam? How did they have modern day technology level? How did they have these levels of technology back in the day?
Wait, what does that say there? There is no what? Read that at the bottom there. There is no what?
Yo, brother.
Read that.
Yeah,
no, read that at the bottom, Shifa, on the screen.
What this here?
Yeah, below it. There is no
written records as to the exact function of the jar, but the best guess is that it was a type of battery. Science believe the batteries, more than one, if that is their correct function, were used to electroplate items such as putting a layer of metal gold onto the surface of another silver, a method still practiced in Iraq today. Now, what they're talking about.
So what does that say?
One second. Hold on. Not finished. Pause.
It tells you there's no record that they've actually done it.
Pause. I wasn't finished. Yeah?
Exactly.
Now,
your best part,
sorry. Pause. Let me finish. Come on. Like, bro,
that's just a diagram, man.
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm not listening, broski. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm not gonna keep cutting over the top of you. But I realize what you do. This is what you do, Natty. Yo, Sham, what did I say before? Quote me if I'm wrong, Sham. If I'm a liar, say Shift, you're lying. Yeah, please.
I'm not. Who am I to be a judge? Who the fuck am I? I'm the biggest scumbag here. And you're asking me to have a say. I don't have no say.
Broski, 1 second. Everyone can be honest if they choose. Everyone can be honest if they choose to. Now, Sham, did I say this before? That what Natty has a habit of doing is he only hears the parts he wants to hear. Did I say that before?
I mean, the way it's being
you said it.
Textualized.
You said it about 5 times. So, what's your point?
All right. So I did say that he only hears the parts he wants to hear. So he specifically asked me to read the bottom part. Did he just skip past the entire first part? Hold on. The Baghdad battery is believed to be about 2,000 years old. From the Parthian period,
please don't
250 BC to CE 250. The
Yeah,
jar was found in
Arabized.
Hajat Rubu, just around Baghdad, and is composed of a clay jar with a stopper made of asphalt. Sticking through the asphalt is an iron rod surrounded by a copper cylinder. Yeah. Now, if you check this one out, yeah, when we make electrical wires and components to this day,
Say 1
I
volt.
don't care what you're saying.
Let me finish.
It does not say they done it. Read the
Look,
bottom.
let me finish, and I'll let you finish, and we'll all be civil over here, innit? If you're not afraid, afraid, just let me finish, because I know this kills you straight away. This is the end now, yeah. Now, what I'm saying
Oh,
to
yeah.
you is, yeah, we know in modern day electrics, the main metal used is copper. Fact or fiction?
Fact.
It's a good inductor.
Fact. All right. When filled with vinegar or any other electrical solution,
Acid.
or any other electrical solution, I think they just put those two words together. Any other electrical solution, the jar produces about 1.1 volts. So Sham, when I said to you, the guy just reads things the way he wants to read them. He don't actually listen. They're telling you they've tested it. They're
How
telling you
many
when the
volts?
jar is filled, when the
What
jar,
can you
listen,
power
when the
with
jar, when
1.1
it says when filled with vinegar or any other electrolytic solution, the jar produces about 1.1 volts. So they're being very specific and showing you, listen, we know that this thing does this because if you put this in it, it does this.
Yeah.
Simple. Now, also, we
Okay.
know that by the metal that's used and by the way that it's put together, it's most likely a battery.
Right.
Now, I'll be honest, when I found
Right.
out
Okay,
about this,
Schiffer,
one
we've
second,
got
one
that.
second. I'll finish on this point. When I found out
finish his
about
science.
this when I found out about this Baghdad battery, I didn't find about it here. I didn't find out about it on Google. I was one day watching the History Channel, yeah, and on the History Channel, they said that in that place in Baghdad, there's a practice to this day where they use a very they use a very small voltage, yeah, to solder metals, yeah, onto other metals. A
But
very
you
low
can't
voltage.
just because it's on a channel on
No,
TV.
broski.
It's told
One
in the
second.
narrative
I
of the
won't finish.
producer.
Don't be so quick to jump in because you're gonna make yourself look crazy. Now listen. The voltage that they use to this day is the same as what the jar's producing. What are we doing here?
Okay, but they could only test it today. They could never test it back in the day, could they? So it's obviously going to be the same because they're only testing it in the present day.
Broski, listen, it don't matter. Either way, that's significant enough to know that this thing, to some extent, is more than likely a battery. I can't go back in time and show you someone using one as a battery. No. But we know the more than likely usable case is a battery because it can be used as one. I'll go on mute.
Okay, no problem. You know what? To be honest with you, it's funny how he's using science, yeah, to kind of try to prove his point, and he's trying to show us tests. Notice how no one is saying that's not a test. That's not a test. Everyone accepts that. Obviously, you know, using certain electrical testers, you can, you know, come to, you know, conclusions about voltage, and you can measure things. Yeah, no problem. But when we throw the same logic, hang on. No, you said you was gonna go on mute. Yeah. No. You're using science and tests and things that we can prove to land your point.
I'm using science to test something.
Which part of religion? No, yeah, for show me Genesis.
Listen, I'm showing science. I'm using science to test something that comes out. Listen, I'm using science to test something that comes out of religion. Because at the time when a Baghdad battery, one second. At the time when a Baghdad battery was invented, there was no such thing as science. The only thing that's similar to science that existed. The only thing. One second. The only thing that was at the time that existed that's similar to science is religion. Yeah. So this wasn't made by science. This wasn't made by science. This was made by religion.
Right. Okay. Now, earlier on, I said to you, yeah, in Baghdad,
alchemy
in
is the
Baghdad,
word I'm
where this was,
highlighting.
what religion?
Alchemy
was
can't
it
be proven.
Christianity? Was it Christianity?
What are you talking about, man?
Chemistry, man. What are you talking about?
You can go get a Jack Daniels and you tell me it can't be proven. Go to the bar and get a drink and drink it. Yeah.
Urban, I just want to hear you this, right? So basically, yeah, because of religions, yeah, this is why we had designs like the battery, yeah? This is why, yeah? Is that what you lot got?
No.
That's what he's saying, yeah. That's the claim.
No, not me.
That's a hell of a claim.
Is that what you lot get?
I know, I get it. That's his claim.
Right,
obviously, that's his claim, yeah.
If a religious person,
if a religious
person discovers or invents something, they accredit it to religion. That's the problem.
Cool, but listen to this. I said that means in Baghdad, what religion? Because they weren't Christians in Baghdad, so therefore they must have had their God. You must have had your God. So therefore, there's more than one God.
Good point.
But
Good
the
point.
thing is that but the thing is, Nutty, is the goalposts get moved all over the place. Because what
No,
happens
there's
is,
not. There's not.
one sec,
Can I answer him? Can I actually
one sec.
answer him? Like, because you know what it is. You see when someone
Yeah,
aims
the
a point at
goalposts are all over the
particular-
gap.
You see, if someone aims a point at someone particular, I think we should let them answer it. I think that's fair, innit? So I'm gonna say
Well, I
this.
should at least
What
I
you
should at
think-
least be able to finish.
No,
the
we
point,
haven't
though,
finished.
before
We
I get a
haven't finished
reply.
raising our concerns.
No,
You
but
know,
gotta
like
raise
there's
them one at a time,
multiple
though.
contradictions here.
So one at
You're
a time.
throwing science in our face. It's unbelievable.
Look, one concern at a time. Let me deal with this first concern. So what you're saying, Natty, yeah, does not make sense because the Bible, yeah, was around before Christians. Did you know that, Natty? Is the argument over at that point? Do you want to just concede now, or do we have to
No.
go deeper?
No.
All right, well, you concede then. Thank you.
No.
All right, let's move on. Go on.
No.
Go on, go on.
No, look, no. Christianity was established by Roman Catholics.
Brother,
Yeah,
the
you had Roman
Bible is
Catholics
older than
who
Christianity.
basically.
The Bible is older than
Which part?
Christianity, brother. The Bible is older than Christianity.
Yeah, true.
The
Yeah,
New
of
Testament,
course.
the New Testament is not older than
Yeah,
Christianity.
but history is always going to be. Listen, anytime you're talking about history, obviously it's going to be older. It's like a man saying
the
about their
Bible is
ancestors. You
older
can't look
than-
at history. No. But listen to it. You can't just say history and yes, it's going to be older. Obviously, history is always going to be older.
The Bible is older.
So
than
you've basically.
the Bible is
Huh?
older than history.
Listen. It claims
Bible is
to be
older
older
than
than history.
bro. Listen.
It makes the claim.
Hold on one second. One second. When the Bible, when the Old Testament scriptures were being written, there was no such thing as history. There was no such thing as the
course
word
there
history.
was.
It didn't exist.
Of course there
The word
was.
didn't exist. No, because there was no
Nonsense.
English. There was no
Nonsense.
English. Listen, there was no English, so there was no such word as history. It didn't exist.
Oh, the word. All right, the word. But there was pre-times we have to use the language that's available to us to explain
All
what
right,
we're
but
talking
there was
about.
still no history, though. So
But
the
there was a
Bible
past.
older than history.
There was a past.
Brother, the Bible older than the past, brother. It older than all of them thing there. Cha.
Can't be because a King James
English.
version. We have a date.
Brother, the Bible
Understand?
older than English, brother. The Bible is older than
Unless
English,
we
brother.
can
No.
unless we
The
can
Julius Caesar creation.
unless we can communicate with a language that is the oldest recorded to date, unless we can communicate with that language, and there's no point us even talking about anything, is there?
No, I'm not
Everything's
saying that
irrelevant.
we can. No, listen to my point. I'm not saying we can communicate in those languages. I'm saying to you that the Bible is older than English, brother. It's
Yes,
older
obviously.
than Greek.
We know
It's
that.
older
We
than
know
Greek.
that. Yeah, we know that.
It's older than history, cuz.
Yeah. So you don't
Yeah,
have
but
that
you-
language,
the
and yet still
English
you're reading
version-
from the book.
You're playing with
Lord,
words, bro.
right.
Yo,
The
brother,
King James
yo.
version. Yeah.
The
Madman.
man
This sound mad.
spits a couple bars and thinks it's a wordsmith. I don't know what's going on here, bro.
Hey,
What?
you have to admit though. It does sound quite compelling.
You're backflipping.
It does-
You're backflipping. It's like gymnast class, bro.
But it does
It's
sound
like
compelling.
Lindbergh.
Listen, when you
This
say the
guy was
Bible
getting
is
shot up
older than
differently, you know.
history, yeah.
Right, all right.
When-
I
when
got
you-
one. I got one. It wasn't called the Bible back then, so can you stop referring to it as the Bible?
Yeah.
The scripture
You might
is
call it the
older than
Septuagint.
history. The scripture is
the word
older
scripture
than.
didn't exist. The word
Listen.
scripture didn't exist.
Yes.
Listen.
The
The
word
writings,
scripture did not exist. The writing
the
did not
language,
exist. Did not
language,
exist. Didn't exist.
all of it.
You have to
Yes,
come
it
out.
did.
You have to come out with
Yes,
something
it
different. No, never.
the Shemitic
The
language,
word language didn't
the
exist.
Shemitic languages, even.
Shemitic
The
is the only
Arabic
word that you can
Arabic is even older than
Listen. No. You know when you're saying languages, first of all, yeah, I don't even believe it was a
Them never
language. If you go by your
Communication
Bible,
talk, bro.
if you go by your
Communication.
Bible, you'll see that they claim that they were speaking telepathically. Not just telepathically, also
Oh, there
like
you go.
mainstream science will say that the first language was in clicks. And we spoke about this before. If you look at clicks is the maddest way of speaking. It's like dolphins, where obviously like they have that sonar and shit like that. These are things which we've
Sound.
discussed
It's
in the past.
It's communication via sound. That all language is sound, and then they compile different sounds to different things, so we can express to each other what we want to express to each other using sound. That's all we're doing.
It's a vibration on
It's a
on a
universal
base level.
sound,
It's a
and
vibration.
it is, and sound is a vibration. Yes, well done, Sean. Yes, thank you for
Yeah.
pointing that out.
So
So
obviously, like, yeah. So
sounds
obviously,
and
if
vibration.
we unify,
So 1 minute,
yes,
Shan,
yes. So
what
if we,
did the Bible,
yeah,
did the scripture come before sound and vibration? No.
no, no, no
So
chance.
argument
Absolutely
done.
no chance, and that's very unfortunate. I guess it is kind of signed, sealed, and delivered. In that sense, it is,
Yeah.
unfortunately, because when you're saying what was first, listen, I want people to understand. Yeah, it's like, look,
Facial
first of
expression
all,
was facial expression was first. Well, all right. All right. Maybe there was telepathy. We can't prove that. What we
yeah,
can prove is body language. And body language would
yeah,
have come before sound.
yes.
You know. And before
I
we
mean,
could
according to
communicate
the
with sound,
Bible, yeah,
before we could communicate with sound, if we hurt ourselves, do you reckon we made a noise?
yeah. I mean, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that maybe you opened your mouth
Animals don't
and
have
it allowed the
animals.
vibration. You know,
Animals don't have a recognized language, and I'm sure they make a noise. You know what I mean?
The thing,
but
Herbs. The thing is, though, yeah,
Yeah.
you're calling me country boy, and Shiff is the one out here saying, "Thee art thou, how thou Marty, how thee."
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
what happened
Real
to our
country
brethren?
bum.
Oh, but what happened to our brethren?
Yeah. Where art thou? Where art thou, thou Schiffer, thou?
Where art thou? Do you know
Yeah.
what I reckon? I reckon they called them D's, man. You know, like we'd say, what's happened to D, man? What happened to D, man?
Yeah.
Like they're
Yeah.
trying to say back in D's, man. Not D's, not D, man. D's, man.
I don't know what.
You know what? To be honest
oh,
with
no.
you,
Yeah.
it's like all the claims that he's making. I believe that secretly, not even secretly, I believe that in his head he's actually been converted. But I believe the
Do you
egocentric
know what I
part
find?
is
Do you know what I
actually
find? Do you know
holding
what I
him.
find? A lot of people that follow religion, they needed faith for something in their life that was missing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think we
Or
get to the
I agree, or is to justify their parents, and because think about it, if your dad, you loved your dad, he was a good dad, it's gonna be painful for you to accept that everything he believed in was false, perhaps. So there's many different things which are pulling you to keep you within this locked in paradigm. And I believe I don't think
and not
Ship is
just that.
fully locked into it, because remember, yeah, go on.
Not just that, yeah.
Go on,
It's
Herbs.
like me personally, I don't know the answer, yeah, whether it's religion or
Yeah.
science or whatever. I don't know the answer. So I spend a lot of my time wondering what is the answer. Whereas if you decide to believe, you can then stop concerning your time with thinking about something, because now you believe you've got the answer. So it enables you to concentrate on other things in life. But religion is a good thing. It is a good
And
thing,
that's
but
Yes,
whether or not it's true,
I
is
get
a
what you're
different story.
saying. It's a comfort blanket.
That's the
It's a
thing.
comfort
It's a
blanket.
yes. Yeah. So I imagine Schiffer like sucking on religion
Yeah.
like a comfort blanket, like his thumb. You know, like when the kids
He's
put a blanket
suckling
around
it
their
right
thumb.
now. He's got
Suckling,
milk coming down
suckling,
his
yeah.
face.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah.
Yes,
science is
some
like,
big
science is
fat
like a
titties
magic
in his
rainbow,
mouth.
innit? And
Yeah,
science
yeah,
is like
yeah.
a magic rainbow, innit? That you lot wish upon a star.
No,
and
no, Noah.
rainbow.
It was Noah that's got the covenant with the rainbow.
But
Remember
the thing
that.
is, but the
Noah's
thing is,
got
the
the
factual
covenant.
knowledge, the factual knowledge is the pot of gold on the other side of the rainbow, bro. On the other side of the rainbow, you find the pot of gold, and that's the knowledge. That's
Schiffer,
the
you walked
fact.
straight into that one, bro. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
you man are
Noah with the
definitely
rainbow,
wishing on
G.
stars,
Straight
man.
into it.
Listen,
You
you
walked into
definitely
that
wishing
one,
on
bro.
stars. Listen,
You
you
walked
definitely
into that
wishing
One
on
on the
stars.
rainbow.
Look, you
Backflipped
definitely
into it.
wishing
He
on
didn't
In
even
stars.
church, they
into
carry
it.
them colours.
He
Look,
backflipped into it.
look, you definitely wishing on stars.
Baptized into it.
Listen, you definitely wishing on stars and worshipping rainbows and shit, but that ain't gonna help
What
you
does
in
the
the
Bible say
afterlife.
about stars?
What we have to do, you see what we have to do, yeah? What we have to do is, yeah, we have to stop wishing on stars and wishing to know what they are and just
Bethlehem,
What does
bro.
the
accept what
Bible
they
say
are.
about stars?
What we have
About
to
the
do is
Star
we
of
have to
Bethlehem, bro.
what we have to do
Who
is
followed
just
the star?
accept what What we have to do here is just accept what they are, yeah.
Star,
And once
Didn't
we,
you follow it?
Star. Who followed the
Didn't you
star?
follow a start? Didn't you follow
you
a
see,
start
once
to find
you
Jesus?
see, once you've accepted what they are, yeah, we'll have enough self-control that, like what I did, I just let you lot say
Shit.
your bit,
Shit.
and
Did the
then
three
y'all best
wise
say
men?
mine.
Did the three wise men wish on a star? Yes or no?
No, they never wish pan no star.
On the North Star.
No, brother, that is a pagan thing with them insert.
Why do they? What's the song they sing at Christmas?
Virgin, I
The
feel no
star
song
song.
that. You tell me, brother. I feel no sing from Pickney. Me not sing them song there, you know. Me never sing it.
Twinkle,
Why, but
twinkle,
alone
twinkle.
sing them type of song there.
Brother, me never sing them type of song yet. I feel no. Hey. But seriously though, like I said, the whole Christmas thing, remember that's a pagan thing. You can't add that. You can't insert things. There's no insertion, no alterations, and all the alterations
No,
that you try to add.
no. Wrong.
Go on.
Celebrating the birth of Jesus is not a pagan thing. But the pagan thing is the time that they're celebrating the birth of Jesus.
Yeah.
When was born?
Because if they didn't incorporate
September.
if they didn't incorporate a pagan belief, then they would be going off of what they believe is Jesus' birthday and doing the same celebration, or the celebration of him dying and rising again. That is a celebration that is Christian.
You do know.
Hold on. Hold on. Is Jesus born at Christmas?
No, but that's not the point. The point I'm making is that
No, April
the
is when he comes again.
The time of year is pagan, but the celebration is not pagan. The celebration is the resurrection.
It no matter. It's pagan.
Easter, that's Easter.
It no
So
matter.
what about
The time
Easter
of year
then?
is pagan.
What about Easter?
A pagan business.
Okay,
never
but
deal with.
Easter you celebrate, yeah?
Brother, man, you're not a celebration, brother.
How about
You're
this
not
though?
doing
How
the
about this though? Yeah.
celebration
How
there.
about this though? What about this one? Listen to this one. Yeah.
Me never
So,
see a rabbit lay a egg
Easter-
yet.
Listen to this one though.
Yeah.
Easter, yeah. Easter is a time of birth, isn't it? Yeah. It's the rebirth. He died again, rose again. Birth. It's eggs because eggs resemble birth. It's all about birth. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the pagan way,
That's why I
it's
didn't
like-
think he'd have a
it's the
problem
birth-
with Easter.
It's the birth. It's the
You
birth
know,
of the
I
beginning.
thought you'd
of
accept
the
it.
beginning of the crops. Yeah. But listen, if you conceive a child during the time of Easter, when is 9 months later?
It's pretty easy, isn't it? When 9 months later is. I don't know if
When is it?
I don't know if you're
When
asking
9
Shipper
months later?
specifically. You
I'm
know.
asking everyone. When it's 9 months later, it's December. The birth.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah.
banned,
I
you
mean,
know.
I'm fully
See
with
the
you.
link? Do you see the link?
I'm fully with you. I'm fully with you. Yeah.
That's why
I'm
like, it's
fully.
pagan
Yeah. I
terms,
guess.
because when people talking about all this pagan, that's just a broad term used by the Abrahamic faiths to fucking kill this fucking spiritual people.
And where was
But when you
Jesus
really
born?
check,
Jesus born.
and when you really check,
Jesus born. The legit man born.
he's gonna kill you for that one, boy. Fuck you. Hell. I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger.
You know something? It's like
Jesus
literally.
about
I
the
think
legit
what
man
he's trying to do. He's trying to get us to fully accept that religion came first, got everything right, blah blah blah, done this, done that. But to be honest with you, it's like it's not gonna happen because we can see the flaws within religion. Like we can see the mistakes when you keep talking about.
There are other flaws, though. There are other flaws. So I sent to Schiffer to check out a guy called Kent Hovind or Kent Hovind, yeah? He's a Christian scientist, and he makes some very good arguments for the Christians, I'm not going to lie, or for the Abrahamic faith.
Okay.
One of them being...
I know, but it's the amount of interpretation.
Yeah, but listen, but one of them being this, yeah? So when something explodes, there's the gyro effect, yeah? So it goes the way that it explodes. So if you're spinning something on a merry-go-round and you throw something off of the merry-go-round, it's going to spin the same way as what you're going on the merry-go-round.
Yes,
yeah?
because it's
called
technically
gyro
traveling.
effect.
It's technically
Yes.
it's technically
But
traveling
So
that
that would
motion.
mean
Yes.
everything from the Big Bang would be spinning in the same direction, but there are planets that are spinning in the opposite direction. That's just one
I mean,
example.
to be honest with you, even Earth, it doesn't have a perfect. It's more of an egg shape. It doesn't have a perfect rotation. And I even, people are even saying that when the dinosaurs was wiped out, this is a big reason why it was shaken up. It was hit with a lot of force. Jupiter usually acts as like a big body that absorbs a lot of us. See, this is the thing. Big Jupiter always protects us. Yeah, big Jupiter always protects us. Yeah, she's always there. She's always there somehow, just soaking up the shit and doing whatever she's doing. But I genuinely believe that if you're gonna be stuck in this whole religious thing and whatnot, I think cool if it makes you feel good. Yes, all right, stick with it. But once you start to say, and this is the crucial thing, once you start to say that you have all the answers, you stop research, because what's the need for research? What's the need for anything if you have all the answers?
Exactly that. And then what does
You live,
do?
you die, and that's it.
It stops your population that you're ruling worrying about such things, and they become better workers.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. And you know what? This is why I didn't. You know what? I can see what angle you're coming from, and there's a whole can of worms if we're going to talk about the detrimental effect that religion has had from obviously from Islam to Christianity to whatever. Even Buddhists. Like no one. I'm going to say.
I'd say it's people that manipulated people using the faith and religion. I wouldn't say it was actually religion personally.
Okay. I would ask you on the flag that ISIS use. Do you think any scholar can refute that it's religious text on their flag? I think it's a very hard argument to kind of say that.
I don't really know.
Okay.
What is it?
No, but I'm saying it's like, yeah, it's religious text. It's religious doctrine.
What is it? The Shahada written on there or something? I don't know. I don't.
No, it's not. It's not the Shahada. Yeah, you know what? To be totally honest with you, now you say that, I'm going to be totally honest. I haven't investigated. Someone can go and investigate. But the point I'm trying to make is they use religion to obviously further their narrative.
At the end times, there's going to be an army.
I agree.
Have a black
But
flag,
science probably do that as well.
flag. It will have some writing on it. Yeah,
But that's not the fault
signal.
of science or religion.
Oh,
That's
hang
to
on.
do with the people.
Is that what it is, Natty? Yeah, is that actually what it is?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Cool. If that's what it is, I mean, it still doesn't take away from the fact that, to me, it seems like they're using, religion to further their agenda, and we already know that there are some religious states. I think, England used to be a religious,
Sham, if I beat you with a wooden spoon, is it the wooden spoon's fault or my fault?
I see what you're saying, but then obviously, if there's a book that's open to interpretation, and so many people have said, okay, well, why is the highway code not confusing then? And I think, what do you say? I mean, one book is magical and one book is not magical, I guess. I think that's the only conclusion that you can.
The one that's not magical is more understandable.
Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah. So I mean, for me.
The thing is, if I'm God and I want people to understand my laws and to follow me, I'm going to make myself as articulate as possible. I'm not going to leave room for people to have doubt or to use perception, or I'm going to do it in a way.
What they say, I hear you. I'm with you on that one. But what they say is that what would be the point if he gave you all the answers? That's what religious people say. They say, oh well, you know, if you understood everything and if you didn't have belief, then what would be the point? If God is almighty and he can control anything at his will, then what would be the point of having that God if you didn't have any faith, if you didn't believe? If I told you everything, what would be the point? And this is the argument that a religious person will say to you. And I think in that they're saying, look, I can't prove anything to you, but I want you to do exactly what I tell you to do, and then when you die, things will come good. I mean, that's a hell of a promise. I mean, what they are
I've got a
cleverly,
friend, yeah.
they, yeah,
I got a friend who's an imam, yeah, and he's got a school, an orphanage in Gambia for
Yeah. Okay,
for blind children.
okay.
And I said to him, but if God is so great, why is he making children that are blind? And his
Yeah.
answer was to make
But
us
then,
appreciate. He
yeah,
said to make us appreciate how good our lives are. I was like,
that's a mad answer. That is a mad answer, if I'm honest with you.
that's the one he comes
I
with.
mean, so you're saying that them people that are blind, them blind children, they're not even human
They had to
beings. They're
suffer.
just a project.
They had to suffer for us
Like,
to appreciate. Basically, that's what he's saying.
that was a bad answer,
What
if I'm
God
going to be
does,
totally honest with you.
But what other answer could he say though, bro? What
Yeah.
other answer could he have pulled up? That's probably the best that he had in his repertoire. What else could he pull up?
You know what? It's true. He probably didn't have anything else what he could say. But I mean, if I'm to look at why people suffer, I would say that, you know, I'm not making a claim. It's only religious people making. But I don't even know if they are, because what Shifa said the other day, I don't know if you caught it. He said that God destroys things all the time. He's not ashamed to say that God destroys things, and you know, he will fully, like he did the other day, he will fully come on here and
Thing,
tell
man.
you that
This is the thing with religion. The contradictions are endless.
they're endless, innit? That's the
It's
problem.
like
But then,
it's like to prove or back up one thing, you're discrediting another
yeah,
thing that you proved up backed up previously.
yes, exactly. But that's the thing. I mean, even when you say that, they'll say, yeah, but we can't fathom or understand, you know, God's great thinking. You see where I'm going with this?
So then
But
how
then,
can you
to
preach?
be
Yeah. So
fair,
then how can you preach it and believe it then?
there you go. But then, obviously, they're now looking into if the universe has a consciousness. If you watch Joe Rogan, there was a guy on
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
and they
yeah,
were
yeah, yeah. I did.
obviously they were
I
going
know what you're
through.
talking about.
Yeah, you caught that episode.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so they were obviously going through if you know, there was a consciousness there.
Universe is
So
consciousness.
when I'm looking, yeah, and if you look, I mean, there's two sides. You had Joe Rogan, who was kind of more saying like, nah, you know what? I kind of feel like it's how can you even say that? How can we try to apply our way of thinking onto something that's so great? So I guess science in that respect is kind of saying things that religion is saying, but the difference is, and this is what I want Shiva to understand, is that when science is making a claim, it's only the strongest claim until it gets disproven.
Yes,
No one can
yes,
come with a
yes,
new written
yes,
Bible, yeah,
yes. I
and
was just
start
about
to
to say the
say
same thing.
X,
Yes,
Y, and Z and be
yes,
respected. He'd probably get killed
yes.
if you
Science
try
can
to
be
push something like that.
science can be changed. Religion essentially can't. It does get changed, but really it can't.
They claim it can't, yeah,
But it does
exactly.
get changed.
So
Doesn't it? So that's why you get like religious, what they call fanatics, who want to be more orthodox to their religion and don't like the changes. But the thing is,
yep,
how can you? The thing is, yeah, if it is the truth, then it should be able to work
yeah,
across time. But it don't, because
yes.
it's
Well,
been
it
practiced
don't
10,000
even,
years ago.
yes, exactly. It don't even work. I mean, look at like obviously like prayer times and stuff like that. Like how do you sort of you know, say to someone, okay, I want you, I'm talking about like Islamic faith. How do you say to someone, you need to pray at this time, you need to break your fast at this time, when I can put you in Greenland where the daylight hours are just a madness.
Yeah, I've heard that argument.
Furthermore, you ain't eating. How about that? Yeah, that's what's happening. You're not eating, but you still have to obviously. So this tells you
is the
that
thing,
that
Shab, that
religion,
they pick out the
yeah,
good bits, but try and skim over the bad bits, isn't it?
yeah, exactly, and that's why I think I have a bit of a problem with certain things. I mean, I had a guy, a Turkish guy. He was brought up like, you know, like Muslim, all his like family are Muslim, but most Turks, they're kind of easygoing, I've noticed. But still,
Yeah, they're like cultural.
either
They're
way,
cultural
yeah,
Muslims.
yeah, they are. But either way, he said like, how can they expect me to like go and fast? He was like, he actually had a high flying job, yeah, he was doing well, and he's saying like, how can you be doing like day trading and then you're meant to go like you could miss your trade because you gotta go pray and
Yeah,
like,
but then, yeah, but if
you know, when
if you're religious, your religion should come above your job.
I fully hear you, but I think what he was basically, the point he was trying to make is that he felt that religion was holding people back, and especially like countries like Turkey, where in the government, religion is extremely big. There's many other places in Africa. There's many other places, but it's like,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, to that effect, he felt that
It's
religion
keeping
was
people in the past.
clearly holding people back. Yeah,
Yeah.
because whether you like it or not, the financial world, look what's happening with Russia and America. America saying you need to sell in dollars. Russia is saying no, we're going to sell in ruble. Are you mad? If I'm making a trade with an Indian man, why the hell does it need to be in dollars? I'm selling it in ruble, and that's the way it's going to be. So when you start to look at obviously like the dynamics, it's easy to understand. It's easy to understand that the kind of like having wealth and accumulating and being a big player on the financial market, it's going to elevate people. And if you're stuck in a religious paradigm where you say, okay, well,
Yeah, but then
trading is bad and this,
But a religious argument would be money is evil, isn't it? So it's the devil's work, money. And like if money is your god, then you're following the devil. That would be a religious
I
argument.
know, but
Which
I
is a
mean,
good argument, to be fair.
it is. I think it would be a hell of a thing to see what the other side was like without actually dying. That's the thing, because you obviously you can't really undo death unless you have a short experience.
Yeah, but people have had like near-death experiences, though, isn't it? Like, a lot of them report the same sort of thing.
I've had a few of them. Literally, I'm not even joking with you.
Yeah.
I've had a few of them. I've had like obviously like couple bike crashes and other things.
Yeah, my father-in-law was in a bad car crash, and he was in a coma as well. And he believes he's seen the other side.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. It's like, for me, I mean, you'd probably understand this because like you're open to like psychedelics and stuff like that, which also and also you see what you explained about the whole humans and the importance. If you watch the same kind of things I watched, then you definitely would have caught that episode where they break down exactly how far apart. So basically, when humans become conscious, when they started like eating mushrooms and doing all these things, when you look at the period of like change and like and how stagnant things were after they found that, and before and after, it's like when you look at these significant moments that that humans went through, you'll start to understand, okay, well, that was very important or that wasn't very important. And religion, I don't think it's had the same impact.
I think Joe points out a theory that basically the burning bush was some certain type of psychedelic bush, and that the burning of it was actually smoking of it.
It must have been, isn't it?
The more I look into it, and the more I educate myself, I start to look at things and think, is that a psychedelic reference? Like, is a Stargate a psychedelic reference? Is a Stargate a psychedelic substance? Like, you take it and then you travel, like all these little things. Like, I see all these things, and I just and because I'm looking a lot into it, I tend to be correlating a lot of what I'm hearing to psychedelics. I don't know whether that's just because like I've developed a bias based on the interest that I have.
I would say to you, don't backtrack, because this is something that's not really understood. Yeah, there's like when it comes to psychedelics, it's always been shunned and all the rest of it. So the fact that we don't have concrete
Well,
information, and the fact that conversation, you can't just sit around the table and talk to anyone about it because it might be
what
frowned upon,
and think
it's going to
about it,
inhibit
yeah.
us to get information.
And think about look all the little correlations that could be. I'm not saying now, but they could be. Like when you have like fucking like witches, witches was making potions. Was they brewing some form of ayahuasca or something like that? So when you was taking it, it was like magic.
Of course, I reckon they were.
You know, there's
I
so
reckon
many
they were.
things. I think Joe points out one with. Have you heard the one about Christmas, about the mushrooms that grow under the pine tree, like presents? And
Yeah.
the reindeers are
Yes.
attracted to them.
Yes.
You know what I mean? There are,
Of course.
but
Of
but
course.
the thing is though, Shem, what I tend to notice as well, is like if you really want to, you can create a perception yourself, and you can base it on things that are there and base them as facts. But it's just your perception, like.
Yeah.
Like you can use a fact, and then come up with a reason why that happens based on other facts, but it's not a true provable fact. But to you, it's a fact.
Well, hang on a minute. If everything else around us is relative, why shouldn't that be relative as well? And to you, it could happen. Do you see where I'm going with this? If they're saying even time is relative, then how can your observation of things not be relative to you? As in, when I say relative, I mean a fact. Does that make sense? So I don't see the difference there, because if everything around us is relative, you know, because I think this has been proven, and I don't think you have a problem with that either. So it's like, okay, cool. If we start to establish that most things, you know, it's from the eye, it's your eyes. Like I said, rainbow, time, whatever. It's your eyes only. Not necessarily my eyes are going to see the same thing. Then we start to understand that yes, I believe you could travel through psychedelics and all the rest of it. And someone actually said, I think I've mentioned this before, someone actually said that you know, like these religious leaders, that they were able to do that, and you know, even like many great minds, they were able to take information from these places
The thing is,
and all the rest of it.
you can supposedly you can reach psychedelic states without taking psychedelics. So
Yeah.
like the one, like I used to do a lot of meditation in jail, like I had meditation down
Pick
to
up
a
the
T,
man
like,
them that done their bang up. How long did you serve? Just so I can get a little
I've
understanding.
done a straight 4.
Ah, what? That's not half. That's behind the door 4.
4 behind the door, ain't the biggest sentence
Ah,
in the
that's a
world, but
madness.
it's big enough. It's big enough.
No, that is big. That is weighty. See, the thing is, with me, just straight behind the door, it was 2 years, 9 months. Yeah, so it's like,
bruv, one day,
yeah, I start to understand. Yeah. But it's like, no. But come on, I don't want to take you off your point, but just like, you know, when people say to me like I've been in jail, and then you ask them how long, and they say, oh, like 2 months. Did you even come off induction wing? It's a bit like, I don't think you even came off induction wing, so you was probably safe and cushy on induction wing with all these special officers that were gonna, you know, probably make sure you didn't get harmed. Like, come on, like me, I had it Gaza. Yeah, I had it straight Gaza. Like, you know, no, you know, when you say stayed in the local, like we know the normal location, they would be B cats. They're category B, most of them, or A, even some of them. So, I mean, if you're living on there, that's where you're living, then it can get sticky. Yeah, man, it can get. You know that yourself. I don't need to tell you.
Bruv, I was on A wing in Wandsworth for 6 months. By the time I wanted me to go, I didn't want to leave Wandsworth, man. I was happy in Wandsworth, bruv. I didn't even want to fuck. I was settled. I didn't even want to leave there, but it is what it is. But anyway, so
You know
I
what?
got into
I literally,
Go on.
yeah. No, I hear you. I fully hear you. This is why I stayed in the Ville for so long as well, because obviously, like, it was location wise, everything was good. And when I'm looking at my alternatives, like traveling way out there, I said, why? I might as well stay here. you know. And I like the fact that if I heard someone's getting sentenced or someone's getting sent to jail, more than likely there was like usually a 1 in 4 chance I'd probably see them. Does that make sense? So I kind of like that fact as
Know
well.
yourself that you probably know yourself.
I
that
did you see the
might
porn bomber?
make
I
you
did you
fucking, no?
I did you see the porn bomber? Alright, you like that new idea now, yeah? So anytime when you put in someone new on the panel and you don't know who they are, make sure you put up the overlay. Yeah, I was saying this the other day. Yeah, so all you can see is that bottle in it. You didn't see no porn bombing. All right, we're good. We're good. Continue, guys. Sorry about that.
But you see the porn bombing, innit?
Yeah, I see it, but you didn't see it.
Yeah, you alone observe. Yeah,
Yeah,
I hear you, man. There's weirdos, innit?
Was it decent porn though?
I'll be honest, I didn't really look at it too much. I just want to see what they were
You just
doing.
knew it was
Man,
coming.
you see titties, you see titties, you was looking at it, but don't start all that with me trying to make it out like it's on the moral high ground, guys, bro. If
No,
there was
you know
titties
what?
banging about, you was looking at it.
Like, weren't on the screen long. So
I mean, it
guy
has
brought
to
up,
be.
He realized he couldn't see it. He must have realized he's probably watching at home, trying to see his porn coming up on the screen, and realize, hold on, they've worked it out.
Weirdo, innit?
Work,
Complete weirdo.
work. You work too hard.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, I think the porn bombers who like work a week on the panel at least, and then they drop a porn bomb. I give them a bit of credit. It's like you came in, you wormed your way in, you like, you got to know people, you was around for a while. Then all of a sudden, like you've just, you know, I've got to give you a bit of credit. And I've also said this: people who show their body, not a video, that there's levels to porn bombing even. Like what are we doing? Like you just putting like what kind of geek would you be to put another video on the screen? I actually don't even know how you would do that in StreamYard. How would you, unless you actually filmed another screen with your phone, how would you show another screen? Like you must have like the level of geekiness to know how to do that. Unless you're showing yourself, it's just I don't need. Yeah, whatever, man. Like Shifa, do you know how to show a video on StreamYard? I think you'll tell me no. I don't think you know how to do that. I'm not talking about the ones you're putting up on screen. I'm talking about coming through your camera showing a video, unless you're recording a screen. I don't think there's a way to do that, is there? They'd have to do share screen or apply it to share screen or whatever. But it is what it is, man. Leave them to do what they got to do, man. You know, but it's like Mr. Porn Bombers, like we understand your psychology. And also as well, I will say this, I'm starting to zone in on who the porn bombers are, because you come when Schiffer's away. So you think, you know, Schiffer's not really here now, so now the porn bomb is gonna, you know, now it's gonna be all right. So that means you're planning, that means you know us. That means you kind of know that who's a bit more loose and who's a bit more, you're starting to kind of, it's a madness, but we're gonna soon start honing in on who you are, you know. But at least now I know that you know who we are, and that tells me that you're someone who's been watching. That means you're part of the community. You're not just a random psychopath on internet. So the more you're gonna reveal, soon we'll find out, innit? And if I really focus my energy, if I focus 1 ounce of energy and I said, you know what, I want to find this pussy, I will find you. Do you understand? But it's like I couldn't care less. But if you're gonna be a porn bomber, at least be funny. You know.
There is a community of people that get their kicks out of taking down people's channels. They just surf around and try.
I know there is.
I always find it suspicious when these random Americans turn up. Like, who fucking sends them? How do they find this thing?
Yeah. I was about to say, no offense to the Americans, but it's like that's from what I've seen, the porn bombers. And you know the whole community that you spoke about, I know about this whole community. Like I'm actually privy to understanding that there's a group of people. They probably got like a group chat and they come in teams and they do all of this. It sounds weird as hell, but they exist. They actually exist because I've actually come across them before. So, you know, it is what it is, man.
Well, I know
But it's a
via
shame.
Hangouts there was a lot of it going on, but obviously this ain't Hangouts, so fuck no.
Okay. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Hangouts. I was never really part of any Hangouts whatsoever. You know,
No, I've never been
I
on
don't
that.
know. I don't know anything about that crew. No, no. I think
It's just another
Sosa.
platform. I've been on
I
others,
think
but not
Sosa.
that.
Yeah. Nah, I ain't really done none of that. I kind of just like, if I'm jumping on panel, I'll jump on panel. If I'm gonna troll in the chat, I'll do a bit of trolling in the chat. But you get what I'm saying? It's like, you know, more than that, I'm not really involved, sort of thing. No, man, it's a madness. But yeah, I was gonna say we don't need to stick on this whole religious thing anyway. For me, it's like it's getting a little bit like I was saying, I'm getting a little bit tired of it because it's only one ideology versus another ideology.
Yeah, we're going
What's
round
to
in
say this
circles.
one ideology has the trumpet? Yeah, it for me, yeah, I kind of agree. It's kind of like going around in circles. Um, so I'd rather, if unless Schiff has something he wants to say, he's you know, I think he's made his point quite clear. Kind of thing. You know, he uses science to prove his point. It's the point he's it's the point he's obviously made. So you know, I think we'll just leave it as that, or we'll leave it to agree to disagree. You know, but more than that, we
Yeah, that's
can't give him.
All I want to know
Yeah.
is Schiffer really a don?
Of course, that's standard, Kev.
Ah,
But
okay.
I'm gonna say this:
Yeah.
like, what we have to do in life is we all have to make our conclusions about what we agree and disagree with. But I think it, you know, if we can present
Yes.
a strong argument as to why we believe in something, you know, that's only gonna reinforce it. But even if we can't, as long as we acknowledge it as
Yeah.
a belief, you don't really have to.
And you know what? Yeah,
Yeah.
as we know with
On them
beliefs, yeah,
basis.
beliefs can
Yeah.
come true because sometimes, man, like what you were saying earlier on when you were showing them hieroglyphics, yeah, they weren't running around them times there, but eventually through the divine genetic engineering of man, we made it happen. Do you know what I mean? Like we're making it happen out here, bro. It's the same as when we were playing Grand Theft Auto. We wanted to like be able to run into buildings and hijack people on like real time. Do you know what I mean? Like, and now we can do all that.
Yes.
But if I didn't think of that, like, and I'm telling
Exactly.
you this year, I never met up with any other kids around the world. Like, and maybe it might be a collective energy, or maybe someone who's got the tools and has got the knowledge, and that's i.e., you know, them man who are in that are specializing in that game, the physics and then type of man. They're the ones who are able to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest with you, like, you know, part of my head was just a little bit caught up that, you know, you got Mr. Big Pants over here thinks he's done a longer bird than me. You know, that kind of wound me up to begin with. You know, that, you know, he can hold that over me that, okay, yeah, I've done a longer sentence. So obviously like I've been on the landing way longer than you have. There's no story you can tell me about the landing. Blah 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 blah. You know. Now I'm joking. Natty, literally, like, I think what you're trying to say is that we're gonna have to agree to disagree when it comes to religion with certain people. I hear you. I'm not fully religious like that, but it's, you know, there's nothing else, because I've noticed as well that, you know, to a certain extent, religion is a subject which it's non-inclusive. It doesn't include everyone. I know in the modern age they try to include everyone into religion. Now, you can be a Batiman, you can be religion is very selective. And I think the reason I don't want to fully go in on religion and say what's really on my mind is because I don't want to offend. That's why I'm refraining from doing things. And I also know that we have certain people which have, you know, they've told us before in the chat. What's her name again? That Muslim girl. I forgot her name. She usually come around here, and she said, "Look, I can't listen to that." And most religious people, they don't want to listen to it. And I feel like, you know, for all the people that have been speaking against religion, or not even against religion, just sharing their viewpoint, I just be conscious of the fact that I have certain things within me that I could definitely lay out on the table, but I don't want to be offensive. There's so many different avenues. If a person believes it, you can believe it, and I don't need to trouble you. You get what I'm saying? It's like you're gonna lose friends in the long run if you try to apply your psychology on this. You have to leave people to live their life, and I'm happy
Yeah,
with
that's
people to
it.
live their life and to to
That's
do
it.
what they
That's
gotta
it.
do. I ain't got no
That's it.
problem with that.
And we have to
So
accept that.
I
We
think
have to
Do you know
that's
accept
what? Do
that
you know
yeah.
what though? I don't mind coming here and discussing religion because it is banter, man, and you're having a laugh about it, rather than like a
Yeah.
serious fucking conversation or whatever. It is like it is what it says, innit? It's
Okay.
jokes and banter,
Okay.
innit? Like that I can deal with because I have
Okay.
learned, like, I used to. The last time I talked about religion, I went on to about race. I went on to Nine Ethers, man, and I spoke to
Yeah.
Lady D for about 3
Nine
hours.
Ethan's
Right?
hardcore.
It
Yeah.
completely drained my energy, man. I felt like I'd done a fucking workout. Like I was fucked, and I
Have
realized
you
after that,
noticed
yeah,
something?
there's no point talking race to a different race. It's pointless because the biasness just
Nah,
takes over.
you might not
Pointless.
find it so pointless here. I mean, to be honest with you, you probably noticed that, like, you see, there's a certain area of YouTube, or there's certain like people. Let's face it, Nine Ifa. Even though I think she's a nice person and all the rest of it, I don't have anything against her. But I'm saying she is very militant black. There's no question. There's no roundabout. See, like with me, and I can't speak for anyone else. I am not. Do you understand where I'm going with this? I see people as people, and I really couldn't give a shit. I literally couldn't give a shit. I don't. I know. Like, listen to this. I had
Yeah,
some.
I don't make
This is
that a
just to
problem,
show
though.
you, yeah, yeah. This is just to show you that all stereotypes can be broken. Yeah, I had, yeah. Believe you me when I'm telling you, I had Somalian neighbors which celebrated Christmas, and the woman, she was an alcoholic. Yeah, it's like you couldn't make it up. It's like, so when you can't say to me, oh, a religious person has to be this way because, or let's just say, forget religion, let's say a person of this race has to be this way or that way. You can't say that. And look at M.R. Is someone gonna tell me, M.R, is someone gonna tell me that he don't love Jamaica? Is someone gonna tell
No,
me that he's
no,
not trying
you know what it,
to
do you
soak
know
up
what,
the thing?
do you know what it is though? Do you know what it is though, Shug? It's because,
Yeah.
see, when they go to church, they're well behaved because there's someone there to oversee them, right?
Yeah, but you can
And they're
be a bit.
well
I've got to
focused,
jump off
and they're
again,
well
man.
focused because they're amongst like-minded people. But once they leave there,
Yes.
they don't have a leader. They're meant to now listen to a voice, or there's meant to be something there, or there's meant to be some signs, or
Yeah.
you're meant to be reciting the book. Now you're gonna
Yes.
struggle, bro, when you have to go to work.
Yeah.
And you say to your boss, "Oh, but I've got to do a parade this week." Well, no, we don't care. Oh, it's our holy day. Yeah, we don't care. People are not. People are actually choosing
Exactly.
now. Yeah.
Hey Shem, keep an eye in the thing. I've just got to jump out, send a message, and jump back again. This is why I hate StreamYards, man. I'll be
All
a
right.
couple of minutes. All right, bye.
Yes, bro. Yeah. No, to be
Yeah.
honest with you, I think I fully hear that. I fully hear that. And I guess you're kind of kicking an open door in a sense that you're not really having to convince me. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
Well, bro, loads of people went in the past year to struggle with color. Yeah, I'm not going to struggle with color. Loads of people battled to struggle over food. I'm not going to battle to struggle over
hey,
food.
bro,
The only
I don't give a shit.
The only thing battling over food, yeah, that I can understand people doing, yeah, because there's certain people that might not have food and they need to go get food, but there's people that are claiming land and don't want these people to get food. So we'll always have that. But now we have a system where we use money.
Yeah.
Right now, it's
Yes.
take it or like it, bro. Go live in the Antarctic here and pray for God to bring you fish and hot food and everything like that every day. Like, go out there and see how much more you have to work. Because and me,
of course,
me and you, but both me and you know, living in a society, like, you either live how the society lives, or you live
your own way. And most of the time, when you start doing your own thing, you look different from society.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I guess what you're saying is like calling out for God and never getting a reply. It starts to get a bit, I'm sure it would start to get a little bit annoying. And then to just say, oh, but that must have been a sign when things go well. There's also a level of holding you back. That's like if you keep waiting for something, are you gonna make it happen yourself?
All right,
If you
but then he's
realize that
saying,
it's all within you.
yeah, but our brother
Yeah.
earlier on said something about religions created science, and that all religions that were great, created great things like the Baghdad battery, yeah. But the religion that created the Baghdad battery wasn't Christians. So
Yeah.
therefore,
Listen,
brother,
brother, Natty, do you think I don't hear you?
Wait.
Do you? Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry, Sam. No, you heard what I'm saying, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm fully with you on that. Yeah.
Right. So therefore, if one religion, like you said, the Aztecs had a water system, then that means that their god, yeah, at that time, their god or whoever they believed in at the time showed them how to do that through science, or that's how it was made through. Okay. Now, that goes to show you, when I asked him earlier on, then that means you believe in other people's gods, and he said no.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you don't believe in other people's gods, then how come these other religions that invented like the Stonehenge or invented the calendar thing, the Greek thing that they found, or you know what I'm trying to say, all these things that they've invented, how come?
Do you know what it is? I'm fully with you. The only reason I think it becomes a barrier, because look, you got to remember first, there's a few different elements here. It's like YouTube world. In YouTube world, you got to remember Schiffer's he's probably somewhere. If you want to say top 5, top 10, whatever, people are gonna say he's one of the best debaters out there. This is what people are gonna say, right? So it's a bit like, imagine how his ego must be built up. It must be immense. So even though you're saying certain things to him, is it sort of penetrating? I don't know if it is. You get what I'm saying? It's like, I'm hearing you, but I don't know if he's hearing you, or is he hearing you? But like I said, just willfully not digesting the information which you're putting forward.
No, I see that I'm at an advantage, because somebody can do something to him and say that it was a demon, and how's he going to prove it that it wasn't a demon? And why would he say, no, that's not true, I believe it's you? But if the guy says, nah, a demon come into me, took your money, took your car, now you need to pray to God. Like, what are you going to do?
Exactly. Hey, can I just ask you, just on a whole another subject now? I hope you don't mind. If I put it this way, if you're out there with your friends, let's say you're out there with a friend, and one of your friends get attacked, would you run away, or what would you do?
Man. Nah, I'm always backing my
friend. Okay, you'd always back your friend. So would you say?
You ain't gonna bring this up again, are you? Please.
You know where we're going with this. You know where we're going with this. This is what I love. The old school people are about. Yeah. No. I don't know if it's a draw at the kind of like, nah. If you feel it's a draw at, then I can see where you're going with that, because it might create problems for you. I see that.
No, you know what it's gonna be though. I know what way it's gonna go. I've been around long enough to know it's gonna be like. This is gonna be like made to look.
Yes,
like
I get it.
The victim support group.
I get it.
And I don't want to be part of the victim support
fully
group.
get it. I fully get it. I fully get it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no.
There's plenty to say.
Say no more. But basically, all it basically was is to kind of like, when we're saying that like Schiffer's probably one of the best debaters, the only thing is like the argument there would be other people put it. A lot of people in the YouTube world would say that. I know it myself. It's like even Natty whether he goes back and forth with him, I think he'll probably
No,
accept that other people will say that. You got like Shaka Ra, you got, you
No,
know,
but the thing with
like,
the thing with Schiffer, yeah. Okay, Schiffer does have good
yeah.
knowledge, yeah.
You said it. Hang on a minute.
Schiffer
You
has-
just said it today.
Wait.
You said
Schiffer-
today how
Schiffer
great he
has-
was.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't say how great he was. Schiffer.
You said he does gymnastics and all of that. No one can catch it.
Schiffer, yeah, has
Yeah.
good knowledge on his interest. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Schiffer also keeps to the point.
Yeah.
So he will.
He
He's
does.
dominant. He's dominant with his point.
Yeah.
I'd say, but as far as
He's
a
a
good debater,
shapeshifter. He's a shapeshifter.
No,
Yes.
but he's dominant, isn't it? He sticks to his guns, isn't it? He sticks to it. So, but then again,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
The thing
when
is,
I'm talking politician
answers as well.
I listen to a few like professional debaters. So for me, it's like maybe in like the YouTube, in this side of the YouTube world or whatever. Then like, all right, he might be up there. Did Schiffer debate?
Yeah.
What's his name? The Brummy guy. What's his name again? I ain't seen him in ages, man.
No, 7 Deadly Sins or whatever his name is.
No, way before him, man.
You're talking about Ezra.
Ezra, yes. Did you debated Ezra, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I listened to a bit.
Yeah,
I can't really
but do you
remember.
know what? I heard that, but shall I tell you what the funny thing is? If you remember the Ezra debate, yeah, this is to all the old school people. You'll remember who had to jump in at that stage because it was a complete mess. And I had to say, Ezra, have you lost your mind? Yeah. Yeah.
Funny one, yeah, was hilarious. Yeah, they made a certain person. They said a certain person won a debate because he used a presentation that a fucking 5-year-old could have put together. And they basically like.
I know.
I was like, oh my god, is this for real?
But can I tell you something on that point? Can I tell you something on that point? Yeah, it just goes to show that if your expectations of a person is so low, anything that they do will be great because you know that it, like
you know it goes to show
what you thought was coming out.
You know it goes to show men back our chicks, innit?
Yeah.
You have to back your chick, innit?
Yeah.
That's what
Yep.
I'm saying on that matter.
Yeah.
Have to back their chick.
I think I kind of. Yeah.
But Ezra is another one like Schiffer who has very good knowledge in what they're interested in. And
No, I'm gonna disagree. Ezra don't know shit. Ezra is pathetic, and when he got put under the microscope, it was shown.
When maybe I didn't get into that point, and to be fair, I'm listening. The topic that I'm listening to, I don't know a lot about, so it's hard for me to say whether they was right or wrong or whatever. But he's another one who speaks with conviction. Like he makes you believe that what he's saying is true because he speaks with a dominant.
Thank you. But when and that's all he had. That's all he had. When he was put under the microscope, he was so poor because he was always there, conviction. And then when we looked at your fucking conviction, you prick, there was nothing there, and it was such a big anticlimax. Massive anticlimax. What the fuck have you done? It's like, you know, like a chick waiting for a big dick. She's thinking, this is gonna come. I've heard to girls say that, you know, certain man just gas them up, and then you get there and then there's nothing. And that's what Ezra was. It was an anticlimax. You built up this big thing, and then when we put you under the microscope, it was pathetic. And I got so fucking wound up at the end of it. I'd say, Ezra, you could have said this, you could have said that, you could have said this, you fucking mess, Birmingham twat piece of shit. You didn't have nothing when push comes to shove. You know,
I will say,
it just pissed me off beyond belief.
Look, I will say this, yeah. When Rasbet's channel first started, and he had a lot of black people on there, yeah, and I used to listen a lot about the people that he had on there was people like Ezra, Maku, can't remember a lot, but they had a lot of good knowledge about their ancestry and religion, and it did actually
we all subscribe to Sarnetta TV.
It did inspire me to look into my own ancestry, and that I have to give them credit for.
Where did it take you?
I wasn't inspired by them. It took me to do a DNA test, ancestry DNA.
Okay, did it come Vikings or where did it come?
Well, the thing is, the ancestry DNA and that, yeah, it doesn't really. It's going off modern DNA. So I am
Okay.
a modern English person. The DNA that's recognized of the majority of the English people now, I am the same
Yeah.
DNA as that. Yeah, so
Okay.
it doesn't really
So
go too
Anglo-Saxon.
it don't really go too far into the past. So it says that I'm English. My surname, my dad's. Well, I've got my dad's surname. My dad's surname originates
Okay.
from. So what I've done is I looked into my surname as well. So
Yeah.
my.
But do you
One
trust
second.
surname? Do you trust it though?
It's record, isn't it?
You know. Yeah,
It's
but it's a
record.
bit
It's
like you
recorded.
know how women could be. Yeah, but it's like I always think, how do we know? Oh, that's an echo. I'm just saying that women, you don't know who they lie down with. We don't know. That's my family and yours. We don't know exactly,
Well,
you
that's
know,
why
what they choose to
that's why
do.
the Jews. That's why the Jews say you can only be Jewish if your mum's Jewish, because she might have been with someone else that weren't your fucking dad who's Jewish.
Yeah. Yep. I think that's a lot more stringent to that extent. If you came from your mother, boy, there's no, you know, two ways.
But I will say that there are things that kind of do add up with the investigation that I did do. And so basically my surname comes from Yorkshire, and it's Anglo-Saxon.
Okay.
It is an Anglo-Saxon name. It was an Anglo-Saxon community. And my name is actually in the Doomsday Book, which I think the Doomsday Book is the first book of taxes. So when they first compiled
by
a
the
book for
church.
people to pay tax, my name is in there, and the people of my name held a seat, right? So they was like important people.
Yeah.
And when you research, there was two Anglo-Saxon settlements in Yorkshire. So probably I came from either one of them. But then what I've done is someone told me about a website called mytrueancestry.com. And what you do is you download the actual gene information from your DNA test, like when it's all like numbers and stuff that I don't understand, so I'm not a genealogist, but you take the actual, you download that information and then you upload it to their website. And then what they do is they cross-reference your DNA to other DNA of archaeological finds around the world. And the furthest back link my DNA had was to a Bronze Age people in Denmark, and they originated from, they call them Indo-European, which I suppose is like Indian origin. And is everyone gone? Because I can't even see who's still in here because of the fucking things. I don't know if I'm out, who's gone, what.
No, we're still all here.
Yeah, so the Indo-European, and when you look at the pictures of the Indo-European people, I do resemble the same as what they look like. Like I'm very dark. So a lot of people think I'm Albanian. Fucking, I've had it all, man. I've been at a fucking car wash and people thought I was the Kosovan that worked at the fucking car wash and walked up and asked me how much and tried to give me their key. I've had fucking all sorts. Everywhere I go on holiday, they fucking Polski, Greek, like they don't know what I'm fucking at, but I'm English. And that would suggest that the thing that I looked up was true, because that would be where the look came from. So then they came up through India, the Indo, into Europe, the Indo-European, into Denmark, and then from Denmark, my DNA then has got links to the Lombards, and the Lombards, what it actually means is the Longbeards. And what happened was they had a battle with another like barbarian or Viking or whatever group of people, and they was outnumbered. So what they done is, because they started the battle from a long distance, they got all the women to stand at the front as well, and they got them to pull their hair down and tie it around their face. So from a distance, they looked like men with long beards, and that intimidated the other side, because then they thought they was outnumbered, which then enabled the Lombards to win the war, and then they got the name the Longbeards. And then from there, they went from Denmark, they tried to invade Italy, and Italy weren't having it. So, but because they were such fierce people, Italy decided to let them stay in the north of Italy and protect it. And that's why the north of Italy is called Lombardy. And then from there, I think it was the Franks. No, I think the Normans or the Franks tried to invade Italy and took out the Lombards. And then that's my DNA links to them, and then to the Franks, and then into England. I'm a modern day Englishman. That's kind of what I found out. Inspired by listening to Aspects. Inspired by black people that had a good knowledge on their ancestry.
No, but that's the thing
That
though.
was that.
I don't like when you've got like the different places, different culture, when they've got their own take on life. Who am I to like disagree with them, or so who am I to disagree with them? Because I'm not from where they are, and they can have their story and stuff. But you can't have a king living in Scotland and start writing laws and start rewriting a big massive text for people and writing it in Latin so that they can then understand it, and then from Latin he then wanted it to be written it into the English form, so that you can see the power struggles there. You can see the great what do you call it,
I don't really know where you're going with this.
where I'm going with it is like that these modern places used the old techniques. So for instance, for people who believe in ghosts and everything like that, then obviously I can use that as a way, as a tool against you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I agree. I think
Because
about
the
that myself.
Romans and all that were far advanced, and they've been around the world. That's what Shug was saying the other day. He doesn't just listen to what our scientists say. There's other people around the world. There's people who've got medicine.
Essentially, what right? So when you got things like road tax, yeah, people are like, oh, what we got to pay road tax for? The roads were built and owned by the king, the monarchy, yeah. So you pay a tax to use them roads. What the Romans done is there was migration routes like the Silk Road, yeah, where people would travel and trade and settle, yeah. But then but they was dangerous because you could get attacked, robbed, killed, whatever. So what the Romans done?
Sorry, what was it called?
What was what called?
The road.
The King's Road, isn't it?
Oh, King's Road.
The king owns the roads. The monarchy owns the road in England and in most countries, and that's why you pay a road tax, because it's their road. You're paying them to use their road that they built. It's a service.
Yep.
Yeah. So what the Romans done is they built safe routes. All they've done is they built roads, yeah, and they made them safe for traders and travelers, yeah. But then you had to pay to use their road, and they got as far as wherever the Roman Empire got to. But obviously, all great things come to an end, doesn't it? It's like they say that. So the Romans recorded that England, at the time when they got to England was barbarians, yeah, and that so history was based on the fact that England was barbarians. But then now, when they look at it, what they say is the guy that was in charge and come to England didn't want the head of people at Rome to come there. He wanted control of it. So what he was doing, he's saying, they're all barbarians there. They're all barbarians. Like, you don't want to go there. Like, trying to keep them away. So he was in control there. Do you know what I mean? It's like how much of history is actually fucking true. It's his
Well, yeah,
story,
no, like
innit? It's whoever's telling
no,
it.
but yeah, I read that
Version.
when it's the same thing like what you're saying, like even when the Romans went there, like Halloween, they allowed the Celtic people to practice.
Yeah, but to try
But
and
it wasn't called. It wasn't called
recruit
Halloween.
them basically.
Yeah, it wasn't called Halloween. It was called another name.
All
But then
Hallows Eve. All
they
Hallows Eve.
yeah, something like that. But then there's another name, even ancient than that, of what the real meaning is, because there's a guy that was involved in some Bitcoin thing, and he had this name, and I was like, rah. And like they said that he came out and he done it on this special day, and this day means it was all on this blood moon thing and all this stuff, yeah. And I was like, right, that's a bit interesting. But like the point is that some of the Romans learned what King Solomon was doing was allowing people to adopt their religions and everything like that, but obviously they had to bring trade and homage, because imagine you've got a big desert, that's a direct line, like you said, to get into Egypt. Yeah, so it's a great stop off place. It's a great it is a great place of importance, because you can learn from so many countries of the world.
This is the thing. Great civilized. This is why it makes me laugh when you got these, like, and I can only use what I know. When you got these English nationalists, and they're like, oh, you know, the immigrants, you know, they're coming up. Like, migration has been happening for fucking years, and it's gonna carry on going. That's why we're all a mix of different DNAs and races and whatever. It's because great civilizations attract migration, and once then you become a melting point, a melting pot. So you become a melting
and
point
also
of culture, of language, of
and
everything.
also the main thing that you do, but what they learned in the Egypt times, because that's why I've always thought, like, from the times of the Egyptians, they just moved on and became like Babylonians and then Romans and then Americans. I'll say this because there's certain groups that would allow other groups to come together and be controlled rather than trying to control one group. So you know, you've got like let's say, for instance, America, yeah. They rely heavily on immigration, and the immigrants that were brought there was brought from all over the world. Now you could say, well, that's like slavery, but in a way we're all chained to modern day slavery now, because what we're doing is exactly like what they were doing in them days, but it was just a little bit more brutal.
We're slaves treated better, isn't it? Like, we are just the peasants, isn't it?
That's it. Without chains, without chains, we've got jaws.
But we have got chains. We're chained to a system, isn't it? But essentially, we've got a better way of life than what we previously did as
yes,
peasants. What our ancestors had.
We're chained. Herbs, do you know how we're chained? We're chained to each other because we rely on the baker man. The baker man relies on the fish man. This man relies on this man. That. The delivery man, the postman, the gas man, the electricity man.
Well, it's
we
a
all
society,
rely on
isn't
each
it?
other. Yeah.
And I do believe, like other people might not believe, I do believe that the West has the best system so far. It's not a perfect system by any means, but it is the best system.
It's the best system, and
all right. And another, like, people like they call it white guilt. Yeah, it's like, oh, that white people feel like it's pushed. The guilt's pushed upon us for things that happened in the past, and to an extent, I do agree with that, because how can you look at something from the past and judge it on the microscope you're looking through from the present?
Yeah,
like the crimes that were being committed
not only that,
were heinous. But at the time that they was being committed, they was being committed across the fucking globe.
Yeah, but when they do this, they absolutely destroy people's beliefs. It's like
say for
Yeah, of
instance,
course.
my dad could be a king tomorrow. My dad could be a king tomorrow,
Yeah,
but
be
I've just been
invaded, and
born.
then next
Yeah,
thing is a fucking.
say I've just been born, right? I could be born, and I could never know that my dad's the king because the minute I'm born, somebody else is going to
Killed,
teach
and
you.
someone's. Yeah, of course. And the thing, and this is another thing, people become like nationalism, like people becoming attached to the nation that they're born or originate from. It was a tool used by the rulers to make you fucking happy to fight for them. Like, what is it really? Like,
Yeah,
there's no
rather than
like, oh, it's England or it's France or it's wherever it is in the world. We've got our borders and it should be, but we all migrated from
whereas
somewhere.
that's what I was trying to say to you. We all migrated. So if it was cold, obviously you would start moving towards. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Like
Like,
as a dreamer, yeah. Like, I'm a liberal. I'm liberal. Yeah, like I believe we should all be the same. I believe that each country, like if certain nations or groups of nations don't want people traveling to their nation and overpopulating, then help make their nation good enough that they don't need or want to travel. Like, as a dreamer, I'm a liberalist, yeah, and I believe everyone's the same and everyone should be treated the same. But in the same breath, I'm also realistic, and I realize that it's just never going to happen. Humans, like the animal nature of humans, it's just never going to happen.
no,
Greed
because
and fucking
that's
power
yeah,
and wealth is too
because
dominating in a
yeah,
society.
because that's why everything has to have an end to it.
Yeah,
We
all good
can't.
things come to an end. Everything
Yeah,
changes. Like the Buddha said, life's a flowing river, isn't it? Like, it don't stop. Like, it don't go backwards. It goes forwards, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, so bro. But I just think it's just how I just think, like, even when Shiv was talking about like aliens and all this stuff, and I'm like, well, I know back in the days, even in what do you call it? Even in Islam, even in all religions, like aliens is like a big no-no. That's more on the scientific level. It's all about angels, yeah. But
the thing is, because they have no understanding of the outside of Earth's orbit, other than the stars that they could see with their own eyes. And the reason they had so much knowledge is because they had so much more time on their hands.
yeah, no, that's it, man. Yeah, they had so much time on their hands. That's why they were able to make their lives better. I mean, what would you be spending most of your day trying to do other than trying to make your
Staring up
life
at the
better?
stars, or farming. That's why these pagan things are so important, because it's all they had. Like, and that's why all these rituals still exist. One thing I do like about the Bible, yeah, is that if forget the religion part.
I don't know, man. I think you're cutting out a bit, Herbs. Or it might be me,
No, it's herbs still. It's herbs cutting out still. I can hear you still.
All right, cool, yeah. But yeah, man. Like even the other day, like I was looking up this underground city in Turkey called Deriku, and bro, it's like it's big, man. Like they reckon it housed like up to about 20,000 people, and yeah, man, it's like miles and miles and miles. But then they realized that around this area here as well that they found more underground cities. And then they realized that some of the major cities were built on top of these underground cities. Yeah, quite cool. Now, I might have to get this up actually, so I don't get it wrong. But in London,
I was looking up again about underground cities. Let me find it. Let me find it. Yeah, so yeah, man, there's meant to be like subterranean hidden vaults. There's meant to be some big opened up like gallery place and all this type of stuff, and leading to secret like monastery tunnels and stuff like that. But it's just funny like how, you know what I mean, some of these places are all over the world. Like enough of these places, man, like man was underground and above the ground. You see what I'm saying? Some of these places as well, yeah, have been swallowed up by the sea. So they reckon. I mean, there's another place as well, man, where there's like rocks, or you might as well even just say stones, yeah, because they're too smooth. So if they're too smooth to be cut and shaped into like a cube, then obviously it must be man-made. Now, what I'm saying is that if we look at just signs and look what the similarities between these civilizations about what they were doing, let's have a look at another place, Israel, Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Dome of the Rock. You know, you got the Holies of Holies down there. That's another underground too, a very much important place for many of the religions. You got the Aztecs, they had underground cities, you know. So some of this history there, man, it's like that's what we need to start having a look at. I mean, why would man be underground? You know what I mean? Why would you dig into the rock underground? Why would you not? Or was that to make sense? Or was that the most logical sense to doing it? You dig.
What is it? What are you saying?
I'm saying about, like, you know, like civilizations before them, they're talking about, there's a big one in Turkey, and it's
Go
like
back and
80,
tip it.
yeah, it's 85 miles deep.
What, they was digging into the ground? Yeah, but they didn't have the best knowledge on building up, apart from like pyramids or whatever. I mean, it's like pyramids. Like you find pyramids in different parts of the world, but people was migrating, innit? So they was sharing knowledge, innit? So I'm here, I'm learning how to do this, and then I teach my son, and then my son decides to migrate to somewhere else with the knowledge that I've taught him, and then he's doing it in this part. He teaches it to his son, and he migrates to somewhere else. He shares that knowledge, and so on and so forth, isn't it?
No, but just
I think things are a lot simpler than what people like think.
That's,
you know what I mean?
yeah, that's it, man. I think even like how just like one simple thing, like our plant grows. It's like it starts in the ground. It's, you know, you chuck a seed in there, water, darkness, right temperature, everything like that. Boom. You know what I mean?
It's
You
like
watch it become
it's like
something else.
dinosaurs. It's like dinosaurs. They find the skeletons, and they can sort of basically use what knowledge they've got on other animals to depict what they are, what they look like, and what they were like. But for all we know,
Right.
they could have been intelligent beings. You know, they could have been the original inhabitants of this earth, and we come from somewhere else and go and fucking kill them all, or the other way around. They might have been invaders from somewhere else, and fuck knows. It could be anything. It could be fucking anything.
Right.
I've even listened to people that say that fucking the carbon dating isn't as accurate as what fucking of what it's made out to be. Well, I'll put this aircon on, man. Fucking hell. 7 o'clock and I'm still fucking sweating.
Yeah, but with the evidence that we've got, I mean, and I'm talking about archaeological, there's a lot of evidence, and some of the evidence as well, we're finding it like buried.
Yeah, because if you like, I noticed this a long time ago. So there was a pub, and the pub got knocked down, yeah, and they tarmacked over the whole land. And within a couple of it, they obviously couldn't get permission to build on it or whatever for X amount of time. And after a certain amount of time, nature had broke through the tarmac, and grass had started growing through, and then flowers started growing through. So nature will always take over. Like if humans just stopped existing, after X amount of years, everything we built would be covered over with fucking bushes and fucking flowers. So it's like the they've found like, so climate change, yeah. Like I think they're using climate change to benefit the system. With like we're causing it. Maybe we're helping push it along a little bit faster, but I don't think we're causing climate change. I think it's like a natural phenomenon. It's just something that's going to happen, and there's evidence of it happening before, like the Sahara Desert. There's fossils of sea life in the Sahara Desert, which must mean that at one point it was covered by water. Whether that was a polar shift or climate change or some form of event, it changed, and it's probably all going to change again. Like I just heard you saying, like there's relics of civilizations under the sea. Well, people weren't living under the fucking sea, or were they? What, you know when our fingers start to wrinkle up in the fucking bath, that's to give us grip underwater. Why would we need that? Why would we? What part of evolution or anything, part of time in the world was there when we needed fucking we needed grip underwater?
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to basically say, bro. Like, you know,
ice cream,
like,
man. I love this ice cream, man. Hey!
Like, bro, they're finding stuff buried underneath the ground. It's like, so at one point in history, like you said, there must have been some kind of
It's overgrown. It's grown over it now. It's like if you go, a lot of these people, like these treasure hunters, a lot of the time the best place to find stuff is at riverbanks, because before we had running water, civilizations, people would have tried to build their citadels near water. If you look at every major city around the world, all the major cities are linked to the rivers that come from the sea because people was traveling via boat. So the ports would have been the major cities. London is on the Thames. All over the world, every major city, unless there is no water, is by running water from the sea where the boats used to come in, because humans had to be. We needed to be near water, and we travel by boat. There's so many things that are so fucking simple.
Yeah, and you know what they say about, like what you call them things, like electric eels, yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, bro, them things gonna generate electricity.
Yeah.
Right now, if you think that we're bad, yeah, and we're awesome, yeah, they're next level thing, bro.
Yeah, but it's like overall we're better. It's like we can all, like, you might be a faster runner, I might be stronger, but it would be better to be fast and strong. Or
right,
maybe not
that's what I'm trying to say.
fast as you, but fast, but not as strong as me, but strong. But overall, you're gonna be better, aren't you?
Yeah, but anything is possible. I mean, if you thought of an animal that can generate electric, I'll be starting to think of like X-Men shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know
So,
that they a lot of science now is like they're trying to replicate things that are in nature, innit? So I know that they're trying to use spider webs for stuff because of how strong spider webs are. I think to do with and certain fish to replenish skin. Yeah, it's fucking. But at one point in history, they believed that fucking to cure someone of an illness, you drained out all their blood and then put it back in again. And to an extent, that is a little bit true, because rejuvenation of blood does fucking help. but a lot of people died from that as well.
Yeah.
It's like Shan was saying
Yeah.
earlier, you know, it's like with science, it can be later on changed. Like Stephen Hawking got his doctorate from I can't remember what I think it was something to do with black holes. But then he became famous by writing a book disproving the fact that he put out that got him his doctorate. So he got his qualifications from one theory, and then he became famous by disproving his theory, like later on in life.
Yeah, because you know what, you know why that fits in so perfectly, because everything just balances out in it. There's maybe like what we say, nothing really lasts forever to be the correct way, but it just feels right, and it makes sense. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it, bro.
But certain things, like look at the pyramids, for example. Yeah, they use stone. Yeah, and that stone is still standing.
Mm.
They use a natural material that's still fucking standing. I mean, maybe if there was like some form of greenery in the Sahara Desert, then all that would have been covered over, like the ruins in the Amazon. A lot of them were overgrown.
But like you said, though, bro, I mean, to have a place like that, you need to sustain an army. Yeah, you need to have a big, massive army to protect you. Now, most of the army won't be
You need a system,
army.
yeah, of course you do, and that's when
but to protect your borders, you need an army. You need to have, because look how big it is. It's frigging huge. Especially if you look back in the days, how much
you know. I was up until like a point of last year. Yeah, I was like one of those, like, why do we pay fucking taxes? These fucking bastards. They fucking got here first. They just take all our money. And when I actually started to learn about economy, like, taxes are fucking massively important. Like, if you don't pay your taxes came from paying for protection, not just from invading fucking people that would come and kill you and take everything that was there, but like even from the weather.
Exactly.
Like, imagine what it was like before we had like fucking houses and clothes and stuff. Imagine on them coldest nights and you had fuck all.
Exactly. But that's it, bro. That's the point that I was trying to make. That's the point. Exactly the point I was trying to make, is because we need to protect ourselves. So,
yeah,
if you've got a big
bang. The thing is, if we're working to provide for our family, whether or not we're talking thousands of years ago and we're talking food and warmth, or we're talking modern times of your fucking of your mortgage or whatever it is, if we're concentrating on providing, then we need to pay someone else in some way, or reward someone else for protecting us as a majority while we're doing other stuff. And their reward is their way of providing. It's like money. What is money? Money is a receipt for amount of time that you've spent doing something. And some people's time is worth more than other people's time. And then you get people that say, well, time doesn't exist. Man made time. Well, man made the concept of time, but of course time exists. And what time is the orbits of the fucking planets. Because it takes a certain amount of sun ups and sun downs for a circulation. And that circulation is what time is. And that's what, if Shiva was to carry on listening to what Brian Cox was saying, what he was saying is, if you rewind all of the light that you're seeing traveling, then that all rewinds back to a singularity, to one point. So time does exist. All right, it wasn't created in the sense of a watch and 12 hours. That just kind of worked, like the Gregorian calendar. That worked. I think before that we had like 13 months, and I think the days were shorter or whatever. So it It wasn't perfect, and this system was a lot better. But obviously, this isn't perfect either because they had to add in things like what's it called, leap years and stuff. God, blimey, look at Earth.
Mm.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but if let's say, but if Egypt didn't have all those slaves, yeah,
yeah,
right, and if they didn't have all those slaves, would they have been able to be a mighty empire that they are now, that they was then?
they definitely needed workers. They definitely needed work. I mean, they could have. I mean, what is a slave, isn't it? I mean, you're always a slave to a fucking system, but essentially, they didn't have to be chained up and forced to work. They could have been rewarded nicely for the time that they spent.
Mm-hmm.
Like they could have been
So
treated
let's have
well.
a look at. So let's have a look at the time of the pharaohs. So let's have a look at one thing he did have was, a plague. So let's say, like what you were saying, let's say now there's not enough water, there's not enough drought. There's places in the world where the water, when it gets really bad and acidity levels and certain stuff rise, it starts bleeding, it starts turning red. Okay, that's one thing. Two, if you've got not enough vegetation around you, and somebody sends locusts to come over to you, and all type of stuff like toads and frogs, because they'll all be looking for the greenery around there. Now, if you're suffering from climate change because of your crops and a bad time, then obviously you're not going to be able to feed your slaves. Obviously, you're going to have death.
So, but then the slaves were expendable, isn't it? So it didn't matter whether they died or not.
Well, you'd have to let them go because there wouldn't be no food if it's all been eaten by locusts.
And this is what I'm saying. When people say about the crimes of certain countries, yeah, it's like how easy do you think it is to rule a fucking nation? Like sometimes the only options you have are all bad options, and you have to pick one of those bad options, and then 100 years later you're judged on that bad option that you took, without the people 100 years later actually experiencing that time, or even being in that person's shoes to make that decision. But the world is a cruel and nasty fucking place, bro. And people need governing. It still is. It still is, bro. It still is. But listen, I've just pulled up at home, man. I'm gonna go in and eat my dinner, but I'll jump back on in about an hour if you are still on. I'm gonna have my dinner, have a shower, and all that.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself anyway, G.
Last one. Shift, take care, man. Whoever's in the chat or whatever, big up. Take care. Later.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. Might as well lock it off now anyway. But yeah, Shift, do your thing, G. And it was interesting topics today, innit? All God and science and all that, but bruv, it's all one big mix up, man. Everything matters, I suppose, innit? I get what you're saying, G. If science matters, then God matters, but there's ways of breaking things down, you get me? And all I see is people breaking down to God. That's about it, bruv. Seeing. I love, man. Soon.